Hi everyone, how are you all doing? Let me go ahead and drag this here so I can get the names. It should be dragged already, but sometimes it doesn't want to do the thing correctly. But I hope you've all been well. I hope you're all good. Hello, everyone. Let's see. The icon is... which icon was it? It was the S icon, I believe, but I don't see it now on my browser. Oh, I found it. It slid all the way to the left. It slipped away from me. Hello, everyone. Now, how are you? How's you all been? And hi, is it OG Serpent? Hello, welcome in. Alright, let me go ahead and get those names we have on, let's see, dropped in for a bit. Hi, Frost, welcome in. Let's see here. On YouTube side of things, we have Catatonic, and we also have Firms, I believe. Hi, welcome in. And then on Twitch's side of things, we have here, let's see here. We have Frost, we have Banafi, I believe, right? Like coffee. We also have here Chuck and Rodrigo. And I believe that's it. Let's see, Catatonic, Rodrigo. I said Rodrigo already. Frost and Firms. Yes, indeedy. Welcome in, everyone. Hello. I hope your week's been well, and if you did do Thanksgiving, I hope your eating was good too. Oh boy, it's one thing I can enjoy. It's the ham. I don't get to have it all year because it's like saving. It's like Halloween. You don't eat a lot of candy on Halloween or outside of Halloween. You gotta save it for the special occasions. That's how it works. And hi, boss. Welcome in. Hey, yo, welcome in. And hi, boss. Hi, Chad. Hi, Stratus. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. It's something where if you had it every day, then it wouldn't be special. So you gotta save it. It's like the pumpkin latte season in fall. You don't want to have pumpkin latte in summer or in spring. You gotta save it for the special occasion. That's what makes it special, and I think that's what makes it really savory as well. And Manafi is a dessert that has banana and toffee. Yuck! I say yuck! Banana and toffee. I only just learned that toffee's not that bad, and how appreciative for the channel. I never had a pumpkin latte. They're very tasty. If made the proper way, I can certainly say. Pumpkin latte, pumpkin spice latte. I've also had like a pumpkin hot chocolate before. I'm just a big fan of pumpkins. Pumpkins are tasty. They are quite delicious, I can certainly say. But I only have pumpkin things around fall. Let's see. Come December, let's see, winter, I have not figured out a flavor profile that I try to stick to. I'm not a big fan of mint. So mint and me don't get along, and that tends to be usually what winter is. Peppermint, spearmint, and mint just, what's the word I'm looking for? It's the sensation, I don't know. It feels too cold, and I like warm and cozy and toasty things. That's why fall is one of my favorites. So I do like winter. I like winter because then you get warm and toasty things like campfires and hot cocoa and nice rugs and blankets. That's why I enjoy it. I don't enjoy it for the chills. I like watching the snow. I don't like playing in the snow. There's a little bit of a difference there. I'm curious though, what are all of your favorite seasons? If I had to rank them, probably 1, fall, 2, winter, 3, summer, 4, spring. Spring has a lot of bugs and pollen, and it's just a lot. At least with summer, you can go to the beach, you can relax in the pool, things like that. And so are you a printer or a toaster? Pick a struggle. What do you mean? Whatever could you mean, Jack? I really we went over this, wasn't it? My favorite colors being the same as CMYK. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over here since the timer's just about up. And let's see here. And I can't handle heat. I melt. Summer last place. Yeah, that's the thing too. Summer has heat, but you can at least stay inside. But if the air conditioner dies out, good luck. Time to survive. Oh boy, let's go into planning here, why don't we? Let's see here. And hi, Pixelart Journey, welcome into stream, welcome in. Yo, Eris, hope you're feeling better. Better. I indeedy, and thank you. Yeah, yesterday had to be canceled because I was feeling under the weather, but I'm feeling much better now. Thank you. Let's see here. I believe that's everything. Yes, indeedy. Welcome to the planning screen. Today should be a lot of fun. We'll be continuing what we've been doing the last few weeks, where we've been trying to learn how to draw environments and landscapes and mountains and clouds and skies. And I've been enjoying it a lot. Struggling, but a lot of fun. And the YouTube thumbnail says environment. Does it say it wrong, or are we good? Are we good? It should say environment. That is correct, but is it spelled incorrectly? Sometimes autocorrect uncorrects my correcting, and exciting. Yeah. So we'll start off by doing the Pixelart of the day, and we'll talk about a bit of resources here and there. We'll do a recap to get everyone who wasn't up here or has forgotten what we've been doing, and then we'll draw a landscape. If we have time, we'll draw some mountains. That'll be a lot of fun.
Cat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome to the stream. Hydration, I suppose. Let me get some water here. And hydrate, yeah, hold on. And hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please consider. Welcome in. Oh boy, water time. Tasty, lovely. Thank you for that redeem. And nice, keep maintaining the streak of fire puns. Oh boy. I feel like I could have made a volcano pun, but nope, it's something lava, something volcanic. And where are you from? USA? Indeedy. The space of USA. Let's see. Let me go here, and let me go to, let's see here. You there? Are we good to go for Pixelart of the day? Yes? Lovely. Okay, let me just make sure the screen is good to go here. Let me drag this guy on over. Lovely. I think we're good to go. Good. All right, let's do a transition then to, where are we at? The screen here. Lovely. Alrighty then, let me go ahead and slide this guy down here, and we'll slide this guy up here. Lots of movement being done here, there, everywhere. And then let me slide this over here a little bit more. And we should be good to go. Lovely. And wait, you get paid to drink water? No, I get penalized, and as the penalty, I have to drink water. Big difference here. Most of the time, it's an attempt at assassination of the highest order. Oh boy. And ores! Huh? Ores, what do you mean? And I remember the piece by Pixelart. I see. I found this one. I was like, oh man, so pretty. Welcome to Pixelart of the Day. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of the Pixelart City streams, where we spend about 8 to 10 minutes looking at some Pixelart I can either find on YouTube, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, anywhere online that Pixelart is featured at. And the idea is that by warming up ourselves to looking at some Pixelart, we can get better at Pixelart. So we take our observation skills, we hone them in as to get better at anything. You gotta look at the experts, you gotta look at the pros, and you gotta try to dissect it. So if you wanna make games, you gotta play a lot of games. You wanna make lovely art, you gotta look at the lovely art. You gotta look at a lot of lovely art. A lot else in there, isn't it? So the idea is that we'll look at this art, you can tell me what you like, what you dislike even about it, and the hope is that you can add to your, add to your toolbox things you enjoy, and stay away from things you don't enjoy. But I think just looking at art in general, it's fun. I do enjoy it. It gives me a chance to not output, but take a lot of input. Just soak it in like a sponge. That's the hope of this, and I do quite enjoy it. Today's Pixelart of the day is by Pixelart. So if you love their art, consider following them on Twitter. And when you code, do you look at code? Code of the day. I do watch coding videos, or I refresh my code, or things of that nature, or do that at least. And I was going to say, have a great day, or I'll haunt you in your dreams. But that seems like a lot of work. Well, I'm glad you have standards. I'll take it. With that said, let me slide it down here, enable this guy here. Oh, hold on, wrong guy. There we are, 6 minutes is now on the clock. And it's just crazy we can assassinate you the long way for just 500 thingies. The good news is now there's a time limit, so you can't go back to back to back. What I will say right off the bat is usually what I like looking at, and we'll pause this and go to the first frame here. Usually what I like looking at, well, it's a little hard because of the GIF. We'll just do here. I think that's fine. Usually what I like looking at is I like trying to dissect the colors. For me, my favorite part about art is the colors. I don't know if you can tell. I quite like pop and bright colors, and I believe this art is a very good representation of just colors I like in general. Lots of bright greens and blues. I think they're quite warm colors, and they don't have standards. Those are restrictions. Laziness once again. Let me go ahead and move this here. And I'm going to say there's a lot of warm tones, warm colors. And the main colors I'm seeing are, let's see, green, I see some yellow, I see some blue, and I also see some white, and I also see a little bit of brown. Those are the colors, and I think they're all quite warm colors that make them feel nice and cozy. And cold colors feel cozy. A few here are cold, and what I mean by warm and cold is on the color wheel, colors can either, what's the word I'm looking for? Colors can either lean towards warm tones or cold ones. For example here, this green here is kind of yellowish, you can kind of say, and then this green here is kind of more darker. It's a little more bluish, you could possibly even call it. So the idea is that they're both greens, but they're different sides of greens, and I'm seeing a lot of warmish tones, a lot of warm colors when I'm thinking of something. Yes, I feel like I could sit here on a nice, lovely afternoon and just sit here by the fire and flashcards to my art color theory lessons. A lot of it does come down to art color or art theory. Indeed, I do agree. And you also sound like bright colors. Flashbang. Another thing I quite like about this, and we were talking about this before last week, but the idea of perspective, the idea of contrast and structuring, and I'm seeing a lot of that. I see a foreground, F-O-R-E-G-R-O-U-N-D. I see a midground, and I also see a background. And what I'm saying is, I think you could even say these flowers are in the very front of the screen. The middle of the screen is this kind of scenery here, and then the background is this kind of castle-y mountains going on here. So it gives us some field of depth in terms of what's closest to our screen, what's furthest away. I quite like it. It also can be good to know that if you desaturate a warm color, it gets cooler, and if you desaturate a cool color, it gets warmer. Hold on, I am quite curious to look at that, as I love learning about colors. I think the biggest thing I want to get good at is colors. I want my art to be known for its flashy colors and the use of color, so I will certainly look into that. Thank you for that one. So let's see here. Let me drag this back down here. Another thing I quite like are the sunlight. Is the sunlight. The sunlight is quite pretty. So I'll put on here sunlight. I think it's also called God rays, if I'm not mistaken, but the idea of that there's just a little bit of sun kind of peeking through, it makes it feel bright. I do enjoy that as well. And hi, Mr. Dream Studio. Hello, everyone. Well, hello to you as well. I hope you've been well. And hi, ukulele boy. Zelda actively fighting for a life against Light Ganon. Meanwhile, Link just chilling out here. And let's see here. There's a nice variety of plant life. Ooh, fair point. Yeah, different plants. I do like that. Yeah. We have a few vines here. We also have a few small flowers. And then as you get closer to the screen, some big flowers. So yeah, I could say variety of plants. I do agree. Oh, another thing is outlines. We can touch on that. Outlines. There are, let's see if we zoom in, colored outlines. They're not shaded per se. However, not only are there outlines on some of the edge piece here, you can see there's some yellow outlines here too. So kind of like a double outline, which makes this feel very glowy if I had to describe it. You can see some outlines around the plants, but then also a green outline here. So that kind of double greenish or double outline with the yellow, I think also adds. And I never thought to try doing a double outline. That's quite interesting. And I like how it feels. It feels highlighted. So I'll add that. So colored outline, C-O-L-R-E-D, and you can't see it. Let me zoom over here. There you go. Colored outline plus yellow for light. Interesting one. And everything feels shiny? Yeah. It reminds me of those legendary items you can get, or in Minecraft, the enchanted books that just have a shiny outline. And hi, Ame. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Goddess Rays. Oh, that's like sweet. And it's 2025. Hello, Iris. Hello, Ame. Welcome in. Hi. Let's see here. And the positioning of the plants almost makes it look like a border of the frame for the rest of the image. Woo! Yeah, fair point as well. We have a bit of composition going on. C-O-M-P-O-S-I-T-I-O-N. Composition. Flowers in foreground feel like they're framing the center of the piece. I do agree. Yeah, you kind of have this kind of area blocked off, which leads your eyes to maybe focus more on this specific area. However, I'd say, and I'd argue even a little bit, that this isn't, you could call this the center part, but I also think the boxes could be considered a centerpiece because you have a spotlight shining down on it. I think had the spotlight, or yeah, maybe we could combine it a little bit where we would move the spotlight to be on top of Link, and that would add a little bit more pop. But I'm just now noticing, yeah, these are highlighted, like there's some good loot going on here. But I do enjoy it. I do indeed it. Everything just feels shiny, like it could be a part of something. You can even see here the animation of the, what is it, the shield shining too. Everything is just, yeah, nice and shiny. And next Zelda game, main character confirmed, wooden box. It's time to go Snake. Time to slither it up. Overall though, yes indeedy. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. Let's see here. Zoom up, assassinate. Code, yes indeedy, bright colors, flashbacks. We also have one here, yes. Okay, lovely. Alrighty, thank you for your notes, and thank you for participating in today's Pixel Art of the Day. With all of that said and done, let me go ahead and save this guy here, and let's talk about some resources on hand. So if I go ahead and click on you here, it should bring you into the screen here, and we get lovely here and here. And from that, what all I have to do is exclamation study, I think. And then if it does the thing correctly, let's see, does it do it? We have survey says, nope, not at all. Audio's choppy? Sure. My microphone or the music. If I do this, and then I also pause, let's see, this here, and then I also do, let's see here, show, and then we enable you and enable you. Hopefully that fixed it. I reset everything. While it's doing that, let me go ahead and do exclamation, and I can go ahead and do, let's do it on here. This one tends to work better. Exclamation study. And if I do the commands there, is it going to pop up for YouTube? Lovely, YouTube and Twitch. Good. Well then, if you didn't know, hi, hello, I am Iris Ezra. I am a game developer, and the idea is that every week, once a week, we try to get better at different aspects of game development. One of those being art, as I'd like to make the art for my game. And we do pixel art studies on topics we've learned before or new topics. That is just to have a lot of fun and to try to get better a little bit at a time at art. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And hello, welcome on, or Iris Ezra. Welcome to you as well. If you didn't know, I have a website. It's called irisezra.com, and if you either click on that link or go to that website there, you should be able to. If I did this correctly, yes indeed, I typed in CL, it brought us to environment study. And if I click on this guy here, you can see there are a bunch of links from a previous stream we've done on the different topics to playlists. So let's quickly go over these. And somebody and so much welcome. It's quite the tongue twister when you try to say it very fast. And the idea behind making a page like this is that it gives people who do different studies, who understand things differently, or maybe not the so typical way, or maybe the typical way in the sense of different people learn differently. For me, I learn best when I do hands-on. So these studies that we do, I learn best through. However, sometimes I do have an easier time. If we click on this playlist, for example, environment, I have an easier time learning when I watch someone do it. Like maybe you are watching me currently do it. And so I have here a list of videos that I found handy to just look at and watch that not are only pixel art, but just art in general, as I don't think the tutorial has to be themed around pixel art to learn pixel art techniques. Since pixel art is still art, you can learn pixel art by watching art videos in general, which I think is really nice. And hi, and welcome into stream. Welcome in. Eris, hello everyone. Hello. Welcome in. And somebody should be in welcome at the start of a stream. Check, you would never. Horrible idea, I tell you, terrible. And Airstream watching Airs vids. Airception. Oh boy, and interception, yeah. Oh boy. And so not only do I have videos, if you're more of a video person, we also have on here some websites. And the idea behind these websites is, if I click on this one, for example, I like these because they're little reads. So if you're more of a reader when it comes to learning things, there's articles you can look up, and these ones here talk about texturing when it comes to pixel art, and they also come with handy dandy little GIF notes here, which I do enjoy having on. And the idea is that there's not a lot of information overload when you're looking at all of these. So we have two people here who specialize in the GIFs. You can see here if I click on that one and this one, the idea of just the GIFs give you a little bit of a description without going too in depth. They kind of give you a little bit of flavor, a little bit of taste here and there, which I do enjoy. And Sprider's Resource is good. I used to use a similar site when I made custom Pokemon sprites way back in my day. I see. Yes, I am so glad I found Spriter's resources. Speaking of which, the Spriter's resource. Look at this website. The idea is that people come together who enjoy games and they grab the files of the games and they upload it to here. And the hope is that not only if you're just a game developer to look at, but if you're an artist, you can use this website as a great resource and reference point. So if there's a Pixelart game you can think of, it might be on here. And the hope is that by looking at the actual sprites, the actual assets of the games, you can get that off. You said way back when. Oh boy, you'd be surprised what the age counts as old these days. I feel you, Monopoly. And honestly, Spiders is really useful. I do agree 100%. What you can see here are some Pixelart games I was able to find that have the theme of environment. So clouds, mountains. For example, let's click here on Scott Pilgrim versus the World. This is I've heard it's a very fun game. And if I wanted to get the dimension and size of, let's say, this one here, Battle Royale. It is a beat 'em up game too. Say I'm a game developer and I want to make a background for a beat 'em up game. Well, how big do I make the background? A good place to start would be looking at some examples here. And the idea is that, all right, well, if I wanted to make art, for example, like the pixel art of the day, how big would I make my pixel art? Would I have to kind of drag it into a program, zoom it down, scale it up? Would I have to count all of the pixels individually? The fun part about Spriter's resources, it takes all that pain away and just lets you download the files to dissect them yourselves. And hi, Puff Manator, welcome in. And I'm figured to say, back in my day when you're an eldritch, timeless entity. Time's illusion, by gold, bye. If I click on this download button here, what I can then do is bring you into our program of choice. In my example, I use Aseprite. So if I grab this guy here, I go to here, and I open up this guy, I can drag and drop him into my Aseprite. And then now I can tell for certain, for example, and say, okay, and oh, hydrate,
Cat
sure.
sat on keyboard
She has
just
to keep
redeemed
this inception.
hydrate.
My sense of time is terrible. I can certainly say that. Let me get some water here. Alrighty, thank you for the redeem. And oh, bad news, champ. If, for example, I wanted to draw this background of, I keep saying for example, I wanted to draw a scene like this, what I can do is now that we have the actual file itself is, I can drag my, if it lets me, I can drag this guy here and get an estimation of what how big the scene is. And this scene is about, let's see if it lets me see, this scene is about 619 wide by 150 tall. So it gives you a better insight into how the pixel art gets made, and you can kind of dissect it from here. So it makes for good reference and good study. And the little cows makes every landscape better. They're so tiny, but they're so detailed. I think they're quite cute. And those tiny cows, can you guess how big they are? I can tell ya. These little cows here are about 13 wide by 10 tall. And hi, Santa Pa. Hi, welcome in. And I just think it's lovely to be able to just go really in depth with looking at these pixel art, the pixel art here. I think it's nice, and I love drinking a Sprite. I haven't had Sprite before, and let's see here. I can read that as well. Lovely. Okay, well then, and I'm only mid-20s. That's old enough, I tell you. And is Chained Echoes on there? I don't know. You know what? Let's check to see if Chained Echoes is on here. If I go back into here, let's look. Chained Echoes. Chained Echoes survey says, nope, Chained Echoes is unfortunately not up here. And don't know if you mentioned the book Pixel Logic. Hi, Gate Kid. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Indeed, Pixel Logic is a lovely book. You can see here, if I quickly go and just take a big check, I have here one page for getting started. And if you look, there is a video. There are some programs I recommend. And down here at the bottom, I recommend articles. And I also recommend the book. So yes, indeed, the book is on here, as well as some websites and videos, because as if you can get a lot of different versions of knowledge in your mind, I think it makes it nice and easy. But welcome in as well. And I fact checked and you're right. A one-on-one scale cow. And let's see, did I miss anyone? I don't believe so. Little cows. Yep. Okay, lovely then. With that said, let me go ahead and scroll down a little bit here. Not only do we have the website, we also have the Sprite's resource, and then we have a website called itch.io. Now, if you're a game developer, you probably know about this website. You've probably downloaded games from here, uploaded your games, or also probably downloaded assets to put into your game. But as an artist, as a pixel artist, have you ever considered the fact that you can download the assets like you would with the Sprite's resource? For example, here, this Mountain Dusk And I could say, man, I want to draw like this. So like Aseprite's resource, you could download the file itself, put it up in your program, and look at it in depth and get an idea. Okay, this is how they do this technique. Let me apply it to my art. So it's another just resource like Aseprite's resource, which I think is quite neat. And hi, Hala, welcome in. And I spent so much time on itch.io, it's probably unhealthy. Nah, you're fine. I'm sure it's within the healthy limit. Oh boy. And did I miss something here? Grief LP, is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. And oh, the notifications didn't pop up as well. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. Let's see here. Lovely. Okie dokie. With that said, new people make it sound like the book is a religious text for Pixelart. The book is lovely. If you're even looking for a read to read like before bed or if you can't sleep, I would recommend the book. It's quite nice. And let's see here. Mountain Ducks. Oh, did I miss the Mountain Ducks? And if you're a gamer, it has a ton of free cheap games. Quality made, very free. Exactly, yeah, 100%. And hi, was it Pot? Welcome back in. Welcome back into stream as well. And let's see here. Doctor said it was a chronic case of itch.io. Oh boy, I'm doing great. Finally was able to show my biggest Pixelart piece yet. 192 x 1080 or 10108. Ooh, congrats, Hollow. Yeah, I've been doing my best to get better at bigger pixel art. No, that doesn't sound right. I've been doing my best to get better at making larger pieces of pixel art, and it's hard, but it's a lot of fun when you can complete it. So I do it great, and I'm really happy to hear it. Okie dokie. With that said, with these resources out of the way, let me 1080? No, not 1080. 108. 108. I said it wrong. I'm so used to the 0 after the 108. Let's go back to planning screen here. And at what point does it change from pixel art to digital art? I think as long as you're very selective with your pixels, pixel art can be any size. It's a thing of, as long as you're making choices when it comes to what pixels go where, I think anything could really count. And time to study, yeah. And hi, Agape. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. And I posted in the Discord, I made it to be an animated wallpaper. Ooh, if you can remind me, I can check during the ad break. I'd love to see it. And had a base pixel art character somewhere? No. Am I not able to navigate the website today? Here you go, Captain! Exclamation template. There you go. That should link you to it there. It recently got an update as well. And she's getting her pixel art into big leagues. Yeah, big leagues. With that said, we talked about the pixel art of the day. We talked about a few resources here and there. And my biggest piece is 500x3350. I'll have to check. I think mine is in that range. I think my biggest piece might be 400x400. If I had to guess, let me go ahead and not save that guy here. Make sure this guy's a little bit smaller. Close you here, move you here. Do a few things here and there because I thought they were set up. Apparently not, which is a-okay. That thing of just making sure they're working and they're good to go. So let me slide this guy over. Let me do a double check on here. If I go ahead and, well, I'll just bring you to this screen for just a quick second. And it's on itch? Okay, I'm not that confused. Of course, Captain. Thanks for asking. As I do like sharing it since it's just one of those things where it can be a handy dandy resource to people who might need it. Alright, let me go ahead and click on that guy there. I believe it should now be okay to show. There we go. Lovely. Okay, well then, if I go ahead and click on transition here, you should be brought into the Discord page. Yes, you are indeedy. Okay, and let me just drag this down a little bit more. There you go. And then if I do exclamation Discord here, Discord, like so, there you are. Nope, that's not how you spell Discord. D-I-S-C-O-R-D, Discord, there. There you go. Oh boy. And if you can't distinguish the pixels, it's not pixel art. Some people say pixel art is the deliberate use of each pixel, be it using brushes or effects. Maybe both are correct. Yeah, it's up to interpretation. Discord. Hi, Disco. Welcome into stream. Exclamation chaos. If you join the Discord, and welcome to MI, by the way. You can navigate down here to the pixel art study with me. And if you click that, you should be able to see the previous pixel art series we've done. And the idea is that at the end of stream, if you happen to have drawn the study, we'll take a look at it. And you can see here the environment study from last week, and some people have drawn pixel art. So if you happen to follow along or just draw something in this theme and you want to share it, feel free to, and we'll take a look at it at the end of stream. So this is also here if you'd like to do that as well. And of course, it's still pixel art if it's edited on the pixel level. Yeah. As long as I think you're focusing on the pixels, I think it counts as pixel art. And thank you, is it Aureliziu? Azulru. Possibly. I can certainly try again. I feel like I butchered it. But welcome into stream, and thank you for the follow as well. Alrighty, well, oh, you know what? I can show you a good, what is it? I can show you a good idea of what I still would count as pixel art. If I click on this guy here, we go into, let's see here, hide that guy here. And can you help me with my background work in progress on quick shares? If you add me on there, I can certainly take a look at it, Pot. Let's see, if I drag it here, some people would argue this isn't pixel art. I would still consider this pixel art. This here, because it's so big, some people wouldn't consider it because it's so abstract, but I would still consider this pixel art because when you zoom in, there's still selective things going on. For example, how big the sun is, how big the flowers are. It feels like every detail here was deliberate. Even something like, oh, this here too, this is pretty big. We also have this here, very big, but I would still consider it pixel art because when you zoom in, it feels like pixels were still involved. So I would, yeah, this is pixel art. Isn't it pretty? This one here is by Nurkin Pixel, if you're interested. And this one here is by HexH both on Twitter. So if you like those arts, you can follow them there as well, those artists. And sup, welcome in. And PX Tommy, what is that? And hi, by the way, welcome back in, Skelex. And that Nurkin Pixel one is beautiful, isn't it? Very pretty. I still don't know what to make, or what to make being. Probably break the wall behind the character. Could you elaborate a little? Oh, you mean on what you need for help? And Tommy L'Oreal, for example, high res, but still pixel art. Ooh, I will copy that and look at it later. I'm always looking for new pixel artists to look at. So thank you for that one, Pixel Art Journey. And let me also copy this for here that you sent as well. And lovely. It does amazing pixel art environments. Huge canvas. Oh boy, I'm telling you, one day I want to get it that big. I feel like that could be a lot of fun. So with all of that said, we are good to go. Okie dokie. So with that said and done, we'll go ahead and go back to our planning screen. And Tommy, yep, Tommy, I see it here. I'll be excited to look at the pixel artist, yeah. Oh my goodness, look at this here. This is still, it's big, but it's pixel art. Oh, hold on, wrong screen here. The, what is it? PX Tommy? Look at this. You zoom in, pixel art, it's still open. When you zoom out, doesn't look like it in the slightest, doesn't it? Lovely, I tell you. I want to get to that level. Probably not anytime soon, I will, but eventually. TM, just you wait. And if you're curious on the artist here, there you go. You can find them there. With all that said, well, let's see. We've done the pixel art of the day. We've talked about resources. Let me go back into here just to double check. And did you do any pixel art on site cities? Oh, I would love to do a study on that one. Yeah, I think cityscapes will be fun, especially since we're covering environments. So maybe sometime in the month of, or next month, we can cover cities, since I think that would be a good transition from going from environments to the big city, the big apple. So let's see here. Pixel art of the day done. Resources done. Let's do our recap and then we'll get into things. And one day we should work together and welcome with hello and that. They cannot go on top of each other. Only one at a time. Thank you very much. I don't know if I'd be able to survive with all of those bands. Exactly. And you can make a YouTube series called It's a Journey. That sounds like a lovely idea. Just a sweet, what is it? Sweet play on the words. Let me go ahead and click on here too, so just so I can make sure I didn't miss anything. Yep. And I did read that too. Lovely. Alrighty then. Let me go ahead and subtract this guy here. So we are now, I believe, on episode, so to speak, number 3 when it comes to the studies of environments. What we first did was number 1, we looked at some clouds and we did a cloud study. So this is the final piece of the cloud study. And number 2, we started on this piece here, talking about the foreground, midground, background. So the hope is that we'll finish up this piece, and if we have time, then we'll see about drawing some in-depth detailed mountains. I think that could be a lot of fun. And Big Apple 3 AM! And best soundtrack ever. I haven't heard of that one before. So that is what we'll be doing today. And this guy here is being referenced off of, if I click on peer of here so I can bring it to your screen, and I drag it over here, this guy is a reference off of this one here. So we're hoping to make a pixel art version of this scenery. That's the hope of today. That brings you up to date on everything that's been going on. So let me bring you back into Durala here. And indeed it is. Alright, and let me go ahead and do this here. So, where we last left off, we were trying to texture out the grass. And I was struggling a little bit, though. I think all in all, now that it's completed, now that it's on its final stage, I think a good idea when it comes to doing art is sometimes take a break, don't look at it for a little bit, then come back, because errors that you didn't see before, now that you're looking at it with fresh eyes, maybe after a shower or walk, or after not looking at it for a few days, it can make it better in transitions all over the place. I'm dragging you everywhere. And let's see here. She really shows the same picture twice and thought we wouldn't notice? How sweet. Let me go ahead and move this here. It's not on top, so let me make sure you're on top here. Lovely. Okie dokie. Save that there, and we should be good to go. So what we're trying to do is make it feel like this scene here was a part of this scene here, and we were first doing the beginning of these, let's say, what would you call it? The beginning of the mountains, I guess that's what you could say. We textured all of this here. That was that there. And next up, we're trying to see about these back areas. The thing is, the back ones here, I don't know if we can. However, rolling hills, yeah, that's a really good way to say it. Something I'm thinking is, maybe we can use what we learned in the Pixelart of the day and apply it here in the sense of, notice how there's a little bit of light going on the outline of the mountains? Maybe we can do that technique that we just saw where we have an outline of the mountains or maybe an outline of certain areas. Maybe that would look nice with having a little bit of rim lighting there, a little bit of that action, and oh wow, that's shading. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. And hi, Fountainian Waters, hi, and welcome into stream, welcome in. And that's a hilarious way to say it. Oh no, what funny did I commit? Let's see, so let me zoom in there. And we have grass texturing. I'll go ahead and I'll duplicate this guy just so we don't, we have a copy just in case. And we'll go ahead and do draft 3 here, and we'll do draft 2. Hold on, what are you? You're that, and then what changes here? I see. Well, you're draft 3 then, really when you think about it. You're draft 3, and now you're draft 4. There you go. That bit more organization going on there. And let me move you, and move you, and move you. Good. And is this Aseprite? The UI is so cute. Thank you. And yes, indeed, it is Aseprite. Specifically, and I can't quote you on this quite correctly, but I do want to come out with a video for it on the plugins I use. It is a theme of Aseprite. I don't remember which one. And I also have Aseprite. If you click here, you can see it. Hold on, let me slide around here. Usually Aseprite looks a little bit more like this. If you want the layout to appear on the side, what you do is you click that button down there, and then you can click on left, you can click on right, you can kind of customize it a little bit more, which I quite like. So I have an Aseprite theme going on, as well as having the guy on the side. That's what makes it a little bit different. And there's colored Aseprite. I thought about it, but the thing is, you don't want purple on purple. You want a little bit of contrast. And given that I like warm colors, the brown one I feel is, oh, you know what? I can't show you. Hold on. I believe if I do this correctly, let's see, preferences. Let's see if I can. I have downloaded themes in the past. Let's see, editor, colors, guides, themes. Here we are. I have a few themes. Let's see, tricks, recolors, apply, or okay. Nope, I guess this is maybe tricks, recolors. It's been a second since I've done that, but there's plenty of themes you can look at. Aseprite dark, Aseprite light, you download them, and they're there for you to get. I don't have any here, it seems like, since I reinstalled Windows on my computer. With that said, though, let's go ahead and get into things, shall we? And actually, wow, I didn't realize but I have a Blender theme that is basically ears. Oh no, I've been turned into a theme. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and save it, and we'll remove these guys. Now, I wanted to see about maybe adding that highlighty feel for here and here, but keeping it bright up here and maybe a little bit darker in the background. I think that could be fun. So, it's gonna get me buying yet another bit of software. You can get versions of Aseprite for free by, compiling it. So if that is of interest to you, you don't have to buy Aseprite. You can try it out. There's also different versions when it comes to Aseprite, as well as a fork of Aseprite called Libersprite. If I do Pixelartggs, I believe that should link you there to the not only the Aseprite itself, but also Aseprite alternatives, and also a way to get the fork version of it. Let me slide this guy to here. Let me move you down here so you can see the different 2 art pieces. And let me actually move you down here a little bit more. Lovely. Okay. So, with all of that said and done, but if you include a Bobby screen in there, it could be beautiful. I have been making a color palette based around my colors and Bobby's colors. So maybe one day, the color palette's still in the works, but one day maybe. And it's kind of nice to have it on Steam though. Yeah, I do have everything I use on Steam. I have my Godot on Steam, I have my Aseprite on Steam. I think having everything in one place makes it a little bit easier, I tend to find. So let's see, I will grab, and I'm curious as well, maybe what we can do is add a layer of the orange up here. How would that feel if we just added the orangey layer here, like this here? Would it feel too bright, or I'm curious. One thing I do enjoy doing is I like reusing colors when it comes to Pixelart. So if the less colors I can use, I tend to find it's easier. We'll add that there for the point. Another point here. We'll go down here. Maybe we can even add the point there. Add another point here. Maybe you can also get a little bit of a point here. but the less colors I can use, the more I tend to enjoy it. And grinding Aseprite hours on Steam, a real gamer. I'll have you know, my current hours on Aseprite are, hold on, I'm quite curious now. My current hours on Aseprite are, if it loads, let's see. Aseprite, the thing is, half of the time I have Aseprite running in the background, but today I have 3,793 hours. Though I'm not sure which part of that is just me leaving the computer on overnight. And the color palette versus MC texture pack, which one will never come out faster? The MC texture pack will continue, I assure you, Chuck. It's just that there's other things I realize that need a little bit more importance before I go back into the other mini projects. And I have 8,100. I see, stat checking me, are we? Let me go down here, up here. And I'm just doing a little bit of I think, outline. And I'm just curious to see how this feels, because I like the idea of the little outline. I think that could be fun, but maybe the outline's a little bit too thick, and I want to mess around with this for a second or two to see if we can mess around with it. And truth be told, I do like the idea of it. I think that outline adds a bit, wouldn't you say? It maybe not this color specifically, but I quite like it. And let's see here. Maybe what we can do first is try to remove, let's see. I'll duplicate you. I'll remove this or hide that layer. Let's try it without the points. So maybe if I get rid of that there, that there. If I get rid of that there, that there. I get rid of you, you, you. I get rid of maybe you. I get rid of maybe you, 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 you. I get rid of maybe you and you. And I think you'd also be removed there, there, there. We also have this guy here. That corner gets removed. So there's a few options you can try out. There are, let's see. There's this one here and this one here. Which one do you enjoy? I kind of like this one a little bit more. It feels more sticker booky. And I quite like the sticker booky feel. And hydration, sure.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
First thing in the morning. No, that sounds... Oh boy. Let me get some water here. Tasty, tasty. Yeah, I quite like this one more, the thicker one. Oh, hold on. Is this the thicker one? Let's see. Hi, show. Yeah, this one. Not thicker. The edges, this one's supposed to be rounder, but I quite like this one. And new keyboard just went up on Eris's throne. Oh boy, let's see here. Let me go ahead and hide you. Yeah, I quite like this one more. And posture check,
Captain
sure, hold on.
Just
And depends on how the rest will turn out. Yeah, we can certainly try. So what I'm thinking is, we'll grab this yellowish color here, and I'm thinking we can grab the background of this guy here, and posture check, we're all good to go. Thank you for those redeems. And what I'm thinking is, we'll grab this one, and then we'll see about maybe. And I'm wondering as well, when did you not get your color? Hold on, what happened to that guy? Oh, I see. Remove you. You're not supposed to go there. I'm thinking because it's in the background, we'll grab this color here, and then maybe if we just oh, okay. Do you think those are the same colors? This up here looks darker than this down here. But they're the same exact color. I thought this was lighter. I don't know why. I said earlier we were borrowing colors, but doesn't this orange look brighter than that orange? Hold on. That is, wow. And color theory go brr. Yeah, color theory go brr. I even I dropped it earlier, but I didn't feel like it. That is surprising. Wow. You learned something new. Alrighty then. I want it to go a little bit darker here. So we'll slide over down the smidge. We'll go over to orange a little bit more over there. Save it. And I want it to just go a little bit darker. And I wanted to see about maybe if we just kind of move this guy here and make the outline like this. How would that feel? If this guy is also highlighted, though I'm not quite sure I like it at the moment. We can always try new things out and see how we feel about it afterwards. I'm thinking maybe because the hill isn't working the way it should, so maybe we can move that guy down a little bit and even out this hill portion. So maybe we can drag in that guy, remove him down there. Maybe we can move you back down there. And are we on the right layer? Yes, we are. Okay, lovely. And it goes even deeper with gray. I do love a good gray that feels like it could be any other color. Gray is a really good one too. Yeah, gray is very versatile. I can agree to that one. What do you think? I would say this one not too much. Maybe it's the color. I tried to make it darker, but maybe because it's so bright against the other one. Possibly, maybe we can just remove that there. Maybe it's because this guy's going through. Maybe we can do this guy here and maybe move you out there, smidge like that there, and then move you there. Possibly, maybe we can make you a little bit longer there, and then that can go there, and then maybe you can go here, possibly that extent, maybe. But I don't know. And gray is great. Terrible. Oh boy, that was bad. And let's see, gray can be hot or cold, depends on the colors. Yeah, gray is very versatile, I do agree. And I don't think it matches the hill colors, right? Maybe make it look more rock than, more like a rock than another hill. Interesting. And maybe make sun bigger. Hi, Trixian. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back in. Let's see, if I erase that there. Yeah, I think this guy here, this guy is good. I quite like it. The bad guys, not so much. But I do like how this guy has a little bit of highlight feel to it. And I want to see if we can get in that highlight portion. And there's also some trees here. I don't know if we'll be able to add the trees, but is there a way we can add this here? What I do notice as well is this here is lighter than this up here. It gets darker. So is there a thing we can do there as well? We kind of have this color here for our front guy. Maybe we can grab in this color. And then maybe what we can do is add in a little bit of, oh, hold on. I'll go to a new layer, or no, we're fine to do it here. But doing like what that other one's doing up there, maybe we can grab the second dark color, like this here, and then fill that in there, possibly. Maybe we can add a little bit of patching going on here, so it's not too detailed, but maybe a few guys here and there possibly could work out. So it's not too big, just a little patchy. It's not too bad. I think the texturing could be a little bit different, but maybe we could do that as well. And sorry, some smaller. Oh, I see. And hi, Emmy Love. Welcome into stream. Hello. welcome in. Hello. We could certainly make this one smaller. We can try that. Let's see. If I go ahead and I just shave off a little bit of sun here. Don't worry, sun. You'll still be spick and span. I'll make sure of it. We'll also remove that there. And then let's see, we'll add in a little bit here. Maybe also remove this guy here, that guy there. You're a little bit too wide though, so we'll just do that there. Interesting. So big sun, small sun. I can definitely see why small sun might be a little bit better. I tend to lean on the side of exaggeration, so I like making things bigger than they appear in real life because I think cartoonish feels are quite nice. But for now, we can certainly keep it small since in the picture itself, you can barely see the sun. So for now, yeah, let's keep it small. I'm just wondering about this guy here. How can we do that? So what I'm wondering is, we'll go and save that guy there. And I'm thinking, is this color here the same as that one there? No, it's not. I think somebody broke into my kitchen because I smell great cooking. You know, it reminds me, there's a story where this old lady, someone breaks into her house and the robber, she asks the robber if they're hungry. The robber decides, you know what? Yes, I am hungry. So she feeds the robbers as the police are being called. It's quite a silly story. And the smaller sun definitely makes it seem like the hills are further away. Interesting. Hold on. Let's test that. We have small sun, and then we have the bigger sun, which I had about here, I think. Bigger sun. So the bigger sun, smaller sun. Oh, yeah, fair point. Bigger sun, smaller sun. Bigger sun, smaller sun. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we can get the idea that was this one here, where it was very, very super duper small. And hi, Con. Welcome into stream, and thank you for the raid. welcome in, writers. Welcome in. Hold on, let me go ahead and grab that shout out. And hello. Welcome in, Con. Shout out. Shout out, and then I do at, and then I do Con. That should work. Lovely. Con is a great person in front of the channel. If you're interested in game development, Con is currently making a rhythm game, as I myself am making a rhythm game, so it kind of goes hand in hand. But what we're doing today to keep those informed is we've been, for the past few weeks, trying to learn how to do Pixelart and learning how to do environments. We started off by looking at some clouds, making our own cloud guys, and what we're doing today is we're trying to take real-life images. So in this example, we're looking at this. If I can slide on over, you can see this here, we're trying to turn into Pixelart as a study. I finished my 15-second trailer today. Oh, congrats! Feel free to share the link as well, Con. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And should we feed the raiders? Everyone gets fed here, no one starves. Hi, Argur. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. And what I was pointing out was that in this example here, the art by Hex H is their sun super duper small compared to everything else. So, what if we make our sun even smaller and cute? Thank you. And nice indeed, I do agree. So let's see. What I'm thinking is, possibly, maybe, what would it look like even smaller, do you think? If we maybe just made it this super duper, it reminds me of a Minecraft one now. Maybe if we can, I don't know. I quite like the idea of this 2x2. Maybe we can do that. Maybe we can grab this guy here like that. Very small sun. Maybe then we can take a bit of anti-aliasing or blending of the colors, grab these two, and do something similar to that piece. Ooh, that's not too bad. I like that sun. I made my sun bigger, but by making it smaller, adding the blending colors. Now, I question, can we make it even more blendy, do you think? And this might just look like a star though? The sun is a star and a deadly laser. What do you think about, maybe we grab this color, we mix it again halfway-ish? What if I did this here? Does this make it look very star-like, or does it feel like banding if we do that there? I'm not too opposed to that. I think that can work out okay. I think it would range on star, feel more starish if we added some star bits here then. Then it would feel more starred. I'm glad someone got it. Oh boy. And nice. I do think, yeah, I quite like the triple layer idea. And that's where the references come in at, is the idea of looking at things we enjoy and applying them to our own art, taking different pieces and adding them, applying them. The idea of making the sun smaller or bigger, adding the edges around, and it's still different in the sense that we didn't just copy and paste it. And let's check. Let's see here, and looks great. Oh, I see, lovely, lovely. Here's the link. Thank you, Colin. We're about to go into the ad break, so possibly, once we're on that, maybe we can take a look as well. So let's see here. If I save this for this guy here, I can take a look at it and paste this guy here. Plus, I do enjoy watching trailers. I eventually would love to make one myself, but I know I'm a bit away when it comes to that. I have a little bit more time before I need to do all of those things, but I'm really happy to hear your game is progressing, Con. So let's see here. I'm thinking maybe something like this. I do like how there is a little bit of detailing going on, at least for the top here. The idea of there being some darker bits here, like we see in the original work. If I go back to here and we go back to the photo, I'm looking and I'm seeing here, it's a little bit darker, can't you tell? Just a smidge darker here at I told you they were incoming sometime soon. So what I'm thinking is, what if we did that? What if we did an area like that there? But if we can add that edge, that's what I wonder. Maybe we can grab this green instead, and maybe we can use that green as the outline instead of everything else. That way it's not too bright, it's not that yellowish tone, but it's still a little bit darker. So if we combine the two ideas and do this instead, what are your thoughts then? Erase that guy, move that guy over there, move that guy up there instead. Oh, hold on. Move that guy there. Let's see, you there, like that. What do you think? That doesn't feel too bad. Not too bad. How's the study going? It's going great. I learned the software a few days ago, DaVinci Resolve. Ooh, I've tried it before. I could not wrap my head around it. And how's the study going? It's going great. I've been having a lot of fun with it. It's been difficult, but it's been very enjoyable. And looks better than the previous version. Yeah, I think changing the color so it's not the other one. And let's see, just as a reference, the idea was that we had this guy and making him darker in the hopes of making it feel less bright. And oh, if I do this guy here, this versus this. I quite like that. And then what we could do is go for this guy here. And since this color is about this brightest color, maybe we grab that color, and then maybe we go up here like that, and then maybe we do a few of these. So we can go up here a little bit. This might need to be a little bit darker, so possibly that guy here for our highlighting portion possibly could work out. Let's see, when you there, a little bit here, and then a little bit here, and then a little bit here too. Lovely, there we go. Though I don't quite like the colors mixed together, doing something like that mayhaps, and the sun gets a kind of a bandy. Yeah, that's what I am worried about, the banding here for the sun. But I'm also thinking maybe we can add some clouds so it doesn't feel as bandy. For example, maybe we can add a little bit of haze down here and up there, possibly. But I'm not too worried about the sun, but I do agree, yeah. It does feel like banding, and what banding is a Pixelart reference. I do know this one. Banding is when you stack multiple colors on top of each other for shading.
Just redeemed
so something like
hydrate.
this. They're banding because they're in a straight line, and thank you for the hydration. Thank you. This would be considered banding. Kind of like what I'm doing here. This usually it's a big Pixelart no. However, if you know the rules, you can break the rules. So the thing of, if you think it's important to keep in mind, usually this is not preferred. But if you like it, then you like it, and there's no harm in that. But I definitely don't like it. But I don't have anything better at the moment. Either that or this. And this one could be seen as cleaner. You know what? Maybe we do go with this one. And thank you for the redeem as well. So redemption shall be done, and then we'll do the ad break since they're about to start in a bit. And I did the trailer on Steam, so people in chat helped me a bit. Navigating, I see. And you mean heavy performance-wise? And getting better and better Pixelart every time I'm here? Lovely. I'm happy to hear. Yeah, the whole point is just slow progression. I love that. Yeah, I really like this one. I like this application that was used. And let me get the artist name again, because that's exactly where we got it from. We got it from, oh, hold on, this Hex 8. The idea of having that little tiny sun, I think it's quite cute. It does just enough not banding. I thought by maybe adding more colors around it to blend in might help it, but you know what? I don't think so. I think you're right. And let me get some water. And both, to be honest, it's not super easy to learn, and it can definitely hog ramps, but it's good software. I see. Since we're going to add, you can quickly show the theme you're currently using. Oh, yes, fair. Hold on. Let me go back to here, grab the ad breaks. The ad breaks are running. Yes, I should be able to grab it. If I go up to, let's see here. You hear, I believe, maybe it's been pinned before. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it has. It's called Warm Gray Aseprite Recolor Trixie by Trixie. So I can copy this guy here, and I can paste it into here, and I can paste it into, let's see, here. There you go, for the theme. That's what I'm using at the moment. Though again, you can get different Aseprite themes. It doesn't have to be the thing or one of the two. And let me bring you as well into this guy here, and you can see, thank you, of course, yeah, theme here. And what I really like is that Aseprite allows you to do a lot of different plugins. Here, Aseprite theme, you can find other Aseprite themes, but if you're looking for the one I'm specifically using, it's this one here by Trixie. And hi, Sasha Logan, welcome into stream, welcome in. Oh, yes, right. The short, the trailer. Let's take a look as doing a dissection of how to make a good short or a good trailer for your game is something we'll cover when I get there, but we're certainly not there yet. So let me go ahead and mute this guy here because I'm super duper curious on this trailer. So let's see. Thanks, of course. Thank you again for the raid, Con. Let's see. Okay, I think the audio should be good. Let's see here. Oh, hold on. There we go. Okay, there we are. Lovely. Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh. I quite like it. Maybe it's my quality side of things, but overall, I think I like it. I like it a lot. It feels very fast. Let me just double check. Is the quality something I can update? No, I don't like. I think my computer's just crushing it. But well done, Khan. He's so proud of his work. As he should be. This is really nice. I like how it shows off the game, the different lovely systems, the attacking, the upgrading. I think it does show a good feature, or shows the features that you get involved with. So again, well done. And did I fry the quality, I think? Yeah, a little bit, but I get the idea you're going for. Let's see here. Let me move that back there, back there. And who says I'm a person? I am robot, but hello. And good job, I do agree, Arkuru. And I believe I did read that. Neferkite Cafe trailer should just be 30 seconds of ghost breakdancing. I would love to have some sort of magical musician necromancer. I think could be a lot of fun. And were those like equipable thigh-high socks? I believe so, Cat Song Keeper. I believe so, yes indeedy. One of the things is you can, what is it? You can equip different equipment. Let me see if I can find it here. There's scissors you can use, and let me bring it back into here. There's bows, there's scissors, there's socks, there's sneakers. There's plenty of things for you to equip. Head, tops, handles. I find it quite neat. And programming sucks. Give her the year already. Let me go back into the screen here. Oh boy. Let me save this guy here. Lovely. And yeah, I did read that too. Good. Alrighty then, let me get some more water, and if we still have some time, then we'll do some stretching, and then we'll get back into things once the ad break is up. Let's see, closest here. Okie dokie. Oh, looks like the ad breaks are already up. Welcome back for my ad breaks. That was so fast. Let me get some water then. Let's see. Necrotype Cafe and Hemomancer. Best rhythm games to come. Soon, TM. And the next, mine at least. I'll say next year or the year after that. That's the deadline I'm giving myself. And I know you said, Con, that you had about 5 years, at least idea worth of development, if I'm not mistaken. Has the time changed on that? And unrealistic programmers should be slower, not faster. Once you understand and work the masters of the arts, you get fast in 2020x. 20xx. You know what? That's a great way to put it. I quite like that. Let me move this down here and zoom out a little bit. X. I'm I'm gonna lurk, no worries, and have a good stream. Oh, no worries at all, Sasha. Thank you for stopping by. It's time to do the start of the end of the universe. So what we were doing is we were trying to see about possibly doing that there, and I'm thinking most likely that. And if I zoom out, I'm not too sure about these two colors. I quite like this one, but if we go here, maybe it's because it's not bright enough. I do like how it kind of blends in and curves inwards, so maybe we can do that there-ish, or maybe just take a second brightest color. And how long did you spend on planning Necrotype Cafe before you started development? And hi, yeah, can I get a Big Mac? Welcome back into stream. I would say I spent about maybe a month or so planning before I got into the big part of development, as I still have barely the slightest clue what I'm doing. So it's just the thing of trial and error. And also we'll slip in the lurk, no worries at all. Thanks again for raiding, and I hope you have a lovely time lurking and getting your well rest and hydration. And some food, see you all around. Yes, indeedy. Thank you again. I don't like this here. Maybe, oh no, that is that color. Never mind. Those colors don't look the same. Maybe we can grab instead a different color for this one here. And hi, Blitz. Hi, Blitz. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. Maybe we can grab this color here. No, that's the same color. Maybe we can grab this color here, fill it in. What do you think? That color versus this color here. I think this one works a little bit better. We also have to check, let's see, there's this color here we could do, but I think this color might work the best for us. There's this color here. I think that's too bright, so not that color. There's also this color here, very bright, and I think that's way too bright. So I think this color might be our best bet if we still want to do highlights. And hi, Esko, welcome into stream. Welcome back. And Necrotype is gonna come out 2024 AD squared. Huh? What are those time signatures? Let me scroll back over here. There's only a little bit of lighting going on, so in fact, we wouldn't even use all of this. We would use a little bit here. So let's see. You would go there, maybe a little bit there, maybe a little bit there, and then this would get highlighted. Something like that, do you think? Maybe we can even add a little bit of mixture there, like a little bit of half and half possibly could go on here. Oh, nope, I don't like that. Do that instead. Maybe. I think it might be the height is throwing me off, but I think it's okay overall. Something like that. I do quite like that a little bit more than all of them mixed together, but I don't know. And Necrotype Cafe released yesterday. What do you mean? Hold on now, that's not true. It's more of a soon TM, I assure you. Let's see here. You know what? I'm gonna keep this. I quite like this. And then from there, I'm thinking we can do what we did here a little bit with the mixing of colors and doing something a little bit darker. So maybe we can add a little bit of darkness here and kind of move you around so the sunlight is hitting. Oh, hold on. The sunlight's hitting this area. Oh, if it lets me, is there something? Oh, I see. There you go, like that. And then we enable you here. Oh, never mind. I just want to fill that in. That specific spot right there. Why won't you let me fill it in? Is it contiguous? I see. No worries at all. There you go. Something like that, where it kind of blends in. And I'm not too upset at that, truth be told. I don't think it's too bad. And Necrotype will release in the times of New Roman. Oh no. Even worse, I tell you. Let's see. And then maybe we can grab this color. Oh no, that is this color. But something a little bit brighter than that. So maybe this color here. And maybe we can change the coloring on top of it. So that's that color there. But I'm thinking something maybe a little bit lighter than this color. And what's a little bit lighter is this color here. So what if we grab this color, go for the one a little bit lighter here. So a little bit lighter in the front here. And then we go a little bit lighter in the back here for our highlights. So maybe we can kind of blend the colors in together. What do you think? And maybe a little dithering? Yeah, I think a little dithering will help. And true, Eris is working in Necrotype Cafe too! And you don't even know it. And what are you guys talking about? Necrotype Cafe came out 9 months ago and already has 28 4 speed runs. Hold on now. No one's been able to speed run it, or 100% any complete it. Oh boy, just because the game itself won't allow you to. Let me go ahead and move you that there. Yeah, and then I think maybe rounding that out just a bit there. And I think adding a little bit of dithering will certainly go a long way. And so, question now is, how can we do a little bit of dithering? We've seen in the past where you can add a little bit of banding for some of the dithering, but I don't know about that. I think possibly doing a mix of the colors would work out a little bit better, but I certainly think, and I'll go ahead and merge this layer down, since I think we'll keep this layer, but this versus this. I quite like it. The change of the sun definitely helped a lot, and I'm looking here. Let me zoom out a little bit to make it a little bit easier to see. And I'll also move this guy, or I'll cover this guy out, but this is what we started at, and this is where we're currently at. Yeah, this is where we started at. Wording, had a word today. But I definitely think this helps. This is a lot nicer than this, just because the colors are blending. but we need to figure out some sort of dithering technique. And hi, Polly. Welcome back into stream. Welcome back in. Yeah. So, is there something we can use to dither it a little bit? Let's check some references here. Let's start off by looking at some Pixelart games. If we can't find any dithering and a lot more depth, yeah, I do agree. Depth did add a little bit here and there. So let's see. Looking at these are some mountains from Stardew Valley. And are there any things we can take from it? These are mountains. The dithering here is the checkerboardy feel, and I quite like the checkerboard, but I noticed I tend to like it when they use the more banding approach when it comes to the dithering. You can see here a bit of a blending going on as well. So is there a dithering technique that I enjoy looking at here? This one is one we looked at earlier from itch.io. It's called Melton Dusk Parallax Background. And for this dithering, you can see up here, they use kind of like a flamey sort of feel to blend everything together, and I quite like that. They also use lines for some of their mountains, or what do you call those mountains? I think they're called something else when it comes to the deserty mesa biomes, but I'm not quite sure. You can see some dithering going on here as well, more checkerboardy feel. So it really just comes down to your preference when it comes to dithering, which I quite like. And I'd love to get better at lines like this for dithering too. And oh, you can see up here, more dithering going on, the blending of two colors, just lines. And a glitch. Oh, plateaus. Is that how you say it? Plateaus? I think plateaus. Plateaus. I think it's plateaus. And a glitch? Nope, no glitch here. I believe all of these are intentional. And let me zoom out a little bit here. And also let me click this guy here so I don't miss anything at all. Yep, lovely. So let me go ahead and go back over here. Any more dithering we can see? This is from a game called Undertale. It's a fan art game of Undertale. And it's a fan game of Undertale. There we are. Though you could technically consider it fan art. Let's see here. More blending, more dithering going on with colors. So anything else we can notice? The lines here kind of move together with each of them. Let's see here. This is from a game called Fire Emblem. All of these art pieces, I think this is a little bit too high res detailed for us to take any inspiration from, but I like having these examples on here since this art here is sometimes more what people prefer than other art. So the thing of just, I like having a lot of different references from a lot of different places because hopefully there will be something for everyone. And the ones that are jut out of the background like that with the flat tops are called buttes. I see, yeah. I remember doing an environment study, I think in science possibly, where it was plateaus and things of that, canyon and valley, what counts as an aquifer, things of that nature. The plateaus does sound right. Here, do we have any dithering going on? I would call this a little bit of dithering, just a blending up here, a smidge here and there. We have here, let's see, and this is from a game called Curses and Chaos. I do quite like these environments. I find them enjoyable. An RTS, real-time strategy for ears out there, because our games make me happy. Neat backgrounds, backgrounds will help with that. Yeah, Pixelart games are lovely to look at. This one here is from Mega Man, and we have not quite much, though I do see the lines again, which I do enjoy. This one here is from Deltarune, and for our dithering, any dithering going on? I would consider this a little bit, the blending of the colors here. And hi, Burble. Hi, lazily excited. Welcome back to the stream. I don't know what purple you're talking about. I see none. And the Old Knights and Merchant game are great RTS, and the art's nice. Ooh, I see. The Old Knights and Merchant games, is that what it's called? Or is there a name for the game itself? And let's see. And are there any advantages for using pixel art as opposed to HD art? I don't think so. I think the advantage just comes down to what you enjoy most. Do you enjoy doing HDR or do you enjoy pixel art? It's, I think, more of a preference thing because some people will say they find pixel art easier to do. Some people will say they find HDR easier to do. So it's just a thing of you choose your battles. This here is from, let's see, The Legends of Zelda, The Minish Cap. I quite like this one. You can see a little bit of dithering going on, some checkerboard areas here. Oh, yeah. Maybe we can follow this one here, this part from this one. And 2.5D for the win. You know, I never actually tried those. I keep seeing them in the Play Store on my Steam. Oh, I see. And Perry the Platypus. Let's see. Yeah, I quite like the way they do them here. So maybe we can take a few ideas from there. And this one here is from Undertale. Just more kind of blending with the colors. I see. Oh, look at the sunset. That's very pretty. This one here is also from Undertale too. Interesting. We have mountains and cities as well. Lovely. Yeah, okay. Looking at all of this art, I think we looked at everything. We have some from Scott Pilgrim versus the World. And let's see, we have one from Needy Streamer Overload. More the checkerboard feel when it comes to dithering. Let's see here. More Scott Pilgrim. This one's from Terraria, I believe. Yes, indeed. And let's see. Oh, hi, lady. And oh, hold on. I know these people. That together or don't starve. I thought she looked familiar. Isn't her name Charlie? And this guy, his name starts with an M. Well, this is from Don't Starve Together. It's very neat to see games working together with collabs. It's always really nice. I believe Don't Starve Together, though. These two look very familiar. I think her name's Charlie and his name is Maximilian something something. But I recognize those faces anywhere, I think. I don't recognize that one, though. That one, I'm not sure. And Maxwell! Yes, Maxwell! Yes, yes! I love tutorial clouds so much. These are really good clouds. And oh, yeah. Well, now, if we weren't sure before, we are for certain sure now. Yeah, Don't Starve Together reference. I see. And I need to learn 2.5D using Blender to really understand how that kind of art works. It's tough, but it's so lovely and rewarding to learn. Mr. Dream Studio, I would recommend you check out, and I don't know if I can do this, but let's see here. I would recommend you check out, if I can find it, a pixel artist called Silly Potato, and I'll post this here. It should hopefully paste everywhere, but Silly Potato, they have an, oh, I don't think it's sent, unfortunately. That's okay. Here and here, they use Pixelart and Blender together to create 3D spaces. So if you're interested in something I think I would consider 2.5D, I would check out their artwork, as I find it really pretty. And let me go ahead and bring you back into, let's see, Aseprite here. Yeah, okay. So to reference off of Dithering, what can we look at here? And I'm watching one of his videos now. Oh, we're on the same page then. In grayscale artwork with only one area having color always looks amazing. Yeah, if you can make art look wonderful 2 to 3 colors, I think that's a really good skill. Wonderful techniques. And also Unreal does have a ton of pixel art resources. Interesting. And that's great. Lovely, lovely, Polly. Yeah, I'm telling you, there's so many lovely artists out there. I think what we'll do is we'll reference off of Terraria. Oh, no, Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. We'll see about possibly doing the lines again, maybe a little bit of H here and there, and doing some checkerboards, and see how well that gets us, how far that gets us. And Dead Cells? Ooh, yeah, Dead Cells too. And I did get a chance to look at the background of Dead Cells as well. Very nice art. I looked at it, and I do find it lovely. So maybe what we can do here is add a few, let's see, you here. We can maybe add a bit of checkerboardy kind of going along here, just kind of rounding out the edges just a little bit here, there. Oh, hold on. Add that back to here. That guy would then go, let's see, there. And hi, Rudy. Welcome to the stream. Hello and bye. Well, hello and bye to you too. I'm guessing you're going to bed, so I hope you have a lovely rest. So let's see, something like that there. And maybe we can also add a little bit of dithering going on here, and there. Something like that, kind of blending it in. I don't think that's too bad. Maybe we can add a few lines going along here. Maybe a little bit of H action going on here, but I don't know about that one. I definitely think maybe we can add a little bit down here because we're not seeing this background portion. So maybe having the bottom of this more so in the darkness area is a good idea. Something like that there. Then how could you add a little bit of dithering going on? A little bit of dithering action. I think you could possibly even go for anti-aliasing in this area here where you kind of mix the colors together. So what I might do is you would grab this color here, go for the halfway point, and you'll put that color about there, grab it, and grab it there. And the hope is that it kind of blends it, rounds it out when you zoom out all the way to where you're looking at the pixel art. And I do like it. Well, I've been enjoying anti-aliasing just a little bit more because I'm starting to understand it a little bit more. But it's this versus this, where it looks very hard. But when you add anti-aliasing, you kind of round out those corners. Doesn't it feel a little bit softer, I'd say? Yeah, I do like that too. That's another technique you can use. Anti-aliasing, dithering. There's so many techniques and I always find it super duper neat. Maybe we can add that in there. Maybe we can add in a little bit here. Maybe a little bit here. So I definitely don't think that works. I think I gotta pick one or the other. One A or B. And check out this, it's so pretty. Ooh, thank you. I will copy that to look at a little bit later. Thank you. Let me post that in there. Yes, indeedy. Okay, let me move you back to here. So, let's see here. Possibly we can make the staircase a little bit easier to go downwards. Now we can add that down there. That could work. And hydrate, sure.
Just
Shall
redeemed
do.
hydrate.
Thank you for that redeem. Hydration has been done. Thank you. And let me scroll that back on. So we could do something like this for anti-aliasing, or we could maybe do the dithering as well. That's also an option too, where we can just grab this color and kind of move it in, blend it in with everything else. So I don't know about the bottom area. We could possibly do, let's see, you there. We can do you here. We do that there, that there. Kind of blending in that way too, but truth be told, I'm kind of enjoying the anti-aliasing here a little bit more than everything else. I think the blending here works out a little bit better. and then maybe both. I don't know if both will work out. I did try both, but it came out very splotchy. And what I'm doing is I'm looking over here to see if we can find a pattern. I don't know if anti-aliasing and dithering are ever used together. I feel like two different techniques, but maybe I'm just not looking hard enough as well. And oh, lovely, and thanks for the recommendation. I just need to finish one of my projects. It's my Start in Learning Godot Plus, creating assets like 3D environments and 2D sprites. I just played one game, Enigma of Fear, and love the way it connects 3D models with 2D pixel art. I see. That sounds like a lot of fun. So, possibly that there, and then we grab these colors and move that up there. Yeah, something like this here. Oh, hold on. Redo, undo, redo. There you are. Okay, that there. And my question is, maybe we can add the darker tones here or do something of the sort. So we could grab this color, or maybe we can grab this color here. No, that is that color there. But grab that color. And I wanted to know if we could possibly make it just a little bit darker. So we go down here a little bit, slide it over just a smidge. So it's not, I don't want this color to be darker than this color. And it just might as well be the same exact color. But I want it to be a little bit darker. Maybe that way we can blend it in a little bit more. So let's see if I can move this guy down a bit. Move you over just a little bit more. How about this color? Are you still brighter? About the same too. Still about the same. Doobie doobie dooba doobie doobie dooba. Oh boy. Let's go a little bit darker. Just add a little bit more. Slide over just a little bit more. Maybe a color like this one here. It's a little bit different. It's not as dark as the other one. And I'm thinking maybe we can also have you kind of curve in something here. Maybe halfway point of these two colors can work out well for us. But something like this here. And we can have it kind of go up here and then fill that guy in. So something like that there can maybe work out well. And I do think that's not too bad. Maybe not as bad as earlier. And that's such a lovely creation. And everybody gangster to Godot Plus comes out. Oh, that would be horrifying. I can certainly say that much. Or not horrifying, but just, it'd be a lot. It'd be a flashbang, so to speak. Maybe we can do this though, have it kind of come backwards, and then we can grab the two colors here. So a halfway point here, and then maybe we can mix you in. Move that there, and it kind of possibly looks like it's blending a little bit. What do you think? I don't think it's too bad, but I'm just not sure how I feel about it, and that's okay. I'm thinking anti-aliasing might work here better just because of how small it is compared to dithering. I feel like when it comes to dithering, you need a lot of space for dithering. If I go, let's see here, if I can find a good example. Dithering. Well, we have this art dithering going on here. Dithering, not quite. I would say the H's. We see H's and V's, and this art is made by Franrek, if you're curious in their art. Let's see here, any art we can find here, and nope, not there. Dithering here, yeah. This right here, any dithering going on. This is by R. Ferguson, I believe. I probably butchered it though. Any dithering going on here? A little bit of dithering here, yeah. In some places, dithering. They can kind of work, it seems like. So, maybe we can grab this guy here, and maybe we can make a bit of dithering with the anti-aliasing, though I'm not quite too sure. And I think it's okay. Let's stick with this and keep going. And right on is really unique. I think we can see more of the style. It was definitely a great setup for doing both as well. I love the ease of lighting and plug and play in Unreal. I see, but Godot can get a ton of stuff done. I do agree. Godot's wonderful. So, after that, we'll kind of have this guy go downwards again. Something to this extent here, kind of curving in downwards, and this guy can also curve in downwards so it doesn't look too again, and go in with a little bit of anti-aliasing here and there. So I'll grab this color, we'll possibly put it there, maybe a little bit up here, can also add to that color there. Maybe then you can also add it there-ish. Maybe then you can also add it about down here, and then have this color kind of go here, maybe a little bit backwards there. So it kind of looks like possibly the hills are rolling into one another. That's the hope I was trying to go for, at least the feel of it. And talking about anti-aliasing, we could even go a little bit further, where you would grab this green color, go about 50%, and you could also do it at the bottom, at the bottom here, and that could also round it out too. You would grab this color here, add them about the bottom here, so you've got the 50% mark, so grab that color, go about 50-ish% there, and add that there, and that can be considered a little bit of dithering as well. Just kind of moving, and we're trying to mesh the colors together so they feel a little bit nicer, feel a little bit more blended. When you zoom out, does it feel like it's blended? Does it feel like a lot is going on here? I've noticed, at least when it comes to anti-aliasing, sometimes a lot of colors can be used, and maybe that's why I stray away from it too much. But I don't think this is bad. I quite like it. And maybe that's just me, but it looks like the highlights on the hill curve the wrong way. Like only the center part is getting lit. could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? I did read that too. Lovely, lovely. Yeah, would you mind elaborating a little bit? I'm curving at least. I'm trying to curve the mountain down that way is what I'm doing at the moment. But then maybe you could say that because the highlights are going that way, it's not as clear. It's going this way. But then I have the other ones kind of going, oh, hold on, different color. It's going down like that? Or what exactly do you mean, Manafi? Could you elaborate a little bit more? And let me go ahead and save this guy here and zoom in a little bit more here. And then we'll grab this color here, grab the 50% mark. So about that one there. Grab that color and then move these guys up here and also mesh those two together. Grab that color, grab the 50% mark, move that there. And Eris, thank you so much for reminding me of Silly Potato. I'm pretty sure I started following them with their first few videos, then just didn't get notifications. Can't find the video I'm thinking of, but I'm pretty sure it was them. Of course, yeah. I'm telling you, 2.5D, a Blender. I would love to learn Blender to add more oomph to my pixel art. If that's one thing I could do, I certainly would. Give me 1 second, let me blow my nose. I'm all good to go. And even if your tier minimum is 150, you will at least try again. Oh, thank you for the bits. I was told the minimum, because of the way Twitch, transfers them, I did up it as well. I've been told people can spam it, so that's why. But thank you regardless, Captain McFriendly. As late. And thank you again. Hold on, okay, mic is unmuted. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Oh boy. And I did read that as well. Lovely. So if I zoom out here, does it feel kind of blendery? I do think so. And just to double check, let's see if we can do it before and after. So what I'll do is I'll copy this, do a new layer here, paste it, and then I'll grab this color here, make sure contiguous is checked on, yes. And then after that, I'll go ahead and just move these guys back to what they were. So that color was that color, this color was that color, this color was that color, this color was this color. And so this is without anti-aliasing, this is with anti-aliasing. Does it feel like it makes a bit of a change? I feel like rounds out things just a little bit, just enough to make it not feel too sharp. So I think anti-aliasing in this case is a good idea. I do quite like it. It's a subtle difference, but how unprofessional, whoever blows their nose in stream, crazy. It's all about politeness here, etiquette, and thanks for sticking on slate. My heart can't take much more. But thank you. So we'll keep the anti-aliasing because I do think it helps. I do like it. I don't use it often, and I want to get better at using it because I think it is a good technique. And as long as it's above like 5, you should be fine. But you do what works for you. I see. I'll have to look into it then. Thank you for the suggestion. So let's see here. What I'm wondering is maybe we can add a little bit of highlight to the top of the grass a bit to add a little bit more oomph. So maybe we could do up a little bit more, slide over a little bit more here. And can we add, I don't know, never mind, that would not work. What if we add a mixture of the colors and not that as the bit up top there? Nope, I don't like that either. That's okay. Never mind then. The idea I had did not go the way I thought, which is okay and fine. In that case, is there anything else I can think to add here? Oh, I wanted to see if it was possible to do the trees. I don't know. In the original photo that we referenced, there are trees going on here, but I don't know. It looks like grass is moving. Oh, that's good. We want a little bit of action going on here. We want a little bit of, emotion, a little bit of feels going on. You can see that there are some trees here. The trees are super duper dark though, so I'm not too sure. Let's add a new layer here and then see about maybe if we go for something a little bit darker down here. And the streamer has a nose. How unprofessional. It's like chewing with your mouth open. You wouldn't do it. That's just the etiquette, I tell ya. Maybe we can add a tree here, possibly. Maybe a small, tiny little tiny tree down there. And I'm just curious to see how this will look. I don't know about it. We might not add them just because they'd get in the way of everything else, but oh, I take it back. That's really good. Never mind. Trees, you can stay. You're welcome here anytime. You are welcome here. I assure you. You can't. You know what? I take it back. That's very pretty. I like it a lot. I think this could be a different thing here. And Emily posted chat, huh? Did I miss something? Hold on. Let me scroll up just a little bit more. It looks like the highlights of the curves. I don't think I missed anything. And Silly Potato, I did read that as well. Okay, I think we're good. And not really sure if it explains it, so I posted an image. Oh, I see. Hold on, let me grab it. Let me take a look at it here. And stream discussion. Hold on, let me click on that there. discussion here. Look at a good look at it. And left is what it looks like at the moment. The highlights, hold on. Let me grab this and drag and drop it into here. This is brought to us. If I move that there, move it, oh, nope, never mind. It goes in there, and that's by Banafi. So, what they're saying is left is what it looks like at the moment. The highlights are curving, so it feels like only the center of the hills are
Lazy
getting wider.
Excited 64 just redeemed stretch.
Sure, we can do a good old stretch. Give me one old second here. Let me bring you into Pure and get a little bit of a better description. So let's see, and let me also grab this, the words here to make it a little bit easier to see as well. Copy you, paste you, move you into here, and then make you a little bit bigger so we can take a better look at what's going on. And let me hide, let's see, the Pixelart of the day as well. And truthfully, those are amazing. Truthfully, oh no! I see what you did there, no proof! Not one bit. Let me move you up here, and I bet that wasn't timing. No worries at all. The timing will come as it does. Alrighty, let me zoom in here. So, it says, left is what it looks like at the moment. Let me make this a little bit smaller so we can see it a little bit better. Left is what it looks like at the moment. The highlights are curving, so it feels like only the center of the heels are getting lit, but the reference has the light curve from the bottom, so the top edge, so it curves outwards. Huh. Oh, I see. Right now it's curving inwards. Mine should be curving outwards like that. I think I understand what you're saying. I see. We can certainly try. Thank you, thank you. Alrighty then, stretching time. Let's stretch our neck. I think neck stretches will be a good idea. So we'll start off by going to the left a little bit. And then we'll switch it up a little bit, go to the right a smidge. And then we'll go back a smidge. And then we'll go front a bit. Like that, there.
Sasha Logan just redeemed
out.
glasses
And
toggle.
glasses toggle, sure. Left a little bit, right a little bit. And you can also hold these. I sometimes do, but since we are... the ad break isn't here. Usually they say stretching it for about a minute or so, but we don't have time for that. But glasses toggle, sure as well. And so many redeems, it's a-okay. Let me bring that there. That's why they're a little bit on the more pricey side. Hopefully, it makes you think about, oh,
Check 14 just redeemed.
I take it back. Maybe I need to hike up the prices. I take it all back. Alrighty, glasses toggle. Let me get that timer there. And then we'll do a bit of breathing. Let's see, 10 minutes is now on the clock. Big brain time has been activated. There you go. Thank you for that redeem. There you are. And let's do some breathing. So first, breathe in. Hold it. And breathe out. Breathe in. Hold it. Then breathe out. One more time, breathe in. Hold it. And breathe out. There you go. Don't you feel very breathy? And if in doubt, add tree. Yeah, tree felt, the tree wasn't as bad as I thought. I quite like the tree. And I love causing inflation. Oh boy. I wasn't prepared for the inflation. And hi, Nero. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Okie dokie. So with that said, I quite like the idea of this little tree here in the background. It's a little tiny guy. And truthfully, if we're being honest, I feel like the pièce de résistance would be to add like a tree here, something like that there to add a little bit more oomph to what's going on. Something here I think could be a lot of fun. Just a big tree there feels like it would add more to the scene, wouldn't it? And fire sale, buy now. But go buy, and I do that, and you're causing stardust inflation. Print more stardust, more stuff going on. And I was just gonna say, weren't you already breathing? Focus breathing, big difference, I tell you, big difference. And she's faking. I breathe properly, I assure you. But what do you think about that? Adding like a tree here, and then maybe we can add like a bit of a puff up here, down here, and maybe we can add a little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for? But not contrast, but focus on the tree. Something like that there, and then we have a little bit more going on there, something like that there. But if we were to remove that, then that would remove all of it, wouldn't it? But I quite like the idea of adding the tree in the front. I feel like it does, and as long as there's no hydration inflation, that would kill a certain audience member. Oh boy, death would not be a good thing. I can certainly say that much. And then we add a bit of this guy here. Maybe this guy can kind of go pointed upwards. Fill in and hold on. But I could see adding trees to the piece, making it feel nicer. Wouldn't you agree? And oops, accidentally turned into a forest. I wasn't prepared for the forest edition, but I don't know. It feels nice. I quite like the idea at the very least. I don't know about the tree itself. That looks like a wonky tree. But I could see this being a part of the piece with the first tree, tree 1, tree 2, tree 3. You could then have the, the sun as a framing of the tree. I could see that being a case too. It's just a thing of, what are you going for? And I want to highlight the grass. So I'm going to keep the grass very visible and just have the trees as a complement, not the focus of the piece. But I could certainly see there being a case. And if you struggle, use a tree. If that doesn't work, use more trees. Add a forest. And look at all, right now you're zoomed in on a big tree. Easy peasy. This is a tree. Indeedy. You just gotta believe. Let me go ahead and, undo, save there. I think these 2 trees are just fine and good to go. I don't think we need any more trees. So with that said, I want to add a little bit of highlighting. Oh, right. Before I forget, we need to, instead of going downwards, we need to, go upwards, right? So for our texturing here, I'm guessing it doesn't need to bend. Let's check the reference again. The guys need to go outwards. Yeah, mine are kind of curving downwards. We need it to go this way, I think, right? And such a treat for the eyes. Oh, that was terrible. Treat. I see what you did there. I don't need to add depth to the hills. The hills are hidden behind the tree. Yeah, it's like the hand hack where if you can't draw hands, just hide them behind the body or hide them in pockets. Easy peasy. You can't go wrong. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll just do, we'll move it out just a bit more, something like this here. And then maybe we'll do this here so it kind of goes outwards a bit more. So something like this instead, right, would be the framing of it. Before we do that though, let me, hold on, undo that, undo, redo, save there. I'll go ahead and I'll duplicate this guy and let's see if it does make a difference changing the direction of it. And that's good grass. Thank you. I do like the grass. The thing is just texturing grass takes a certain what's the finesse, and I'm trying to learn that finesse. I think the finesse is very neat. We'll add that there, and then we can add this guy here, move that guy there. So either something like this could happen, and I don't think I'd count this as banding. Banding's usually when things are evenly, what's the word I'm looking for? Evenly distributed. So a thing of if it were like this color here, and then you had this color here, and then if you have this color here for shading. I don't consider it banding when it's, for example, maybe this color here, and then you have another color here, and then if you have another triple color here. That, not as much, or maybe even a 4th color there, because you're doing different variations of it. And did you just say hide them behind the body? The living body of the person does willfully? There's a difference, okay? Oh boy. And the more texture the grass has, the better it tastes. I don't know about eating grass. Hold on now. Oh boy. Let me smooth this guy out a little bit more. Something like that there, something like this here. There we go. Does that feel a little bit better? And move the red flag. No, it's not true, I tell you. Nothing wrong and nothing bad, I assure you, happens. Or is happening. Move that up back there, I think, and then move that guy up a little bit here. So, if we then add in this color here, that color there, we hide this guy, grab this guy here, hide or show that guy again here. We then add the anti-aliasing bits to the areas there. And then we hide this guy here, grab those bits, grab also that color there, show this color here again. We grab that one there. And then you would grab, let's see, that color here, that color here, that color here, that color here. Kind of sort of like that. And you would also grab this color here, and then show it again, and grab this color here. Oh, hold on. That color there. And then that color would go here, about there. Okay, so what do you think? And hola, Rodrigo. Sup, Mr. Bread? Welcome back in. And your streams are like a brain massage. Good. I'm glad that they're comforting. That's always really nice to hear. So, what do you think? We have the suggestion by, hold on, let me grab the name again, by Banafi, where instead of doing it the other way, we do it this way. So, which one do you think? Number 1, number 2. Number 1, number 2. Truthfully, I quite like the number 2 version better. I can see where the directions would come into play. Having that more gradual feel definitely feels nicer. So I think overall, it's a change for the better. So let's keep it. Let's keep the updated version. Thank you again, Banafi. And more like electroshock therapy. Reminds me of FNAF. The more I listen to you, the more I understand that word band. Oh no! I do my best to not say words back to back, but my mind just decides, nah, we're gonna say that word often. It's a good word. You don't want to ruin a good thing, do ya? Let me grab that color. Oh, hold on. I said it again. Okay. This color here will be taken. I'll then add you there, and then move you here and move you there, like so. And hopefully, when I zoom out, the anti-aliasing gets to do a little bit of anti-aliasing fun. And now, let's texture our trees a bit here and there. And I'm biased, so I say number 2. Oh boy. And I think you like the word. Oh, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. But I do enjoy that. Oh, it's difficult, I tell you. Let's look at some examples on how people shaped trees very quickly. I quite like the idea of the trees looking like this, so maybe we can do something in that regard. It says word first, thinks about consequences after. Oh no, the consequences of my actions. I'm thinking maybe we can grab this color here. Oh, hold on. Either this color here and add it, or maybe even a darker color, a lighter color. There's different ways you can texture the tree, and I don't want to texture it too much. I don't want too much brightness going on since we don't need it. It's not needed for our tree to look nice. Just a little bit here, a little bit there to show, hey, look, our tree has a little bit of definition. That's what I'm going for. Back to back. Did I already? I'm telling you, it's hard to go outside the norms. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to keep in mind the idea that the sunlight is coming from here. So anything here is in sunlight. Anything up to the right is where you would see the sun go. So I might add some, some lighting here for our tree. And then maybe we can even add a little bit here to show, hey, look, it may not be in lighting, but there are things happening on this area that you just can't see. So then we could maybe add in another guy. Hold on. This guy kind of on here. We'll add you in, make you a little bit nicer. And then maybe we can add in another guy there. And what do you think when I zoom out? Not quite what I was going for, but I do enjoy it. You could also add the light outline. Yeah, I definitely want to add the light outline as well. I think the light outline, I think the, oh no, Texas! I think the light outline will help us apply a better feel to the overall piece when it comes to the concept in general. Oh boy. So I want the leaves to go this way out, and when they're on this direction they'll go there, BRB, standing on a cow. You know, technically speaking, we could possibly add in a little cow there. I don't know how tiny we can make it, but we could add a little cow in. And it needs a bird. Oh, no, don't tempt me there. Now we're talking business. business here. Let me fill you in, and then we'll do that guy there. And that guy can kind of come in, out, and around. And we'll add in our point as well for you. And maybe we can do something more akin to having the tree kind of come outwards there. No, timer's up. No more big brain. So the glasses come off. There we are. And that was as slow as I've heard you talk. Do I need to call a doctor? That's what happens when I try to think. That was thinking mode activated. Trying to turn off the Texas mode. Something here, and then have you kind of go in this general direction there. And what do you think? I definitely feel the tree feel, and that's what we were going for. So I am quite pleased. Maybe we could add a bit of tree in this other direction, though. I don't think it's that bad of an idea. And though, would a business owned by a bird be called a business? Mind your business. Oh boy. Let's add maybe this here. Yeah, I think I like this better. The idea of the light coming from the right. I like that. And add a giant ghost cow like the screaming cowboy babe. It'll be in the clouds. And hi Torin, welcome back into stream, and thank you for the subscription as well. Thank you for the 4 months and straight in a row. And welcome in. I feel like your name was here before, but if so, welcome back. If not, welcome in. Oh, I thought it was a hydration routine. I heard the sound and immediately I picked up my water. I already have the water at hand, so I'm just going to hold on. Water required. Oh boy, I need to change the audio. And let's see here. Cracks its fingers. It's the time of the week again. Eris is streaming, and I will do my best to be, well, to be like I always be, annoying. I wouldn't call you annoying. Maybe a little bit. I wouldn't call you annoying. Well, let's go ahead and add an outline to the tree, shall we? Maybe we could add the green up there and hydrate.
Gilton just redeemed hydrate.
Welcome in. She's been palpable into drinking the water. Yes, I have, and it's awful. Hydration zone. hydration has been achieved. Thank you for that, Redeem. All right, I'm thinking maybe we can have this guy up here, this guy up here. Ooh, that's not too shabby, not too shabby. Having that extra highlight kind of going on here for the, woo, hold on now. Hold your horses, just a merry second here. Maybe we can add a darker color for this other area. I quite like that color is a nice darker color. So maybe we can add in this guy here, have this guy kind of going downwards, have that guy coming downwards, that word there. Maybe a little bit like that there. What do you think? That's not too bad, not too shabby, not too shabby. And I take that as a compliment. But to be honest, you really asked to be bullied. You're really asking to be bullied, do you? No, I'll have you know, I have thick skin. I am unbelievable. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to say that because no, I have high tolerance. How about that? What do you think? This is it with the outline on that side. And then we have, if I grab that color here, without the outline, with the outline. I quite like the sticker book feel we're going for at the moment. And I quite like the feel of just the outline in general. Outline, no outline. Outline, no outline. I think it works. I think especially when you zoom out, it gets that nice feel going on. So you know what? Let's keep it. Let's add a little bit more of a tree texture down here. So what we'll do is maybe add that there, that there, and then add a little bit of that guy there, that guy there-ish. Tree feels a little bit too tall and unbelievable. I didn't say that. I was going to say it, but I took it back. I took it back. You can't say I said it because it didn't happen. Oh boy. Let me go back into here. Oh, hold on. Well, we'll merge this guy down since I do enjoy the trees. And the outlines make it look like a collage or collage. It's cutesy. I do. We're going for cozy. That's what I'm going for. Something cozy, nice, and sweet to look at. We'll erase this guy. We'll add this guy back down here. Something, let's see, that there, that there, that there. Nope, that doesn't feel right. Maybe we just add a little tree here. Maybe we can add a little bit up there. Yeah, how about that? And ooh, it happened, lady. What do you mean? What happened? Oh boy. No, I quite like this idea. I'm just thinking maybe it needs to be a little bit taller. Something like that there can work out. And maybe we can take a less dark color. So maybe that color instead for something a little bit lighter. Maybe we can go for something even a little bit lighter. Nope. I like this. I think that works there fine. I think we're good. And with that said, we have our foreground, we have the midground, and that tree looks a little depressing. It would be if it were leaning over, if it were a little bit more like this here. Then I would say it's a little bit sad. You know, this tree's not too happy. But no, our tree's fine. He's not looking downwards. He's not down on his luck. Our tree's fine. Look at him. He's thriving even. And actually, I'm thinking maybe we can move the tree here-ish, there-ish. I quite like that a little bit more. Before, after. Moving it up just so that the colors aren't, and it's too symmetrical. And you know what? Fair point. Like that there, I was going for the pine tree look again. The issue is when you draw such small trees in the background, it kind of loses that feel. But maybe what we can do is add, let's see, he needs the belief in himself. He needs to grow into his own skin. But I think you should just leave it alone. I'm sticking to this. Oh boy. If it's one thing I can remember back to back, it's the tree puns. Let's see here. Maybe we can add something like that there. No. The issue is when you start doing small trees on the background, it becomes a little bit harder to figure out what colors to do. Something there, something there. We could maybe do a little bit more tinier and smaller even going on in this area here. Saggy tree. It needs to stick to his roots. Oh, bad. Horrible, I say. Stick to his roots. That's a good one. That was good. I can't even deny it. That doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. Oh boy. Maybe we can add a tree in there in the background like that. How about that? Does that feel a little bit better, a little bit nicer than the other one there? That way you can still see the trees. They're just a little bit brighter. And that's kind of what we see in the reference photo. It doesn't use a pine tree. I think that's what this guy is called, or a spruce tree. I believe it uses more of an oak tree, if I had to guess what's going on here. Kind of more of a bushy feel instead. But I decided to go with the more pine one here. And here's, enjoying the puns. Feels like treason. I didn't say I enjoyed it. I just said it was good. And I gave credit where credit is due. And And hi, Frogs Forever. Welcome into stream. What game are you making? Also, I am Frog. Welcome into stream. Today, I'm not making a game, but I do make games on occasion. I'm currently making a game. If you'd like to check out the game I'm making, N-E-C-R-O-T-Y-P-E. There you go. I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game, but today we're doing a Pixelart study where we try to learn how to draw Pixelart themes. And today's theme shall be, or is, environments. So we're doing an environment study where we look at some Pixelart, we look at some real life art, and we try to get better at Pixelart so that I can hopefully get better at putting good Pixelart into my game. That's the name of the game here. Welcome in. And hi, hello. Let's see how to do that. And what is something hanging automatically depressing? Maybe he has issues, you know? Maybe he's just a little nervous, maybe he's not into this, or maybe he's just trying to look at his feet. You know, usually the trees that are hanging over are, the trees grow up. If they're bending, that's not good for their health. And hi, Grox, welcome into stream. Hello, welcome in. And we'll move that there. And what topics are you planning on studying next anyway? I would love to do a cityscape. I'd also love to do a space topic. I feel like that could be a lot of fun. And maybe we should turn these studies into interactable paintings in Necrotype Cafe, make them pop up on screen. Oh, that'd be a cute idea. I do like the idea of Easter eggs. I feel like they're a lot of fun. Easter eggs are quite cute. I want to see if we can add a little bit of a mini city possibly here, but I don't know if we can. There's a bit of a dark area down here, and then the mountains kind of just do mountainy things. Let's see. In a cafe game, she really likes coffee, as you can hear. I'll have you know, coffee makes me sleepy. Coffee has no effect on me, unfortunately. But can you imagine a world where I could drink coffee for energy? I would be unstoppable. It would be lovely. I want to take inspiration from Nurkan's piece. I really like the way they do the clouds and the fog. I don't know if we can do it since the area itself isn't, the distance not quite, and I don't believe you. And it's not mobile friendly. No, it's a typing game. Typing games usually you need a keyboard for, a little bit unfortunately, but I have been asked if I would do like a console version of it. I think it could be fun, but right now I'm focusing on the keyword aspects since it's rhythm typing. And coffee makes you sleepy, sparkle sounds make you thirsty. Broken! Oh boy. What I'm wondering is, maybe we can change the background a little bit. So instead, and this is our tree layer, I'll keep it as tree. Maybe we can duplicate the sky, right? We'll remove our background here. We'll put it on a new layer. So I'll just grab all of this here, remove it, and do a new layer, and we'll paste it in here. Just so that we know. And we'll move this guy here. Yeah, isn't it interesting? Just removing it changes the entire flavor of the art. I think that's quite neat. And maybe Red Bull makes you explode. I haven't had Red Bull before. I heard it was unhealthy for you. And coffee, on the other hand, certainly 10 cups easy, healthy, yeah, 100%. And follow my advice, 100%. Oh boy. And she doesn't need coffee for energy. She is the energy. Coffee gets its energy from Eris. I am the danger. I'm wondering if we can grab some of these colors we see, or not those colors specifically. I'm going to move you over here. Come, let's go over here to this area so I can better reference you. But I'm thinking maybe we go for less of the city feel and more something along the lines of this instead. But I do quite like our greens. The greens kind of turn into a little bit of a bluish color. I like that idea. The greens turn blue as they go on. And to better explain what I mean, and if I am correct about this, I'm going to do a new file. I'm going to then paste it here. Let's take a look at the colors of the actual image and take a look at there. And maybe Red Bull gives you, I didn't read that. Lovely. And all of Eris's viewers dead after drinking 100 cups of coffee after, did you not hear the disclaimer in my expression? And I heard Red Bull's unhealthy anyway. I'll go munch on some glue sticks. Oh boy. What I wanted to take a look at was, if I drop this color here, it's blue. If I drop this color, you can see it's green. We're looking over here. But notice, we start off as like an orangish yellow color. Then we move to more of a greenish color. Then as we go backwards, more green. Then a little bit more backwards. We go a little bit more on the blue side. Then we go a little bit more backwards. We go into more blue. Then a little bit of a lighter blue. A little bit more of a, yellow as we're moving towards the sun. Back into orange. So it goes from, it stays in this, seems to be this sort of range here. I'd like if we could keep it. And this looks purple. Are you purple? This is not purple. I thought it was going to say it was purple. That is orange. Interesting. And I think here's the solution to climate change. Just plug her into the energy grid and watch the world shine bright. Reminds me of, what is it? I am an eternal flame! I don't remember where, but I know it's a quote from somewhere, not of them. And what substance is Bobby on? Bobby he's doing his own thing. We don't question it anymore. What I wanted to take though, the idea is I want to grab our green, right? And we're going to move our green towards the blue. So we start here and we go cooler. So if we're on here, we're looking at our greens. I grab this yellow and we go towards cool colors. So I'm going to go up here, maybe a little bit up here, lighter, possibly. And we're looking to make sure the values are also correct. So if I go here, you can see it gets brighter, a little bit darker here in this area, but I want to make it brighter. So we start here, the green, and then we go over. So you to you. Okay, let's see if we can do it. And he's doing anything? He does what he do. He do be that way. Yeah. Doobie doo. And I do turn to that as well. Power stations blow up around the globe. I will be responsible for nothing, I tell you. Nope, not at all. Let me move you here. Maybe we can brighten you up a bit here. Though it still seems a little bit too dark. Maybe we can brighten you up a little bit more. Something along the lines of there, possibly. Maybe we can go a little bit brighter here. Something a little bit more on the gray side of things. I think this gray works better. Maybe a little bit brighter. So maybe even up more. We'll use that idea of gray makes everything better. And I think that gray might work. And accidentally creates an ocean. Oh no. We could technically create an ocean, truth be told. Something like, let's see, here. And then you could do here. Like that there. And then you could do, oh, hold on. You could do this here. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, I take it back. Ocean. I don't know if we could do it. Why can't we do it? What's going on here? Is it contiguous? Nope. Oh, maybe that guy needs to go over like that there. I see. Yeah, there we are. Ocean. And then you would add a little bit of ripples for the sun. Little sun ripples. There you go. Ocean. Hey, you really could add anything you want in the background, which I think is super neat. And
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Always in this word conquering evil voice. Do you think I am some sort of villain? I am simply reading. And hydrate, sure. And would you look at that? It's hydrate o'clock. And you know what? Talking about oceans, fair point. Let me get that hydration. Thank you, Rudy. And some sort of spectral eldritch matcha. I've tried matcha before. Didn't go well. Didn't quite like it, but maybe I just didn't try the right matcha. Let's see. So we have our blue, right? And what I'm thinking is we can kind of do that hilly idea. And I want to do more so mountains compared to this. This feels like there's a city going on. I want to do something like this. I feel like this could be fun to attempt to do. So let's see if we can do it. We have hills going on here, and maybe we're on some sort of mountain. We can fill that guy in there, maybe, and then add darker hills. Are darker hills getting added? No. You go brighter. This is the darkest it gets, and then it gets lighter and lighter. So maybe something along the bottom demands add revenue. He just sits there waiting for a button to be able to press it. So in this example here, I'm thinking we can have some rolling mountains kind of going on here. Maybe some more so that there. Maybe you can go downwards even, just a little bit, so that you're not all the same exact feel. Maybe something there, and fill you in. Oh, hold on. It's doing it again. I see. I keep thinking the trees are part of it. All right. And if that's the case, I'll just remove that tree there. Is there a reason I need to keep this here? Let's see. Tree there. Fill you in. Like that there. Yeah, I like this. I think this works. Bobby, please, I don't want to watch ads. And Warhammer mentioned for the Emperor. And wait, you've always said like that? For real? Please, and Warhammer 40k plugs for us. I have heard of Warhammer, but if it's what I think it is, I don't think it's my cup of tea. I'm not much into the war or the hammer. Can't be told. I'm more of a battle axe type of person. I like this though. Maybe we can make it a little bit sharper to show off, hey, there's some mountains here. So maybe, for example, we can do up here and then down here a little bit more. Maybe we can morph it a smidge, or possibly not. That too. That's also an option if you don't want to work with us. That's okay, Aseprite. That's okay. Something there, and then like that. What do you think? I quite like this. And not into hammers? Well, there's 40,000 of them, so that's a shame. Oh boy. I quite like this. I think that works well. This is what it was initially. Hold on if I can find it. This is what it was. I changed it to this. I quite like this more. I don't know about the color changes if I do, let's see, black and white, yeah. This should be brighter, the background here to blend in a little bit more. But overall, I like this more than I like this. The colors here feel nicer. And I think it's also because we're leaning more into the gray zone area. That's nice. Makes it feel further away. Yeah, and thank you too. Okay, can we get a pull on this Aseprite Warhammer 40k short story for us? Hold on. let me start the ad breaks here so we can wait on them. I'm just curious to see. 40k Warhammer. Warhammer chapters? It's a book? Hold on. Oh, I see. A chapter is a completely autonomous military. I am now lost. Let me get some water. We'll do a little bit of stretching and then we'll continue. Hammer of Justice. You know what? Hammer of Justice is the hammer. It's a hammer I can get behind. Do. Oh, I got some water. 5 words in, lost, and ew, reading. I do like a little bit of reading here and there. Let's go ahead and do a few stretches here. So we'll start off by going to the right with our back. A little bit, don't want to do too much. Make sure you're not pushing anything, that's very important. Let's go a little bit to the left here, an emphasis on a little bit, just a little bit. To the left, and go back a smidge. The thing is, I can't find any good books to read anymore. And let's go to the front a little bit. For example, I think one of my favorite book series to date is the series Lemony Snicket, A Series of Unfortunate Events. I enjoyed those books. Those books were lovely. Those were some of my favorites. If I had to say defining books of memory, Lemony Snicket. And let's see, go to the right a little bit for the neck. And that's my favorite. I reread those every year. I want to give them another read. To the right a bit and to the left a little bit. I also quite like the Percy Jackson series of books, as well as, I forget, but there's an Egyptian one too. I forget the name of it, but I did enjoy those as well. Let's go back a little bit. And then let's go front a little bit. There we are. And I reread those. Yeah, they're lovely. And I have a series I reread every year. Oh, funny. We were thinking the same books. And looking at you stretching after 3 hours full body workout. Stop being a lazy alien. What do you mean? I did some stretching earlier, Torin. I'll have you know. Let's go ahead. How do you spell the first book you mentioned? A Series of Unfortunate Events by Lemony Snicket. Hopefully that's a little bit easier. It is awful. Oh, hold on. Let me phrase that. I don't like sad endings. The whole purpose of the book series is that it is a sad endings. You know reading it, and the author warns you over and over again, this story will not end well. This is a tragedy. Why are you still reading this? Do you like tragedies? And I find that enjoyable. That's what I like about it. I don't like sadness, but I like how he goes out of his way to say, why are you doing this to yourself? This will not end well. It's great. Oh boy. We are good with stretching though. So you like to suffer? Well, funny enough, I never finished the series. It's like an anime series. I watch anime, but I can never finish the series because I don't want it to end. So, I never finished the book series. I read the first few because I didn't want to know the ending. I hated the warning. Just because it was a thing of, well, I like it, but I don't want to know the sad ending. You don't like sad endings? You ever watched Grave of the Fireflies? I have not. Not at all. Welcome back from the ad breaks though. Let's go ahead and continue with our mountains. And basically every book is prefaced with, stop reading this, nothing good will happen, and he's so right. Yeah, 100%. And I have thick skin, but also I can't finish book because sad. Listen here, you. Words directed towards me versus words I read on a page. It's different. Oh boy. Let me go ahead. We'll go back to this guy. So we have our initial guy here, and then as we go up, we're going towards the left, and we're going back towards our orangish colors. So we start off here, and taking notes out of that, we'll go to the left a little bit. We'll go up a little bit more, maybe a little bit brighter. Oh, no, that's too bright. We want to stick to our pale colors here. And I actually also want to make this a little bit brighter too. Fill that in, a little bit more pale, not as harshly blue. We want to keep the back area bright. And I think this, maybe even a little bit brighter, maybe over here even. Something like that, where it stands out, it pops out. So we could go for this color here, or this color here. I quite like, oh, hold on. I do like the blue. The blue's not too bad. We'll stick with the blue. We'll stick with the blue. Yeah. We'll go with the blue. This one here. No, we'll go with this one. I changed my mind, we're going with that one. And sticks and stones, some shaking my head. And sticks and stones may make my bones, but words make me cry so hard. And hi, Sea of Tranquility. Welcome into stream. Howdy to you. And sticks and stones may break my words, bones, but some paper and ink make me sad. And then from here,
we'll go up a little bit brighter. We'll go more towards up a little bit more here, and we'll keep it more on the paler side. So I think a color like this can work out fine. And then we just need the orangish color again. And whoa, you made solid progress on the landscape. Well, thank you, and welcome back in. I'm glad you think so. So we'll go ahead and maybe add in an area here a little bit higher. We don't want it too high, but something that feels like it's kind of blending in a little bit more. Maybe we can kind of go up here, down here a little bit, maybe up here a little bit, maybe down here a little bit. So it's kind of going in a smidge here and there. We'll hide the tree, go back down a smidge just so we can keep the tree on its own separate layer. And then we'll go ahead and, oh, hold on, remove you. We don't want you anymore. You're fine. You're okay. We don't need you anymore. You're good. And I did read that as well. An Air's painting session is like watching Bob Ross on Fast Forward. I'd love to maybe stream or a video try to follow a Bob Ross tutorial. I think that could be fun. Let's go ahead and let's see, hide that tree there. And why are you angry? Is it because of contiguous? I see, contiguous. It's always one of the two. And then we'll add the tree back here. And what do you think? I think maybe we could go for some more mountainy feely here. Something there-ish, maybe even move you back there. I don't want it to feel like there's a ripple going on as well. So maybe we can just do something here. There you go, more mountain there. I think that works out just fine. And happy accidents everywhere. I do agree, just a little bit here, a little bit there. Happy accidents can go a long way. And that kind of looks like fancy clouds when they're not filled in. Ah, interesting. I can see it being clouds, certainly, yeah. I got a cloudy feeling going on, cloudy with a chance of meatballs. Maybe we can add in a guy up here so it's not too similar. And then maybe we can do a guy about down here, maybe a little bit more down here, about that there. And Bob Ross, how adorable. So let's see, in sands under snow. Let's see here. I quite like this. And then we need one more that goes towards orange, right? I see 3 colors kind of going on here, 3 different ones before we have our sunset. So let's see if we can get one that's on the oranger side. Still very light, but something a little bit more orangey. And it's interesting. This is, oh, hold on. Yellow, green, orange. Orange, gray. But it doesn't feel orange gray, does it? Maybe we can move it up here a little bit. Or maybe we can just grab this gray, make it go towards this area here, or gray. Grab that orange, make it slide up a little bit more. Something here-ish could possibly work out, though it is brighter than our current sky, which is interesting to say. Interesting. So if I go back to here, we have blue, then we have green, and then we have orange. And then we have big orange. And in mine, we have blue. Then we should have a little bit of green, yeah. And then we need big orange. That's what we're looking for. So big orange about up here. Maybe we can go for that color instead. This one here, it feels a little bit different. We'll see, we'll see. I'll add in a kind of valley, or would you call that a valley? These two guys coming together to make something in between. And yellow, green, orange is apparently one of color in the Aerosphere. Yellow, green, orange, and green is not a creative color. Let's see, maybe we can have you kind of going up here, maybe then down here a little bit, and then maybe a little bit up here, and then a smidge down here, about there-ish, and then fill you in there. Yeah, like that there. Maybe a little bit less pointy. That way there's some variety going on here. About there, and move you about here. Something to this extent. What do you think? Does it feel very mountainy to you? We'll have that guy kind of going down, a little bit down there. I think it works. I think it works out just fine. I just don't want to do the layering idea, so I added a separation here to make it a little bit better. I can't. So good. Oh boy. Let's see. And maybe we can add a guy kind of coming down here, kind of coming down here. A little bit rounder there-ish. Maybe add in a pointy bit up here. The hope is to add a area for your eyes to look at, so it's more inclined to look at the sun and think to yourself, ah yes, delicious sunlight. I want to consume it, thank you very much. And I think that there. Yeah, I quite like this. I think that's good. Okay, so we have our mountainy bits, and now we need to look at that sky again. We might also need to move our sun just a smidge, but we'll see. What we'll do is we'll grab, let's see, hide that there. And taste the sun! So, what is it? Sunlight you can taste. We'll move the sun, I think, over to here so that it's in between these two, and move it down a little bit here, possibly. No, yeah, move you over here. It's a shame the sun is in 3x3, but I think the sun moving there. And you committed the cardinal sin. The lines on the back of the mountains in the middle meet. Oh, fair point. Do you mean this one here? This one going through? And shh, I need more clips. Maybe we can do, let's see, this guy up here, down here? How about that? Does that make it? Nope, I don't think it'll. Look at that, rainy day. Oh, that's not too bad. Fair enough. Not too bad. I do like it. It's a little bit more moody, less cozy, but it adds a different feel to it. And no, the ones directly under the sun. Oh, I see, I see. In that case, do you mean this one here should be more so, oh, hold on, like that there? That one a little bit better? Does that help a smidge? And it looks like smog? Yeah, a little bit like smog or like a rainy day is about to happen. And I did read that too, lovely. So the big orange wants to contact you. Oh no! What have I done? Let's go here, and what I'm seeing is there is a very bright dark orange at the bottom, and then as it goes up, it's going back into those reds. No, hold on. It goes into the blues and reds. So let's go back to here. We'll go into a dark orange here. So we'll grab this color. We'll go to our orange, and we'll go for a very, what is it called? A very orangey color here, possibly there-ish. That's a little bit too red, so we'll go to something more orangey. Possibly there, though I don't quite like that, but that's not too bright, or the brightness doesn't feel right. And either way, I hang it on my wall. Oh, thank you, Jack. I'm glad you like it so far. I'm glad it's doing its thing. And you have walls in this economy? Stop bragging, Richie Rich. Oh boy, in this economy. You can see all of here is bright. So we want to keep our values in the bright range. And we look at mine, that's not the case. It's not the brightest. We need it to be brighter than this guy here. So if we go up, maybe up here, that'll be brighter. That is brighter. So something like this would be a better color because it's brighter. So if we take that saturated orange, maybe even up it a little bit more so it's really saturated, really rubbing the saturation here. What we then do is we mellow back out, it seems. We go back down and we're slowly going to our yellows. So let's go back down. Let's slowly go back over. Let's move you over a little bit there. And we'll just do that there, about that there-ish, though that's a little bit too big of a change. So we'll go down a little bit more, go back down there. Something I think here could work out a little bit better. And I have to ask, what's the 05? And I'll let you know I have 2.5 of them. And a window. What do you mean by window? And no, I had to read that, good. And, oh, the window's the 0.5. I see what you did there. Let's add a little bit of a bump there for our hill. I quite like that. And then for this guy here, we'll up it again, and we'll up you to about there. And we'll do, let's see, that might be a little bit too bright though. So we'll move you up to about there. We'll move you over a little bit here. And maybe we can add a little bit of light up here. Something like that, though I don't quite like it. I think something's off about it, just a smidge. Let's see. Back to our black and white, it seems to be the case the brightest area is around the sun. Makes sense. And then as you leave away, the dark area comes up here. So you know what? Let's go back to what we were doing earlier, and we'll just have it here. This should be darker. Yeah, this should be the brightest area. So anything up here should be darker to more draw in your attention. So is there something we can do to make it brighter? Something there-ish? How about that? That's very bright. I think that'll work out. We might have to change the sun color itself, which is A-okay. And or it's just a window you can't see through. Fair? You mean fair enough. And also no doors. He climbed through the window. How practical. We'll remove the outline of the sun for just now. That way we can pay attention to a little bit more. It really does make it look like a Minecraft sun, doesn't it? And we'll go ahead and save this guy here. And I just want to make sure this guy should be our brightest. So whatever comes after this should be a little bit darker. So we're going to go down a little bit. Maybe we go back into our orangey guys here. And that's a little bit darker, but that's a little bit too dark. So I want to go down. I just want it to be a small change. So I'm only moving it over just a bit, just a smidge here. But that doesn't feel quite right. So let's see, move you over here a little bit more. And over just a smidge bit darker. I think that's a little bit better. It's not as big. And then we can kind of modify it a little bit. And do you know the feeling when you were searching some random stuff on Pinterest and you stumble upon a new genre/category you think is just a gigantic gold mine? I do love that feeling, yeah. It's very fun to find references on there and make like a inspiration board. So I can agree 100%. And those are just tiny doors. So let's see. I'm thinking something like this, right? We keep the sunlight up here. And then from there, we can just add maybe the thing we saw before, where we have that line here, a little bit of dithering going on here. And actually, hold on. It would be more so, that guy goes there, and then this guy goes here. Something like that would go on for our little dithering area to add the sunlight inwards, right? Heresy. Oh boy. We can do something like that for our top of the area. I think that works out well. And can we do some clouds? I'm not quite too sure. No, before we forget as well, let me grab that medium color so we can add the edges back to our sun. So the sun had the edges that looked like this to kind of mesh it in together. And then I wanted to see about the, the clouds, but I'm not quite sure we can add the clouds. I do like how the clouds are dark in some areas than the others. The thing to note too is that the the mountains don't go up more so than mine. For example, here, I think there should be more sky. There should be more sky up here because that's how it looks in the original photo. But because of the way we're doing it, the ratio, we don't do it that way. So if anything, I would want to add more skylight to our sky. And is there a way I can do that without ruining everything? I don't know. If I were to modify it, let's see. We'll merge down the trees. We'll duplicate the sky. And you tell me how it feels if I just go ahead and grab everything up here, move it down a few bits here. Just move it down and fill that in. Does that feel a little bit nicer? Little bit more sky. And have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Bye-bye, Eris and everyone. Have a great stream. Thanks for stopping by, Polly. I hope you have a lovely one. And I was just looking for a new phone wallpaper and found a huge amount of hand-drawn Japanese landscapes and cityscapes. No, I can't decide. I see. Unfortunately, I can't look at those right now since we're on Pixelart, but I'm glad you found them. That's always really nice. And the mountains directly under the sun should have a slightly yellow tint in the reference. Yeah, we can certainly do that. You can see, and yeah, you're right. They're more orangey in the area the sunlight is touching. We can try that. We can certainly try that. I'm just trying to figure out ratios. So we have this one here, or we have this one here. I definitely think moving everything down just a bit helped. It helps it feel larger. This is what we had, and I lowered everything down just a smidge. I think lowering it down does help. So we'll keep that there. And burn the phone. Problem solved. And we will have a great stream. Well, thank you again. I hope you have a lovely time, Polly. Yeah, I think lowering it down certainly helps it feel like there's more space going on. And maybe move the sun up. Yeah, we move everything down, and then we move the sun up. So the sun can get maybe up here more so the sun can go up there. I think that definitely makes it have a nicer feeling. Moving it down so nicer, looks less squished. Yeah. The thing is, the ratio here makes it less squished. Since we're taking inspiration from, we're not doing the one-to-one, we kind of have to get a little bit on the creative side. Now, I don't know if I can move everything down one more time, but I'll try. We'll move it down one more time, and then we'll just add that guy in here, so that guy goes there. Yeah, I think this is, oh, hold on. I think this is fine here. And with that said, I was hoping we could add some clouds, but I'm not too sure. If we go back to the art, we can see that we have orange in this area here, and then as we move to clouds, we get more on the red side, and then we seem to get more on the gray portions, so a lot of grays and reds, it seems to be, the range of clouds. And looking at the colors here, so for example here, you can see orange, but then as I move upwards, it kind of leans towards red a little bit, and then it goes back upwards. So I'm trying my best to look at the relationships of colors because I find that looking at them helps me understand what's going on. For example, because of the sun being yellow and red, it kind of blends in and it reflects off of there. So that's how I try to look at it. So in this case here, it looks like a great place for a picnic, a lonely flower, or a slow peaceful passing away. Ooh, I can totally see picnic, like a little picnic table here. Oh, hold on, that's the wrong color. We're looking at that color there. Yeah, like a picnic table can go here, or what is it, a picnic basket with red and everything. Oh, hold on. Well, never mind, but I'm sure you get the sentiment. That there, and then a little bit of red, a pop of red here and there. That's orange, but a little bit there with the stripes. Yeah, I could totally see it. And I think that would be nice, or some sort of flower to go right here in the center. But then you'll be drawing attention to the flower, and we're looking to draw attention to this area here. This is where we want the viewer to look. That area there is what I'm hoping to frame it as. So it does make sense to have less of the greenery going on because the greenery is not the focus. It's supposed to complement everything. So it does make sense to lessen that area. I might even bump this guy up one more here and then maybe bump you down a little bit more. And Iris, I have to go for now. No worries at all, Torin. Don't get sad. Don't get too sad. I'm sure someone else will take over the mantle of bullying you tonight. Not true. Not so. Everyone is well behaved. I'll have you know. And what if we curve the top of the tree very slightly to point towards the sun? Ooh, fair point. Thing is, I merged everything down, but we could possibly curve it in a little bit here and do something like that there and have that guy kind of point in there. Then maybe we can drag in this point about here-ish and point that in there. And then maybe we can do something to this extent here where we can have it kind of pointing upwards. And oh, hold on. Grab that color here, grab that color here. That's not too shabby. Maybe have it kind of point there. Yeah, I do like that. And I'll leave Tolakwer here. Oh boy, I do like that. I think that works out well. I think that was a great suggestion and addition. Yeah, It's a small change, but I think it's enough of a change. Where this was standing straight up, so it was more like this, and what we do. And now it was changed to look like that. So it's a small change, but I definitely think it helps add that feel. That we're gonna have to move the, what is it? This guy up here back to what it was. Something about there-ish. Yeah, I like it. Oh, that's that idea. Yeah, okay. So now that we have more space, and just as a comparison, this is what we, oh, hold on, let me merge that down. This is what we initially started off with. This here, we moved everything down, and I definitely think that helped add a lot. If anything, maybe we can lower some of the mountains as well. But overall, I think the changes have been for the better. Oh, beginning of stream, current one. Yeah, I definitely think it helped. Lowering things down, and I think though, maybe the mountains are too much. And 3 for 3 on the suggestions. Yeah, you're on a great wavelength. And one thing in the original picture that makes the sun more intense are the clouds and how they get lit up right above the sun. I think once you add those, the sun will be more prominent. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to add more space up here. But my worry is just, we won't have enough space, but let's see, let's try. So I'll go ahead, I'll go up here. I'll go maybe more towards the yellowish color when it comes to the grays. Maybe up here for our clouds to start off. Clouds here, when they start, are in our orangey colors. I'm going for something more on the grayer side. We can see, truth be told, it depends. There's some blue going on up here in these areas, and it just depends on where you're going. So it doesn't matter too much, I'd say. At least the starter point. So I'll hide the sky. I'll make a new layer just so that we don't have to worry about removing something and adding something. And then we'll grab this. We'll go for more of the cloudy feel. So I'll go for a more creamish color. We'll go more towards orange part here, and I want to make sure this isn't too bright, but you can see very bright. And if we look up here, the clouds are darker than the sun, so I should go for a darker color. So we'll go for that middle area. Let's see, is that dark? It might be too dark, but let's try that color for now. And it's popping up with the suggestions like crazy. That's Bananas Hater Club VIP badge worthy, I tell ya. Banana Haters Club. Oh boy. What I want to do is I want to move these guys down a bit. So I'll go to this layer here, and I just want to move you down a bit as well. Hold on. Move that down there. Yeah. That way we also get more space up here for the sunlight, I think. I love this emote. I do too. I think it's adorable. That one's from okay. Let's see. So we'll move that there. And now if my, oh, where did my color go? That's okay. We'll just go back to you here. Go downwards. Slide you over to the orangey colors, and that'll be our color. Yeah. That's dark enough, I'd say. And now, how can we define this? There's kind of an area here, I'd say, on our colors or on our cloud area. So we'll move you back there a smidge. And then we kind of have you here. So it kind of goes up, I'd say. And then there's a bit of a wrapping around motion. And we're trying to highlight the sun. So I'll try to add a curve kind of maybe the curve can kind of come up here. Something here-ish maybe. And then we can kind of have you come out a little bit. Then a little bit more of you coming inwards, maybe a little bit outwards. So something here can possibly work for our clouds. And we'll move you there, move you about there and there. Maybe we can modify it a little bit. But I'm thinking something along the lines of this can work for our cloudy portion. And maybe move you down here. And we did cloud study earlier, so this shouldn't be as painful as it might have been if we did this first and then clouds. So we'll see how well it goes. And did I hear the magic words? Cloud, do you mean? Let's see here. And study maxing. Yeah, the idea is that we do layers. So we start off like figuring out how do clouds work, and then you go bit by bit. And right now, we did clouds, so maybe we'll be okay doing this one instead. So maybe we can do a little bit here, maybe a little bit more here, a little bit more on just the poofy bits. Add you there, and we're just looking to hopefully carve it out. Is though in the middle of the cloud study has a smiley face? It does. Funny enough, there's 2 faces here. Can you spot up? And let me take some water as well. The thing is, we started with the one face, and then I realized I enjoyed it, so we added another face. I enjoyed the faces. It was the idea of spotting faces in the clouds. That was the theme around it. Oh, we got some water. Water acquired. Indeedy, 2 faces are hidden here. You have your back face, this little guy, and you also have this face, the biggest prominent one. So let me go ahead and back into that one there. So for our clouds, how can we do you? Maybe we can kind of have you curl upwards, up there, a bit there, and then maybe we can have you kind of curl in here. That can maybe possibly work. Have you curl in downwards, kind of curl in a little bit there, and that guy can kind of go down a smidge, possibly there, and then we have you. And again, it doesn't have to be one-to-one, so I'm not trying to make it one-to-one because it doesn't need to be. So maybe we can have you kind of coming in around there, and then maybe we can have you, the mountains might be too tall still, so we might also move you down another smidge clouds or mountains down there. There you go. And then we can move you there. And then we can also move the sun back upwards. And we got Man Cloud and your dad's friend Thomas, who owns the repair shop. He's quite reliable. Guess who's who? You know what? This guy is Thomas. He, and then your dad's, oh no, hold on. Thomas, who owns the repair shop. I don't know, actually. That's a fair point. I feel like the older one might be the repair shop owner, but you know what? Maybe Thomas is the reliable one who is quite young for his age, but gets the job done no matter what. Well, let me go ahead and remove you here, and maybe we can add kind of a curl here. Hold on. Maybe there. Have you kind of come up here, and then a little bit here. What I really like is this here around the sun. So maybe we do a little bit something different. Maybe what we can do is, oh, hold on, hide this guy here. I'll do a new layer, and maybe we can do it that way, where we have some clouds kind of coming around. We have another cloud here, kind of leveling and showing off the sun. As, hey, look, a sun is here. Don't you want to say hi to the sun? Something here-ish, possibly. And then maybe from there, we have the other kind of clouds here. And then, perhaps, now we can do big cloud. And who cares? They're both just water. Fair enough. You know what? They can have emotions. They're allowed to have feelings. Let me erase you here, erase you there. So something like this instead, I think might work out a little bit better. Like, yeah, remove that there. And then I'll also remove you here. So remove that there. We'll merge you down and then maybe add in that puff of clouds we can kind of see. So maybe a puff here, maybe another puff here. And we'll just do 2 puffs instead of the singular puff. Something, oh, hold on. And this regard here, and then kind of down there, down there. That's not too bad, but I think it might be too big. So we'll make it a little bit thinner, maybe move up here a smidge, kind of have it a little bit curvy idea we had from earlier, but a little bit more refined, something about there. And I think this is okay. Maybe if we add a few more details, it'll make it nicer to look at. Kind of have that guy there, and the scenery is missing a giant red YouTube thumbnail arrow to show pointing to the tree. Top 5 things you'll notice about this art. There we go, starting with the sun. Did you notice the sun? Oh boy. Let me save here. I knew that guy as well. Yeah. I liked the idea. Hi, Comus. Is that how you say it? Or maybe Kilmus? Welcome into stream. I can certainly try the name again, but thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Sorry, I can't see it. Can you add more arrows? Oh boy. What if I just do this? Oh, hold on. Do that. Now you have to see it. Can't you see it? There. Easy. Oh boy. Let me save this guy here. I'm wondering, can we or should we remove you here? Because I do like this feel here. And maybe we can just add layers of sun or layers of clouds instead of the big cloud we can see. Or maybe we can use some of the cloud, take some of it, and add a little bit here and there. I think that could work as well. So it's not too much. It's not a lot, but it's just enough to make us feel like it. And at that point, it's not a sun. That's a scene. I feel like there was a pun in there. I just don't understand it. But if it is a pun, terrible. If it was not a pun, good. Oh boy, how pretty. Thank you. Also, I've been saying catatonic. It's catonic. How have I been saying it wrong this entire time? I don't know why I thought catatonic. But welcome in. Let's see here. Remove that there, move that there. Maybe add in a line about here, kind of have you kind of loop up there. I think that can work for more of a cloudy feel, wouldn't you say? Something there, though I don't know about that. Yeah, there we go. That there. Yeah, I like this. I think that'll work fine. And we would just need to add a little bit of, the cloud has a tail. He's just a little guy, he just has a little bit of feeling to him. Let's see. And we would do darker up here. It seems to be lighter here. Let's add the light color. So we would go up a little bit, maybe lean more towards our reds because we were looking at the reds earlier. But I think this might be not bright enough. We would need something to bounce off of it. If we go back to our reference photo, you can see that this has a bit of bright lighting because it's next to the cloud. So, or next to the sun, the cloud is. So if we were to make it brighter, it'd have to be brighter than this. So maybe we can go up here. Maybe we can go over to the orange a little bit more. Is this brighter? Nope. Let's see. Is this brighter? Nope. Maybe up here a little bit brighter. That's better. That's certainly better. Are you brighter than the sun? Not quite, which is good. So maybe we can add a few layers here and there. We started with the base layer. Now we're adding the lighting layer. Maybe what we can do is add a little bit of lighting up here so that we get a little bit of cloud lighting. Oh, hold on. A little bit of lighting up here. Not too much. You don't need a lot. You just need it to be subtle. Just very subtle. Just a small showing of what's going on. Maybe something up here like that there. And then we have a little bit of underneath our cloud. So something about there. Maybe we can add a little bit here as well. Maybe a little bit downwards. And then we'd add in our cloud bit here. And we'd add maybe a little bit around. Maybe it can come down a smidge. And then maybe we can add another bump here, possibly. I don't know. I don't know if I like the curling idea. I usually do, but in this instance, I'm not quite sure I enjoy the feel. I enjoy the feel of the curve. So let's tone down the curve just a little bit, just a smidge of toning down. So we'll move you down there, and then we'll move you down here. Something to that extent. So maybe we can have you come down a bit there. Something in those areas. Something there I think is okay. And then if we zoom in, we can also see that we do have a brighter color here too, between the darker ones and the brighter ones. So we can also add that in as well. We can add maybe a darker color here. So I might go down a little bit more towards our reds. And you really like rounded shapes? Really? I don't know if you could tell, but I'm a bit of a fan of round shapes. Round shapes and curls. Very wispy curls. You can never go wrong with a little bit of a curl here and there. It's one thing I like to enjoy adding is the little curls that kind of swirl around. These are my favorite. These little wisps. I think they add so much character to a piece that you can never go wrong. And the colors tickle my brain. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm thinking we add this guy in here. So what I'll do is I'll do a new layer just so we can double check. This is our dark color, this is our medium color, and then this is our light color here. And we'll go back to that guy there just so I can see. We'll grab this color here, grab that color there, and then we'll grab our medium color for our lighting. An Art Nouveau. And in the original picture, the clouds only have their undersides lit up. The clouds that are in layers close to the sun are just completely bright. Some of them are. This one here is completely bright. This here, this is a cloud, I believe, and this guy up here is what I'm referencing, though. Maybe we could do the underside. I see the top here. I would count this area here as a cloud, but maybe we can try the underside idea. So what if instead we grab, let's see, this guy here, fill you in, and instead do underneath? If we were to do underneath, then it would look more like that there, but I think the top one works better because of its being near the sun. And it's that, see, no worries at all. Thank you for pointing it out, as I do enjoy just trying things. And I'm wondering as well, can we go for a rounder feel or nah? I think we can't just because of how small it is, which is okay. I chose to go or convert this guy to darker. That way we can have the color we had initially as a light color, a light tint. And you can kind of see very dark up here. And then we have medium tones and a little bit more of a highlighty flavor. So I'll try to see if we can add a little bit of that there. We just need to remember how layering works. For example, here, I see a lot of the cloud as dark area, possibly here, and this is the light portion. This guy here might be a light portion you could get away with. And it's giving me MC Savannah. Oh, yeah, I can see Minecraft Savannah. I can certainly see it. Yeah. That's a fair point, and I'm getting a little lost when it comes to clouds, so let's use our references, shall we? When we did our cloud study, it was based off of this artwork. And in this artwork here, if I slide this guy over, we can check what layers they use, again, because it's always super duper handy. So, for example here, I can hide this here, and you can see, oh, no, hold on, let me hide you, or collapse you. We're looking for this guy here. Application of lighting. So I started off with all of the light colors, and then I added shadows. I see. Add the shadows, not add the light. Sometimes you can add the light or add the shadow. So in this case here, where we have adding here, I'm adding light by doing the lighter color. Another thing you could try to do is by adding the shadow. So let's try adding shadows instead of adding lights. I think I work better when I add the shadow. So we have everything in light here. Now, what's in darkness? That's the question to ask. For example, here, what we could say is this here. So we know that's in darkness, but is there a way we can, just because I think this photo is a a little bit different. So is there a way we can maybe add a little bit of fluffy feel? Maybe we can do, let's see, a bit of cloudy fluff. Oh, hold on. Cloudy fluff here. Maybe have it kind of curve up a little bit and kind of have it curve and wrap around. Maybe that can work out a little bit better in I was about to say flavor. Work out a little bit better in our favor. Kind of have this guy curl out a little bit, and then maybe have it kind of curl up a little bit. Maybe this guy can come back a little bit. So it's a little bit more layered. It's not all one-to-one is the hope I'm going for instead. So it's not all the same. It's just a little bit wrapped around. And then this guy here can also come down a little bit, and maybe this guy here can come up a little bit here. Maybe not too much of the pointy guy. I tell you, I always do the pointy bits. So we'll reduce the pointy bits here. Though the bottom here is also pretty bright, so I take it back. You don't get brightness. You just get, there you go. And it's giving, is that your goth face showing? It's not a phase.
Let's see here.
I like warm colors. You can see this is all warm. I'd say this isn't goth at all. Not goth in the slightest. I might have this guy curve in a little bit. Maybe add a wispy bit down here so we can kind of have it curling down a bit here, because these guys, I don't know what's going on up there. So it's up to interpretation, and I say, and I will interpret it as a bit of a wispy action going on. I quite like something here. I think this works out fine. Then maybe we can kind of reduce it up there. Yeah, I think this is okay. So now, for our guys that are in sunlight, what we might say is have a bit here, and then we might add that there, and then we might add an area here to show off, hey, look, this guy is the highlight, possibly. I don't know how well this is going to work. I am attempting things. And we have to keep in mind that it seems to be the case that the underside tends to be where the clouds are tends to be where the clouds are brighter because of the sun. So I'm trying to keep that in mind as well, and adding in our kind of cloudy bits here. Maybe a clouded area can go there, and then fill that in there. Something like that, possibly. Partially, it's getting there, don't you worry. It's a lot about trusting our process here. So maybe we can add and round this guy out a bit here. Maybe we can round you about there, maybe about there. That can go there. I think that's fine. We'll add a bit here because I do like the idea of this being a little bit rounder. So maybe we can go for something there-ish. And then, let's see here. This here can be changed. It's okay. It's all right. It'll be fine. This guy down here, we're going to need some sort of layering effect. So I'm thinking maybe we can have that there, and then maybe we can have another guy kind of coming in here. Maybe a little bit guy going down there. Yeah, something like this I think will work out fine, a little bit better. They can kind of slide you over, maybe make you a little bit bouncier, kind of rounder here, a little bit rounder here, that there. And then maybe we can even have you kind of going down here, maybe down there. Nope, I think this is fine. I think that's okay. That's a-okay and fine there. And then we can also, we don't have to have you separated, so to speak. We can just have you maybe a little bit of a curl, small curl, so bubbly. Yeah, I do like the bubbles. They're enjoyable, I tell you. I'm also thinking maybe we can have a separation here going on for some of these guys. So a little bit of a guy in the background here for our shadows. Something to this extent where, yeah, I don't know. I'm not too opposed to it. And what's with the outline of the hill in the foreground, by the way? Is that some kind of visual aid with painting? No, it's not a visual aid. We were trying something out. In our Pixelart of the day, we spotted a method that the artist did, this one here, Pixelart, and I liked it. I liked the idea of having the areas highlighted with a bright highlight color, so that's what we did. We added a little bit of a highlight because I think it adds a little bit of a feel, or at least I think it makes it feel more on the sticker book side, and I enjoyed it, so we added it. Let's see, we'll move you back up to here. But, truth be told, they did a double outline, so there was 2 outlines going on. Really, there should be two of these, one being darker and one being lighter, if we really want to go for the effect. But I think just a simple outline like this is not too bad either. Not too bad either way. So let's see. If I go ahead, no, I'm also curious. What if we just did like a light limeish green here instead for that color? Oh, hold on. Not that one there. No, so it's a bit like cell shading. Ooh, you could consider it cell shading. Yeah, I can see the cell shading portion being a part of it. Yeah, in the sense of just the outline and maybe that there. Ooh, that's pretty nice. Yeah, this was the old color of the outline here. And hi Sherlock, welcome into stream, welcome in. And hey, I've never seen this channel before, but I find it cool that YouTube recommended a small stream about a new thing I'm getting into. Pixelart feels like the algorithm is healing. Well, lovely, and welcome into stream, welcome in. I hope you enjoy it around here. I am still very much learning pixel art, so every week, once a week, we spend some time learning different aspects of pixel art. Today, we're working on environment, so I'm drawing the pixel art environment for the first time and seeing how fairly well I do. So I'm sure you'll fit right in here if you just like to stick around for a bit. And it's a happy little accident until necks get involved. No necks were harmed in the making of this production. Let's see here. I'm thinking of adding, let's see, here are 3 colors. I can go ahead and delete you. We don't need you anymore. And I'm thinking maybe we can round you out there for more of a bit of a bubbly feel. And then we kind of have you down here. And I want to do a bit more bubble round. Oh, hold on. Wrong button. That's a new cell layer. We don't need any of you. Something there. And then we have you here. Then maybe we can go for another guy down here. Maybe another bit of a bubble pop feel down here. And then maybe you can have it kind of curl upwards. So something to that regard there. Yeah. What do you think? It's not too bad. I don't think it's bad. I think it is. That's what I think. I believe it. Though I do like the idea of that wispy look. Good! I'm a fan of swirls, so if I can add a swirl here or there, I'm quite happy. And I quite like that. And then maybe we can go a little bit more, let's see. Downward here with you. Maybe we can add a little bit of, nope, I think you're fine there. And you seem to be doing great. Accidents is how true art gets creative. Well, thank you, Sherlock. Yeah, happy little accidents happen here all the time. We did a cloud study the other week, and I didn't intend to add faces to it, but it ended up looking like a face, so we rolled with the punches and started adding faces in our clouds. Happy little accidents like that. And was that no necks were harmed, or no necks were harmed? No necks were harmed in the making of this. Nothing at all, I assure you. Well, go ahead. And what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing kind of a pattern, or hold on, let me zoom out a little bit, so zoom in a little bit so you can see. What I'm seeing is we kind of have a little bit of a bump here outwards, and then there's a little bit of a bump here, a little bit of a bump here. So let's see if we can add those bumpy features. And that's beautiful. Thank you, Rodrigo. I'm glad you're liking it. That's always really nice to hear. So what I'm thinking is we'll go ahead and oh, hold on. Well, that's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. But I'll remove this guy here. I quite like our wispiness of the clouds. I think that fits it. But what I want to do is possibly do a bump here. Let's see, a bump about there, kind of move you outwards a bit. You can come in a little bit more, possibly. Maybe we can do, let's see, move you in, out, or in a little bit here. That does create a circle. I don't want a circle there. So we'll fill you in, and then maybe remove you a bit there. And then maybe we can add a little bit of a line down here with a bit of a removal there. Though I think it adds a line, and I don't quite like that line there. So maybe we can do something to this part. I'm being careful to keep an eye out here, since this is the big piece in an overall. Because if it looks good from far away, that's what really matters. When I'm in deep here and it looks nice, it's important to make sure you're taking steps back and double checking to make sure it does look nice from all sides, as well as flipping the canvas, something I should also be doing more of, but I forget. But flipping the canvas, making sure it looks nice from every angle is also something that can help the art look good, as flipping it gives you a new perspective on the piece. So let's see here. I'm thinking we can have a bit of fluff going on here, maybe another bit of a bit of a fluff going on here. So something to this bit here. And when you flip the canvas and it becomes a horrible mess, so you delete it and pretend it never happened. You either delete it, or you just act like it never existed in the first place. You know, everything doesn't have to be destroyed right off the bat. We'll see if we can add a bit of a kind of bounce here. So just more bubbles here going on for our clouds. Can we layer it to feel like the clouds are moving in with one another? There's a bit of here going on, so I'll add that there. And then there's kind of a bit here, so maybe I'll do this guy, lower you a smidge, something there. Let's see here. Move you about down there and down there. Move you about down there. You could do a darker blue shade for the top. Yeah, that's the thing. Blue happens up here. This is where the blue exists. And I do want to add the blue. Right now I'm focusing on this, oh, hold on. I'm focusing on this area here where we have all the highlights and bright colors. And then we can worry about this dark area here, but for now, I'm focusing on one portion at a time since this is already very difficult. I'm struggling, but it's a fun type of struggling. And, oh, I drew that. Lovely, lovely. So let's see. Something here, and then kind of having maybe go out a little bit, rounding out, because you're still cloud, you're still part cloud, or just a little bit different. You're just built a little different. And let's see, maybe there-ish. Maybe we can have you curve out a little bit more, something there. I think that's fine. Fill you in here, and then maybe we can have you kind of fill in out there. Maybe have you kind of curve in a little bit here. Maybe we can have you kind of curve in a bit there. And then this curl can kind of come out a little bit more. It doesn't have to be leveled, doesn't have to be accurate. We just want it to feel nice. And I'd say that this guy here could use a little bit more curve, just a smidge, just a little bit more curve, and then it'll feel nice. And have to go, no worries at all, check. Good luck with training your Pixelart skills. Terrible! But thank you. Thank you, and I hope you have a lovely one. That was clever, and that was so awful that it's clever. And the swirly parts of the clouds look nice. Thank you. I do enjoy a good swirl here or there. So if I can add them, I'll do my best to add a little bit of swirling, because I do enjoy it. It feels very wispy. That's the feeling I get when I see the swirls. So I do my best to take part in the ideas I enjoy. For example, here I'm looking up, and where do I see some swirls? I kind of see the swirls maybe here. Maybe you could round that edge out a smidge. Can I add then a swirl here and here? Possibly, you could say, maybe. And then we kind of have maybe a bit kind of going up here. But I think overall, this area here is not too bad. I think we're okay here. Maybe this guy can kind of come up a little bit here. Maybe he can kind of come down, and maybe he can kind of come over just a smidge here, like that there. We're trying our best to make patterns without it looking too much like a pattern. What's the issue here? Is that sometimes it doesn't come out the way you want, and that's okay. A lot of it really is just trusting the process and sync, or trying to feel out. Why don't I like it like this? Maybe we can add in it coming up a smidge up here, so something to this regard here, and then that can kind of come down there, and then we can have this layer kind of come downwards, something there-ish, and then we can have you kind of coming downwards there. That could work out, though this guy here needs to be a little bit rounder, so we'll add a little bit more rounding going on in those areas, and then maybe we can add in a little bit more here for rounding, and maybe this guy can come in a little bit there. Something like that could also work, maybe even here, like that there. Maybe we can then move you out there, curl you in a little bit, maybe also do a little bit less curving there. Just about stretching and pulling. And now they're already gone, but hats off to you for that dad joke, sir. I thought it was a typo at first. Oh boy, no. Check is very good at puns, and if that's the one thing I can say, though, the one person to make puns is gonna be Check, and it's awful. But to ring is that's a good one. That's very clever. But it's so bad that it's clever. I'll remove all the highlights we have here, so I'll just keep it to the light bits at the bottom, highlighting our bottom areas here. So something here. Maybe we can add a little bit of a wispy portion here. Not too much, just a little bit, just a smidge, because we are not worrying about those bottom areas. The bottom areas will come as they go and move as they please. They go where they please. So I'm thinking something like this here, where you can see the bottom, and that bottom there gets a little bit highlighted. Maybe we can reinforce this here so it's not too minimal. Maybe we can move you here, maybe add you here, add you there. Do something like that there, maybe even that there. Maybe move you over a smidge there. I like that. That's not too bad. Maybe even move that there. Yeah, hold on. Then maybe we can do that there-ish. Yeah, I quite like that. Maybe have it move back down over here. No, nope. Okay, hold on. Maybe we can move you down there. Maybe then this guy can kind of go over a little bit. Maybe you can come down a bit there. That's not too bad. I'll take it. I'll take that. I'm okay with that. Okay. So, with that said, let's see here. Maybe we can have you curve in a little bit more. So maybe we can have you curve down a bit here, and then maybe that guy can come, let's see, move you down here. Oh, hold on. Move you down here, and then have this guy kind of move you down in a little bit here. Oh, hold on. Let's see, move you there. Nope, I think we're okay. We can keep you straight. You're fine the way you were. You were perfect. No need to fix what isn't broken. We can move you maybe up here a bit there. Okay. And now, let's see about adding that blue here. So right now, we're in our reds. If we go down to the reference, you can see if I move up here, we start off with some reds and orange. Then, if you're looking down here at the colors, when we go up, we're sliding over to the left, and then we go even more left. So the color or the colors are going in this direction here. Oh, hold on. It starts here and it's going this way over here until we end up somewhere in here, kind of going the whole merry-go-round all the way around. And doesn't the pixel perfect mode bother you when it comes to filling up color like this? Feels like it's much less predictable as opposed to just being a brush. It depends. If I go back to here, I use pixel perfect just because when I'm drawing lines, it tends to draw it nicer. If I do this guy here and then I undo pixel perfect, it feels thick, too thick in my opinion when I do it this way. So I do pixel perfect because the lines tend to be sharper. If I want to fill something in, I just use the bucket tool. So if I want to fill in this guy here and then this guy here, oh, hold on. And you can tell when pixel perfect is enabled or disabled because it's very sharp. And if I undo that and I just do a circle here, I can then use G, use the bucket tool, fill it up that way. Or if I happen to have a lot of pieces I want to fill up. So for example, maybe we have this, oh, hold on, this piece here, fill that up, this piece here, fill it up, this piece here. Another thing I can do is just make sure contiguous is unchecked up here. And then if I want to change the color, it changes all of the colors. So I stick to enabling pixel perfect because when I do lines or when I do shapes, I find that it looks a lot nicer. With this toggled on, toggled off, the lines feel sharper. So let me go ahead and undo that guy there, undo that guy there, undo that guy there. I hope it answered your question though. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So let's see here. We're leaning more in towards our reds and going a little bit darker. So we'll go darker still. This might be a little bit too dark, maybe. If we're looking at our color values, you can see up here, let me zoom out a little bit so we can see, there is lots of darkness up here. It starts off medium and just gets darker. There's also a bit of darkness here, a bit of darkness up there. And I'm also seeing the blue. And I don't know if we can do the blue right off the bat or how well we can do it, but we can see. We can certainly see. For example here, maybe we can add a little bit of red going up here. That way there's a little bit of difference here. Maybe then we can also add, let's see. That guy's up there. That's a bit of a swirl here. So maybe we can do, let's see, this guy here. I'm just trying to keep in mind as well the layers of our clouds and where they're at, where they're going. Maybe we can have this guy kind of come outwards, maybe a little bit of a curve here, and oh, pixel perfect. I can feel it in my bones. Do that there, that there, that there. Okay, have it kind of come out here, and maybe we can have you kind of curve down. And I was referring to trying to be precise in something like the clouds. Oh, I see. We don't need specific shapes. For actual shapes, I do think it makes sense to turn it on, though. Yeah, I see. And I like that even if you were to disregard the colors and brightness in the areas, you can still distinguish clouds maintaining in the grass hill area by their dominant shapes. Round hills, triangular hills, swirly clouds. Ah, that's nice to hear. Yeah, round hills. Round, yeah, I see it. Round, sharp, curly. I do love a good shape language and precise something like the clouds. I see. Yeah, I could see why maybe. This for me feels a little bit more precise because I like carving. It feels nicer when I can carve away at something, and doing it like that compared to when it's a lot of carving like this, I feel like I have more control just overall when I'm using the pixel perfect brush. So let's see, do that there, move that there. And I'm thinking at least for now, let's see. We'll have maybe you come out here, maybe a little bit of rounding going on here. Oh, hold on, make sure contiguous is pulled up there. Then maybe we can have you come down a little bit here. Maybe have a little bit here, maybe you can come up here a little bit there. Maybe a little bit rounder in that specific area there. And actually, we'll move you up a smidge. Maybe move you down here, about there, up there. And then maybe move you there. And then we'll maybe do another bouncy bit here. And then another, well, that guy can get cleared because we won't need you. You're going to be blue soon enough. We're just doing our other shapes. And I'm trying to keep in mind that the light is the bright one and we're just going darker. We're adding more shading to the darker portion. So I added this shade here because I think this is the darkest part of the cloud. No, you don't have to add that there. I think it adds depth when you add that in there. I also see some of the areas here do it. Let's say I'm trying to keep it a little bit accurate, just a smidge. For example, here, maybe you could say this here is darker. So I might add, let's see, that there. Maybe we can add that in there and then that there. So maybe you can add a little bit of a darker portion of the cloud. That's a bit of a highlight. Something like that could work out so you can kind of see the shapes of the clouds, possibly. It really just depends. It truly does. Maybe we can add, and let's see. That guy there is very pointy, so I don't know if I like it. And I gotta go, no worries at all. See you, Tranquility. Thanks for stopping by. Good night, good night. And hi, Big Stepper. Welcome back in. And I just finished making Pixelart water, and I am a genius. Wow. What's the word I'm looking for? Well done. I'm happy to hear it. It's always nice when you have confidence in something you do. So I'm really happy to hear it. Congrats. Let's see. Have you kind of come up here, maybe? maybe a little bit up here, a little bit downward here. So possibly something to do here, and then a little bit down here. Something to do there-ish, maybe, possibly. I'm not too upset at it. We can keep it like this for now, and we can always remove it. But I do like how it feels like there's more shading going on. I'm just not sure if this is the color we want to go for. For example, maybe what we do instead is do this color here, then we do the highlight color here, and then maybe we do the red color here. Well, hold on, never mind, I don't like it. So we keep this, for now at the very least. We can always go back. Saying as much, let me just duplicate this guy. Now we can go back if need be. So let's see here. I'm going to add possibly, let's see. So this guy here has the highlight, so you're the highlight. I would add up here, just a darker area as well. Maybe we can add in, let's see, a curl here, so a bit of a curve here for our clouds, but I think keeping the roundness more so on this side, so round edges here feels nicer, so I have a round edge here, round edge here. This one doesn't have a round edge as much, but I like to keep it, I'm also enjoying this sort of swirls, so I'm kind of swirling in this direction and that direction, but you could argue, right, that this here is that round edge, so we'll keep that round edge, and then maybe we have another round edge here, maybe then this here is another round edge, and then maybe that's a round edge there. So just trying my best to carve shapes into what I'm seeing is what I'm doing at the moment. Maybe we can have this guy kind of curve in here, something to this regard. Let's see, you there. Maybe move you out to there, and then have you kind of come out there. Something to this portion. I actually think you might zoom in outwards like that. I think that's okay. And then let's see, have you kind of come there, and then you can kind of come in there, and then this guy here can maybe go up a bit here. Maybe then you can kind of come over like that there and that there. Something there, I think is okay. And then maybe we can have a little bit of clouds going here and that there. Possibly. I'm not too upset at it. It just feels weird, which is okay. I'm not used to doing clouds, so that could be certainly a reason why it doesn't feel as right as it might in other circumstances. We have a cloud here. This then here, let's see. Where do we want shading? Where do we want light at? If this guy is underneath and this guy is shadow here, then this would be our cloud big area. But I'm not seeing a lot of shading here, so I'll keep our light colors mostly to this area here. And from there, let's see. We'll just maybe add another curve here. So maybe a bit of a curve here. Fill that in there. And then maybe also curve here. And then let's see here. Yeah, we'll move you inwards just a smidge so you don't feel as bad. We'll kind of maybe move you back down there. And that kind of goes outwards. I think that's okay. I think that's fine. And drink a coffee every time Eris says curve. No! That'll certainly give you a caffeine overdose if I've ever heard one before. That's not a good idea. Like, terrible A1, I tell you. Let's see. Maybe we can add a bit of a area around these edges. About there, but I think keeping this part up here is okay. Maybe adding some parts in that area are a good idea too. And ads are about to start. So let's modify this a little bit more. I'm thinking maybe this here can be a bit that looks like it's coming in possibly. Maybe we can make you come out a little bit more there. That way the clouds maybe look like they're puffing outwards. And hold on, if I grab the red, going in this direction here. So coming out and coming out, which leaves this area tucked in, which is why we have darkness. At least that's what I'm thinking. I don't know if it sells, but an idea is there. That's the most important part. Whether the application is functional or not, that's a different debate, but I'll take what I can get. Oh boy. Maybe we can add here another underneath, and it looks good. Thank you. Let's see. Maybe another underneath this guy here. And we're adding more red in as we go along these edges here, because that's where the red remains. That's where the red is added. And actually, I like that better. If anything, maybe even this guy down here. And I think I shall despawn, just pop to have a look. No worries at all. Hope next time I see your channel, you're a big time artist, maybe for some games, maybe just for funs, and your channel's having tons more viewers. Well, thank you, Sherlock. Thanks for stopping by in the passage of time. I hope you had a lovely time while you were here, and hope despawning is also a pleasant experience. Let's see here. We'll add in maybe this guy here. Maybe this guy can kind of come over here, and maybe then that guy can kind of go down there, and that guy go there. Oh, hold on. You here-ish, there here-ish. Yep, okay. Fill that in there. Yes, indeedy. And then you can come out a smidge. And yes, I think that's okay. I'm okay with that. I think that is acceptable. And that works for me. Maybe we could add in possibly some dark areas here, but I think it's okay. I think we just need to add in some bits here, and then we'll be good to go. But ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing. Despawn! Despawn is one way to put it for certain. We'll have those do their thing now, and then we'll continue. I'll go ahead and get some water. Let's see here. Let's see. Tasty, tasty. Lovely. Yeah, I would love to do bigger Pixelart pieces, and I've been trying to get into the habit of doing it. And while we're on the ad break, why don't I show you a little bit of what I'm working in progress on? I don't know if they'll ever be completed, or at least the one I started, but take a look at this. I wanted to do this. This is a draft. I was going to do, well, can you tell who this is by just the sketch alone? Halfway through, I realized though, I've never drawn a motorcycle in my life, let alone a futuristic one. So, that is to be continued. The idea was there, but I don't know if I can actually figure out the dimensional pieces of it. But this is one here. This is something, and this here is 64 wide by 80 tall, so still not even very big. And one I did complete the other day, happily, thankfully, is this one here. This one's 48 by 48. This one's pretty big as well. This has got to be one of my bigger ones. But I want to do my best to get better at just completing bigger pieces, bigger Pixelart pieces, because I find it fun being able to look at the art. We've done a lot of studies on just assets in general, Pixelart assets that go into games. So being able to do some more things that are a total composition, a total compilation, there we are, that's the word I'm looking for, a total compilation of things I do enjoy. And one easy way to force yourself into doing Pixelart is to make an existing piece 2x larger. Ooh, yeah, fair point. That could be fun. I'd love to do a challenge like that in a sense of, oh, hold on, let me close this here, close that guy there too. We don't need you, Claude, anymore. But I would love to do something where we start off with, and let me grab this guy here to make it a little bit easier to see. Well, you would start off with just this here, so 16 by 16, and then you make it a little bit bigger, and then you make it a little bit bigger and you add details. I think that could be a lot of fun, trying to either scale something up or scale something down to its most purest form. We've touched on it before, but I think overall, it's a good exercise in the sense of what things are you removing that aren't important to the overall design and detail, and what things can you add in here and there. I think that is very nice and super important to understand, especially when it comes to Pixelart too, because Pixelart's all about being selective and deciding what can stay and what can go. Let me move you back over to here. Lovely. And exactly, each extra pixel space is another spot for extra detail. Almost like what you're doing by turning a reference into art, but reversed. Yeah, I am trying to boil this up. Blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to boil this image, this picture, into its simplest form by taking everything I think is important and leaving behind what I think is not too important. For example, there's some cities and some lines going on here, but I remove that. I don't think it's necessary to show off the piece, but if this piece were bigger, then I might add it in. And welcome back from my ad breaks. Welcome back. Alrighty, we have about an hour left, and I do think we'll be able to get into a little bit of the mountain studies if we do finish this up, but I've been inspired to also try to do the cow, but I want to also maybe go back to the grass and tweak it up a little bit. I don't like how it is currently. I think it's okay. It's okay, but I think we could do better. And ads, hopefully you're back from the ads and city eliminated. Well, hold on now. It has not been erased. It's just been moved. Yes, indeed. Yes. The city was just moved to another portion. It's been moved off screen. You just can't see it. So let's see here. We're grabbing this color, and now we're going more towards blue and move to the shadow realm. No, not at all, I tell you, not at all. The city will be fine. It'll be okay. Let me go here and let me undo that layer. So if we're looking at these guys, we have our reddish colors, and then we go to blue. So I don't know if we can add another color in here. So I might just go to our grayish colors, move over a little bit, and that looks blue, doesn't it? It feels blue. Well, you could say maybe blue or purple, but usually if you take a color and slide it over to gray and slide it over. It'll look like a different color. That looks purple, but it's on the pinker side. We could also call it blue, depending on who you ask. This could be a blurple if you really think about it. So it's just a matter of moving things over, because this is blue. That's certainly a blue. This, I could consider that blurple. We want it to be darker though, and this is not darker. So we're gonna need to get you a little bit darker, maybe about here. Nope, that's definitely not darker. Let's also move you more towards blue here. Blurple, 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 blurple. Let's see here. Grab you there, and nope, you're not darker still. Interesting, okay. Well, let's slide you over to here. We'll go over to our darker colors here. Okay, that's way too dark. Never mind. We just need a little bit of darkness going on. Not too much. That's way too dark. Maybe a little bit up here. Okay, up a little bit more. Oh no, that's too saturated. We're not going for high saturation in the clouds. That's okay. That's a little bit too gray for my liking, and it's a little bit too bright. We would need to be darker. Something there. I think it could be a little bit lighter. Maybe we can grab this guy here and up the lightness just a smidge. That's a little bit brighter. Maybe we can go a little bit more partial way. That's dark enough. I think this here will be the right color to use. Something like that there. It's not quite blue, but I think it'll serve our purposes well. So we'll try it out and see where it gets us. So go and save this guy here, and let's go ahead and see about some more cloud shapes. We know for certain that this is going to be the shadow of it. So maybe what we can do is add this guy in here, and then we can grab this here and think about where the light would come from. Our light is more so on the bottom, then this guy here would be our bottom color when it comes to shadow, and then this guy here might also be our bottom bit, and then maybe you would also call this area here, so then I could just do that there, and now it kind of has the reverse feeling of it, is the hope I'm going for. So maybe we can do something here, kind of have a little bit curved here, and then we can maybe have this guy kind of curve upward a little bit here. Maybe that can kind of go up a little bit more as well. Just a little smoothing it out, seeing about if this will work, because I'm not quite sure. I really never know until attempts are made. Something here, maybe even that there. Move you over just a smidge. Maybe make you look like you're what's the word I'm looking for? Intentional when it comes to the over bits. Maybe even this can go up a little bit to show off, hey look, we have a bit of layering going on here. Something there, but I don't know. I don't know if I quite like that there, but it's just a matter of trying things out and seeing if you do like them or don't enjoy them. So maybe we can do this here. Maybe then we can add a little bit of the red going back here as the lights are kind of fading into everything else. Maybe then we have another red kind of coming in up here. And then that guy can kind of maybe come down a smidge there. Maybe we can move you up a bit here because we don't need too much anymore. We just need enough to show it off, but not enough to show it's here. It's always here, always has been. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a middle ground, a medium, and I'm adding in light with the red, since the red is brighter than the purple. Just a little bit brighter, not too much brighter, but it's just a smidge brighter. We could even maybe add in our, let's see, our red could go here for our bending in between. Maybe add it back there, possibly. I don't think it matters too much, it just depends, I think. And to say that, I think, do we want the blue at the top? I think the blue's too harsh. So if anything, I think adding the red here is a good idea, just overall. Add that red in there, and then maybe we can have it come down inwards, something to this feel, and maybe it can kind of curve inward here-ish, and then have you kind of curve in here-ish there. Possibly, we can do that there, and then maybe we can add in another red bubble there. Possibly, let's see, add in you here, you there, and then add in you there, and make it look like they're blending, though I don't know. I'm just trying things out and seeing how well it goes. Maybe we can add in a little bit there, but then that guy would kind of go maybe there-ish. Maybe that could work there, just sort of, kind of, there. Yeah, okay, that works, that's fine. If anything, I'm actually going to fill this guy in here. Hold on, let's see. You're there, you're fine. I think this is background blue. I quite like the background blue idea. So maybe we can do a bit more background blue here instead. And then there's background red, and then there's background blue. So I will remove this here, and that's background blue. And we only want a little bit more red. So I might just grab in another blue here, and then maybe another blue here, and fill that in there. And then maybe we can add in a bit of that there, though. I don't quite like how it's not, or I don't like the look of it quite much, so Maybe we can add a little bit more red here. Maybe up a little bit more, over a little bit more. But I don't quite like that, so maybe we can move you down a bit there and there. Maybe then that guy can kind of go down a little bit there. Not too sure, but again, it doesn't have to be perfect. We're just trying things out, and that's the fun of it. It doesn't have to be one-to-one. It doesn't have to be too nice. It just has to feel like an idea was there, whether it was implemented or not. That's yet to be discerned, or yeah, discerned. I think that's the word. Hold on, let me double check it. Discerned. D-I-S-C-E-R-N-E-D. Discerned. I believe that's a word. Yes, discerned. Perceive or recognize. Yes, that is the word I was looking for. So let's see. I will remove you back to here. Maybe we can actually just do that there, that there. Yeah, you know what? I quite like that. I think that's okay. We'll have that going up there. Maybe then we can have this kind of guy going over. And then this red here is the last hurrah when it comes to the red areas. So we'll let the red get one last victory in before we snuff it out. And I think that'll work there. Maybe it's a little bit too thick here. So I might move you down to here, move you down to there. And then also maybe move you downward a little bit here, down there, down there. And then maybe also move you down there, down there. And then maybe also move you down there, down there, and down there. Nope, you're a little bit too wobbly. Maybe there, there, there. Nope, I like you like that. I think that's okay. And I get sleepy when I have coffee. And I think maybe you need a middle color between the dark yellow cloud and the bluey one. The transition is a bit harsh. I don't want to use too many colors. The hope is that we have, yeah. The hope is we don't use a lot. I think overall, I don't know if I like the blue. Truth be told, just due to our composition, I don't know if I would go with the blue. I would go with like a purple. So I might go instead for something like this here, but I don't know if the purple feels quite right, but blue doesn't feel quite right to me. If maybe we go over here a little bit. Yeah, something there I think would work a little bit better than the blue, maybe a little bit less saturated. The blue doesn't feel like it works as well as you would think it would, possibly. Maybe we can slide this guy over a bit here, and maybe move that down a little bit. And in the ref image, the darkest part of the clouds is similar to the darkest part of the trees. Yeah, and I don't want to do it too dark, that's the thing. I want to keep the darkness in, well, I kind of already removed the dark portion here, but yeah, in the ref, if we zoom out a little bit here, the trees are already super duper dark. This is the darkest, and this is the darkest up here. I kind of have it here. This isn't as dark, and that's why I want to go over it again. But I'm not too, yeah, this is dark, this is dark, this is bright compared to everything else. It's dark, but it's not dark like the other one, super duper dark. There's more of a blending fading you can see, and you can especially see it with the ripples now, the ripple effect, so it's a little bit hard to take the reference from there as well. But overall, I think it's not too bad. I think I just might be overcomplicating it and don't need to do as much. And hi, Mnemonic. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. Hello, Chaos Gremlin. Well, hold on now. I see no Chaos Gremlin inside. Thank you very much. Let's see here. I'll move you down there. And then maybe we can move you in here as well. And possibly we'll just move you all in there. There you go. And then maybe we can just move you down a bit there. And actually move you there. Let's see. Move you there. I hope you've been well, though, Mnemonic. But again, no Chaos Gremlin in sight. Maybe you're talking to Bobby here, because I have no chaos. And changing that blue into a purple red immediately, yeah, I don't think blue works here. Blue is too cool. This is a more of a warm tone, and so usually you want to stick to warm colors if all of your art is warm, unless you want a lot of high contrast. But since we're going for something cozy, everything looking warm might work better just because it blends in a little bit more. And we're not looking to make things large and big impact. We're just looking to make them feel soft. That's the look we're going for. Something on the softer side is the hope to go for. Nope, hold on. It's not too bad either. And blues too? You're too cool. And blue's too cool? Well, hold on now. Would you call these blue? I would say they're blue. They're on the warm side of blue, though they're yellow. Oh, no, that's there. That's a warm blue. When I say cool, I mean this is a cool blue. When I say warm blue, I mean this. Oh, okay, that's too much. That's too much saturation. I'll tone it back a little bit. Even that's too much for my eyes. That's too bright. Hold on. Okay, that's better. I got flashbanged. The intensity, I couldn't take it. just tone it down a little bit. And choose the bluest blue. Yeah, that was a little bit too blue. There we are. This is a cool blue up here. This is warm. Oh, my eyes! thought blue is just another planet. And we're on our way to space so soon. The blue or the cool colors are usually associated by being in this area here. Usually you would call this area cool, and this area over here would be your warms, your yellows, your reds, your kind of greens over there too. This is a pretty cool green, but then this is kind of a yeah, these are cool colors. The cool portion is about here. And then you have your warms, which are about over here. For example, this purple here, you can consider warm, like maybe over here. That's a pink though, hold on. You can consider this warm, but if I slide this guy over, then it moves down towards cooler colors. These are more my type. I don't need 100% saturation. I'm okay with 80%. 80% is okay. When you start going to the 100%, then something might be a little bit wrong. That's too much. I'm not a fan of hot pink colors. The hot ones, yeah. Hot pink, hot green, hot blue. That's too much. So let's see here. I need vibrancy. Oh boy. And I have 5 exams straight from Monday to Friday. Oof. No gaps in between. And now everything except studying seems 10 times more enjoyable. I bet. Oh boy, am I glad to be out of school. Best of luck to your exams. Is it Yuja Wall, possibly? Welcome into stream, by the way. And best of luck. I am so glad to no longer be in education. More exams? No, thank you. But I'm glad you're doing it, especially if it's something you want to do. I'm happy to hear it. So, stress as it may be. Hopefully the stress isn't too stressful. Let's see here. Maybe we can do up and down here-ish. And then maybe we can do that there. And then maybe we can do that there and have it kind of curl over in exams. Oh boy. Maybe we can have you kind of come up here and hold on, kind of come down there. Nope. That's a little bit too much bump. We're looking for bump without the bump. Can you be bumped though? Let's see. You go there, you go there. I think that's okay. Maybe have this guy come up a little bit more, possibly here. That's okay. Yeah, like that there. And then that's good there. That's good there. Move you over just a little bit more. Blue. Blue da ba dee ba da da. Let's see. Move you down a little bit more. And you know, another thing that can help us round all the edges out is we could technically do also a little bit of anti-aliasing here, though. I don't know if I want. I'm not sure if anti-aliasing is the play. We did it in some areas of the art already, but maybe we can go back and do it a little bit more here. I'm not too opposed. I just know that it will be possibly a little bit on the trickier side of things to do. Let's see. Fill you in about here. I see a good cloud here. I see another kind of portion here, so maybe we can... Oh, hold on. Move. Let's see. You there, you there, you there. Yep, okay. And then here, let's see. I'm thinking we have a cloud kind of coming down here. And then you can kind of go and wrap, wrap back around. And you can kind of go up there, and then you can maybe come up here as well. So something like that, I think, is possible. Oh, hold on. Possible there, and then maybe you can come down a smidge more. But you don't get to do too much, because we don't need you to do too much. The thing is, the clouds don't look like they're staggering much, so we'll add that in there. Maybe we can even flatten you out a little bit up here. Maybe round you out up a bit here, too, possibly. There-ish. Hold on. About there. So you kind of need to be more there. That's a little bit too angular. Maybe add that guy in. That's still a little bit too angular, so I might smooth this area out here a little bit more. That's just a smidge better. Maybe we can move this guy over a bit, about there. I think that definitely helps too, but I think it's too thick. I think that's our issue here. So maybe, nope. I actually think the straight edge here is a little bit too much. So maybe we can remove some of the straight edge. So move you there. And let's see here. Yeah, this is tricky. Lighting, especially when it comes to clouds, I would certainly say is on the harder side of things, but I do enjoy it. It's just a matter of figuring out the tempo when it comes to where to put things at, where not to put things at. Where do things go? Where do things not go? What do we need? What do we not need? We can possibly add in a little bit of a smidge here, a little bit there. That can also work to add a bit without doing too much. And then that's it. We could just keep it like that. We can even add in a little bit of a guy here to keep it a little bit on the rounder portions, but you don't need a lot for it to look nice. You just need the idea of it in order to get it across, which I do enjoy, but at the same time, it can make it hard because if the idea isn't there, or if what you're suggesting isn't visible to the viewer, the reader, the one looking at your art, then it becomes a little bit hard to say, all right, this is what I was going for, and then it'll get looked at, and people will, how could you get that idea? So it just depends. Let's see. You there. I'm not too opposed to that. Let's move you over to here. Maybe even move that all the way back over there. And I think we can add in a little bit of a layer here. Yeah, a little bit of a layer there. There you go. Yeah, I like that more. And maybe we can add in a line here, upwards, maybe even up there, maybe even a little bit up there, and hold on, move you down a bit, a smidge here, a smidge there, and I think you'll be okay. You'll be a-okay. Just needed a smidge here, and hydrate, sure.
Cat and Nick just
here.
redeemed hydrate.
Hydration before digestion. Water has been acquired. Thank you. Water. Sounds like Walter. Let's see here. We'll move you over to there, move you over to here and here, and I think that's good. We kind of have a bit of fluffy bits going on here, which I think works out well for us. Maybe we can add in a bit, let's see, here, there, and there, maybe a bit there, and then maybe we can have that kind of, hold on, going in here, that there, and then that can kind of go over. And then maybe you can actually go down a bit, maybe more so. Nope, I'm okay with this. Maybe a little bit down more, but that feels a little bit too cloudy. So we'll remove that. Maybe we'll extend this over to here and then maybe have you kind of come over a little bit. And that there, nope, I liked the way it was earlier. So we'll keep it. I think I had it as, let's see, that there. And you know what? We'll keep it. It's fine. It's okay. I think for it being our second time recently making clouds, it's all right. It serves its purpose well, and so we will keep it. And that was this versus this. So a little bit more in the shading, but I think it works out. It works out. So I'll go ahead and hide that guy there. It ain't perfect, but it's pretty, so that's good enough. Oh, thank you. I'll take it. I'll take it being pretty over the perfection. So let me just double check here. You are that draft there, then you are that draft. So let's see. We'll go ahead and duplicate you, and we'll go grab our clouds. We'll then merge our clouds down with that cloud here. Merge down. Merge down. That way we have our current piece up here. Oh, no, that doesn't sound right. There we are. Yes, lovely. And I wanted to go back on our grass and maybe mess around with it a little bit more, since we do have the time for it, as I enjoyed it while it lasted, but I think something's still off about the grass, and I'm not quite too sure. So I wanted to take another try at it to see if we could figure it out on why I don't like it. So to start off, let's duplicate this here. Remove you there, just so that we have a backup in case we need it. And then after that, I'm going to grab this color and fill all of this in so that we have, no, before that though, let me grab all of our colors. So we start off here, we then move to this color here, we then move to this color here, and then we have, let's see, that color, and then we have this color here. And is this Poke Center music? Hold on, I believe it is. Yes, Pokemon Center is the name of the game. This is by Game Shops, if you're curious. I should be able to do exclamation music, M-U-S-I-C. There you go. To get more music from them. I can play this on my kalimba, or was it kalimba? I feel like I've heard of that instrument before. I'd love to be able to play pieces on the piano. I'm learning the piano. I stopped a little bit due to needing to work on my game, but I hope to learn pieces like this, yeah. And Bobby helps everywhere, I say. He's there for you when you need him most. And after this, what I'm thinking is we do, let's see here. Yeah, I'm not too opposed. Don't make me go back to the ads. We will have to do an ad break, not anytime soon. It's about 40-ish minutes. Well, this when the time will come. So we'll probably have to do one. No, you know what? It might be better to do it now. That way we don't get interrupted at the end, since we are starting a new part of the process. So you know what? Yeah. Catatonic. No, or catonic. Catonic. There we are. Catonic. Don't you worry. Nothing will happen in that time. I think it's better to do it now. That way we won't have to get interrupted at the end of stream. Yeah, I think it's better. Do it now. That way it doesn't have to be done later, especially when we get mid-pause in something. And I had guitar lessons, taught myself piano, can play kalimba, and a little bit of drums and ocarina. Or is it ocarina? I forget. I remember that one from Zelda 2, Ocarina of Time. I think it's the ocarina. Oh my. Let me get some water and we'll just, chillax. That way no one who's given an ad will miss anything. And Eris, you stream at Twitch? I do indeed. You can see that chat up there is Twitch and you're on YouTube. What I should be able to do is if I click on you here, TWICH, it should pop up the Twitch link if it does it correctly. But welcome in, was it Kodama? Welcome in. And if I mispronounce that, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I can certainly try again, but welcome in. Let me go ahead and move that there. Hey, water time. And Bobby wants his ad revenue. I would too. Bobby does not discriminate. He comes for all. Let's see. Let me get some water. And I see, well, wait a minute, and Kodama, I see. And from YouTube, join us on the Twitch side. That laugh is too sinister! How could you even, how would you even say HCHD, isn't it? Or maybe you could do I could see it being that as well. It depends. Are you going for gremlin or are you going for like a big guy, like ho 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 type? It depends. But since you have about a minute left, let's do some stretches. It'll probably be the last stretch of the stream. Let's start off by going to the right a little bit. So stretching to the right. There we are. And then let's go ahead and stretch to the left. There we are. And then let's go ahead and stretch to the back. Make sure you don't break anything. Very important. So backwards. And then also forwards. That smirk. Forwards. There you are. Let's do some next stretches now. So we'll start off by going to the right. Oh, I did that too fast. Make sure you're also going slowly. You don't want to snap anything. That's not a good idea. If something does snap, I will not be held liable, I tell you. You can also look down. That one's also good. You usually want to hold these for 1 minute, but we have no time for a minute. Let's also go to the left here. You can also go down and just hold it. Another one you can do is just going down. You can also go up. My favorites are the right here and this one here to the left. Instructions unclear. My L4 vertebrae popped out. Hold on now. I'm not really, as I said, I have been freed from all responsibility. If you did so, then that's not my problem, I tell you. I will not be held liable. My lawyers told me I have to speak on this. Oh boy. Well, welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back. I'm doing Bobby. Bobby, he's unsuable. It's just a stat, what is it called? Yeah, stat buff. And welcome on the other side, Kodama. Welcome in. So, looking at this here, I'm wondering, can we possibly go for a darker outline and then another highlight? For example, we have this guy here, right? I'm just going to grab this color and I'm going to grab all of you. So you're getting yoinked. Thank you very much for your payment. And I'm removing you. And then I'm doing a new layer here. And then what I think I will do is I'm going to grab just this orangey color here. If I do Shift O, I'm curious to see how it'll work if we do it like the reference where the top of it was the highlight. So instead we have the highlight as the orangey bits here. And we'll also add the corners in here. That's a little bit thick, but we'll see. I'm just curious. It's all about the curiosity. And we'll do a darker outline here. So this is our highlighty color. So let's see. That's this color here. Let's do a darker tone, maybe this color here. And if we do contiguous checked off and do that color there, that definitely does give a different feel. I don't know if I like the feel, but it is an interesting feel at the very least, isn't it? Maybe that color there, that's definitely not dark enough. I think I liked what we had initially. I like just the simple pop-out color, so we'll keep it. I just wanted to try a few things here and there, and I'm free! Welcome back from purgatory. Let's see here. Yeah, and a feely feel with the feels. What was that? That smell, that smelly smell that smells. I don't know if it was smell specifically, though. Alrighty then. And then from here, I'm thinking we can separate it into the two tones. We have our bright tone, and then maybe we can separate it here. Oh, the thing is, we know for certain this up here is brightest because it's closest to the sunlight. So maybe instead we do a little bit of reverse. I'll start off by filling this guy in here, and then maybe we can do, let's see, a bit here. Oh, hold on. I'll do a layer here, fill that in. Oh, hold on, contiguous. Check there. And then after that, we do another color here. So check that there. Nope, hold on. We'll move this back a little bit, back about there. We'll see. It'll let me. Back about here. And then we have you here. And you kind of go up here. Hold on. About there-ish. And then we have a little bright color up here. And then there's this little bright color here. I quite like that color though, so we'll stick with that color. Okay. And it was just the matter of mixing the colors together. We looked at it before, and I think I understand it a little bit more. I do like the grass blade idea with the blades kind of poking out from the bottom. I think that's nice, especially with the highlights. And I would love to do it. It's just a matter of how. And to answer that, it's just gonna be a lot of trial and error, a lot of practice. As I do like, hold on, if I move you back down here, because I think you're fine to merge down. I like this. I think this is nice, but I think giving it another try will be worth it. So if we scroll out and look at our references here, there is a suggestion from Pixelart Journey where you kind of layer in the ones from above to below, and we can give that another try again with the grass blades. If we read the instructions here, we start out by doing the values. Start by blocking out a few colors in different values. Make sure the contrast is sufficient, and use shift to make sure the colors appear more interesting. Next up, we want to start defining the grass blades. So we're going for tall grass, use bigger shapes, but of course vary the structure, and cut into the shapes the values and blend, and then we add the blade color body. So let's start here. Let's see if we can make this more so like this, and go from there. Let's give it another go. So I'll go ahead and save it on here. And the idea is that we're cutting into the areas with the blades, and we're mixing it up a bit here, a bit there. So let's see if we can add that in. Maybe possibly we have, let's see, a bladey part here and a bladey part, hold on. Let's do the blade over here. I think that might be a little bit better. Something to this circle, this line here could be a bit of a blade portion, and maybe you could even add in that guy. Let's see, that there, maybe even, let's see, that there could be seen as a blade. Maybe you could even move this over a bit. Maybe even merge this guy down a bit. The little zigzag there could be seen as a bit of a blade. You could even kind of curl that in or curl it up, just depends on you. We could also maybe add, let's see, I see a really thick one, and I quite like the idea of that. So let's give it a try over here too. Maybe we can have a bit of a, let's see, bit of a guy going up here. Maybe we can have you go up a little bit there. You know what, that's not too bad either. We're just trying to add the idea of it inside. We don't have to do it everywhere. It's just a matter of slowly merging everyone together. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure everyone feels included. So I'll go ahead and move this guy down here, and we'll try again. I'm thinking we can do this guy here, and then let's add in that blade idea again. So let's see, you there, I think you're fine, and maybe add in a line here. Not too much, it doesn't have to be a lot. Maybe we can add a line in here, maybe then another line there. Maybe then we can add a line here, and cold brain hurt. Oh no, hopefully you can relax and chillax for a little bit, so it's not a lot of cold brain. As I get that, I understand that feel 100%. Sometimes cold brain, too much work. Need not a lot of work. Need good stuff. Need not brain hurt. Brain should feel better. Make better. Do better. Get good. Let's see here. Maybe we can do a guy up here for like a triple guy there. Maybe then we can add in, let's see, you can kind of come upwards. Maybe we can do a bit of more of a curly guy here. Not as much, maybe up here. I hope you had fun though. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Work it, make it better. And hydrate, sure.
Cat and Nick just redeemed hydrate.
Let's see. Hydration, all good to go. Thank you for that redeem. Alrighty, let's see here. Maybe we can add in a guy here. Maybe a guy up here can work out. Maybe even more, yeah, I think that's fine. And single-handedly stopping errors from dehydrating. I'll have, you know, I at least drink a good, hold on, that one's too similar. I at least drink a good six, at least a good 6 bottle of waters a day. I gotta get that hydration. I believe it's recommended you drink, what is it, about, I think, 48 ounces, if I'm not mistaken. 48 ounces, I think, is the recommended value to have. We'll have this guy kind of curling in downwards, and then maybe we can have, and did you just see bottle of water? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And you can't do nothing about it. Oh no. Good thing you haven't heard a lot of my British accent, but this guy here. No, we already did a lightning strike. We don't want to do too many lightning strikes. We'll just do this here. Maybe lower you down there. That's the same shape we did there, though, so we'll do that instead. Yeah, we'll keep it like that. Sort of a leafy fill all across here. And this is why I didn't get a representation. Shaking my head. I believe I've had someone here before who's British. Mostly it seems to be Brazilians, though. Yeah, mostly. If I had to guess and say most majority, I would say it's probably Brazilian, which is always really interesting. But it's always nice to hear about people from different parts of the world. That's where we're rare cryptids. Oh boy, what have I stumbled across? A great find, I say. Maybe something there. That way it doesn't feel as much. I'm trying to blend it so it's not too sharp in these areas here. And I think that'll work out fine. I think it's okay. We then need to do the same here. We blend it upwards, so we're adding in maybe a blending bit. Let's see, a bit here, and maybe we can add a bit there. Maybe then we can add in, okay, we don't want to do it too much. We're just going for something small. Maybe we can do that there, and then let's see. Oh, as a Brazilian, I don't know why there's so many Brazil people watching Earth, but I like it. I've heard a lot of pixel artists tend to be Brazilian, which I find really interesting. So it's a thing of, it's just more, the medium itself seems to be something more enjoyed. And that looks nice. It kind of reminds me of how the older Pokemon games did grass textures. Ah, well, thank you. And Brazilians like colorful eldritch creatures. I'll take that compliment most certainly. Let's see here. Let's see. Maybe we can move you up here, maybe over there a little bit. For a little bit of a tiny guy. Then we can do a lightning strike. So we'll do our classical lightning strike because I do enjoy you. You're a little bit too over much though. You need to go down a little bit. There you go. No, hold on. There you go. Then move you there, and then we'll move you up there. There you go. And that's actually true. Yeah. So I've been told. And, oh, I did read that as well. I love you, rare cryptics. Let's see. Move you over here. Maybe we can have another guy going over here. So not over there. Doing a little bit over. Just a bit smidge there, a bit there. Maybe we can have an icon like that, where it kind of goes, let's see, over, down, that there. Maybe we can even remove that there so it's not too similar. And then, let's see, we'll grab this here. And I've done a study on, Pokemon trees, but I don't think I've done one on grass. I would love to do one on tiling, on specifically the grass tiling. We've looked at them before, but I always find them to be a little bit difficult when it comes to drawing. So I definitely think that would be a good investment to try and do. We'll add in another, maybe a longer zigzag, possibly going over this way here. That could work. No, that's way too thick. I can see it over here. And I'm just doing my best to look over to the side and look at it from the big point of view, what we're seeing over here. Maybe we can do that. That's okay. That's all right. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Let me move this guy over here so you can see a little bit better. As the hope is that by doing these gestures of grass, when you zoom out, it'll look blended and everything will feel like it belongs where it should be. And I'm thinking here at least we can do possibly there, a little bit of a grass, but there. And let's see, we need possibly like another guy up there. And then we can do another two, so possibly there. And then we can do there. Oh no, hold on. There, and then let's see. Move that there, move that then here, and you can do a little bit of a heart. A little heart is quite cute, but I don't think we need heart. We need soul. So we'll do that there, and we'll move that up there. And there's actually a Spreader's resource page for Ruby Sapphire with the intros/assets, which is quite nice. I'm not surprised. I have been on this, well, Ruby Sapphire. I've looked at a lot of black and white for Pokemon Black and White. Usually when I'm looking at references, if it's related to something, the black and white games are the ones I see. And Hoenn has so much personality in every tile. Oh, I certainly agree. I don't know if I have it on hand, but I have a lot of references when it comes to the Pokemon levels and stages, and I've linked the stream discussion. I see. Well, thank you. Yeah, did. I definitely want my art to feel cozy, and I want it to feel alive. I want it to feel like there's a little bit of spirit in there. Something like that there, though that guy's kind of a little bit too much there. Maybe we can make you go up a bit there, and then maybe you can kind of go up a little bit here, maybe there. Nope, I don't like that. I don't like that a bit, so maybe we can do that there. Maybe that then can come up here, and maybe you can go down there a little bit, and you know what? Not too bad. Maybe that there, possibly. Hey, I love Pokemon. I used to know all the Pokemon names. I've been trying to, on my free time, get better at, play Pokemon a little bit here. But I can agree. Pokemon, or at least the idea. The most I've ever played Pokemon is only through Minecraft and Pixelmon. That is my Pokemon experience, if I had to boil it down into a nutshell. But I've been going through and I've been trying out the other Pokemon games too, so eventually soon TM. And Pokemon's my hyper-focus since childhood. I bet Pokemon's what's the word I'm looking for? It's influenced a lot of childhoods, and I'm really happy to hear it because it's really fun. It's the cozy idea. And I don't know where most of the new Pokemon names, oh yeah. And when there was 151, I know the basic ones. The basic Pokemon from the older games. The newer ones, not so much, but I do know at least the basic ones. I can confidently say that. I can say it with a smile. And back in my day, the only tattoo I have is of a Pokemon. Oh, and my first one was Gen 2, but I've played every single one since, or back in the day. I see, Regiko. Let's see here. I'll do some blades, and oh, there's too many blade ideas going on here, so I'll do a little bit. Let's see, back there. You're more so back there. And we'll do, let's see, you there. Nope, hold on. Something there, and then maybe a bit here, about there. Nope, that there, and then maybe we can have you kind of come in a little bit here, possibly. That's not too bad. It's a bit big, but I'm hoping to do the big ones up front so that it doesn't take away from the other ones. Let's see. Maybe we can do a bit of an H style here. Or more so that, there we go, H style there. I didn't play any of the Switch ones, unfortunately. I say. I'm not surprised. The Switch ones were very expensive. And the ones I played, or the ones I had access to, were the DS ones. Those were pretty fun. Let's see. We'll move you to be over a little bit here, a little bit there-ish, and then maybe a little bit here-ish there. Yeah, I quite like that. And then maybe we can have one kind of coming up more, a little bit more, about there, about there. It's not the same. It's okay. It's not similar. It's just enough that I think it's okay. Maybe we can have you come down there. I also want to do another one like this here. So what I can do is just maybe I can just do one of these moves where I just move that into there and then grab that and that. Oh, look at that! New pattern! And this is looking nice so far. Definitely an improvement. Thank you. I'm glad to think so. Yeah, I wanted to try again. And she's cheating! It's called using resources and not working harder, working smarter. Oh, hold on. Actually, it's called working harder, not smarter. There we go. Let's see here. Move you back to there, save you there. We'll move you over. Hold on. I want to do another shape. I'm running out of shapes. Actually. Let's see. We'll do maybe another line shape here or something. About there-ish I think is okay. I'm doing a lot of these, so I'm gonna move you there. Maybe then we can add a lightning strike there, and maybe then a little bit of a guy there. Maybe then the lightning strike can also have a little bit of a friend, so you can move around a smidge. You don't have to be all perfect, not all the time. We'll move you there, and then we'll save you there. Let's see. Reliving all the... Oh, hold on, let me see. Reliving all the old classics. I can feel my bones creaking. Oh boy. Let's see. Got that there for a little bit of lightning bit. Maybe we can move you there. Nope, I think you're fine there. And then let's add you over here, up there, maybe up there a little bit. And then an automat. I'm surprised it said bones creaking. Oh boy, reminds me of Rattle My Bones. We'll move you over here, a little bit here, and then we'll add just a bit there and a bit there. Hold on. We'll move you about possibly up there and up there, a little bit there. There you go. Move you there. I quite think that's okay. Yeah, but every time I look out, it just doesn't feel as well as I thought it might. We did merge them a little bit. I think that's okay. So once they're merged, next step is to be mindful of the contrast as we move up the value structure. The highlight color of the grass in the blade in the darker area is now the main body color. So we start here. This is what we just did. And trust the process. I'm trying my hardest, and the shiny part of the reflection of the sun. Yeah. The shiny part's where the sun goes. So we start off here, and it's interesting as well. There's a bit of green going on in this area, which is the kind of top parts. So it kind of seems like you take this color and you apply it down here. is what you would do. 2, just keep in mind, I'll do a duplication here just so that we can have a backup if need be. And let's see a little bit. This guy here also gets merged down a little bit at the bottom. So I might also do a few of these guys here and there to merge them together so that there's a few things going on here and there. It's not all the same. It doesn't have to be either. And maybe we can add in another H. I remember the H working before, but the H didn't work this time. Maybe it needs to be lower. Maybe it just needs to be two little sticks. Nope, H didn't work this time, and that's okay. H doesn't have to work all the ways. That was the idea here. The idea. Let's see. Maybe they're there. And the grass can speak. Can't you see it? It speaks for the trees. Let me move you a bit here and there. Let's see. A bit of a lightning strike there. A little bit of a line there. Maybe a little bit of a small kind of curve there. And then maybe we can add a bit to you here and there. And a little, that kind of already is a lightning strike, aren't you? Hold on. We'll do maybe a straighter one then. Something like that there. And then we have you there. And yeah. And then we'll have a line there. Maybe a bit more. Let's see. That there? Nope. 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 Not a good idea. We can do that. Yes. I will allow that. And then we grab this color again. We merge it down or move it down a little bit here. So I might grab, let's see, grab a line here. Maybe go for a little bit of a lightning strike with a little bit of a line there. And then maybe we can add in another guy here. Not too big, but maybe a little bit of a curve instead. And a little bit of a, let's see, curve. And then, yeah, we'll just keep it a curve. Maybe we can even do a double curve. How about that? Getting a little fancy, a little bit of a mini curve. We'll go ahead and move you down a little bit and do a bit of a, I do love these lightning strikes, don't I? And we'll move that one there. I don't want to do the 2 lines back to back. So I might do this here. And one of my favorite Pokemon seasons is Sun and Moon. I could not tell you what my favorite is since I didn't really play it much. But I always chose Charizard. I can always say that. I tended to choose the fire Pokemon starters. If that counts for anything. Let's see. That guy there, that guy there. And then we have this guy kind of blending into this guy here. So we'll move that down there. The anime. Oh boy. Oh, I didn't watch the anime either. The anime never piqued my interest. There were too many episodes. And for someone who already doesn't have a good time committing to the end of something, it didn't work out in my favor. And I didn't really watch the anime. I like the older movies. I see. Let's move it there. Do a little bit of a lightning strike there. Maybe a little bit of a patching business. Let's see. Maybe we can do that there, that there, that there. Nope, hold on. We'll do that there. And then maybe this here. Yeah, possibly that there. And those are really good. Let's see here. Maybe we can do, let's see, something like that. And then a little bit there. You know what? Okay, that's okay so far. Now that we have this here, now we add a highlight color. And we're going to take a lighter color of this. So if we go back up to our bits here, my question is just probably we're going to grab this color and use it as the highlight color. So what I'll do is I'll use our contiguous. This is our current color. And we'll use the highlight color that we have up here as our highlight portion. So for example here, this guy would go in highlights, but I don't know if that's visible. That's the thing. It's not bright enough. So maybe we can go up a little bit, up to our orangey bits here, up a little bit more. How about that? How about that for a highlight color? Well, hold on, undo. When we're here, you're very highlighted. So we'll keep it. And I'll do highlight portions of the top here. So this might be a bit of a highlight color. Maybe that's a highlight color here. Maybe that's a highlight. Maybe this is a highlight here. Maybe this is a highlight. Maybe that's a highlight. Something to that extent, maybe. And those are my favorite 3. I see. And, oh, they were my favorite. I see. And the depth is slowly starting to reveal itself. That's good. I'm happy to hear it. That's the hope in all of this. So I'm happy to hear it's somewhat working. The instructions are functional. And then we take this highlight color and we drag it down a little bit into some areas. So for example, here, I might grab that there, maybe a bit of a highlight here. Might move it to be a little bit there, maybe a little bit there, and then maybe, okay, I feel like that's a bit too much. So we might just do another line here, maybe that there, and then maybe a bit of a highlight, let's see, maybe there. And 3 is the spell of unknown. Let's see, that there, and then we can add a little bit of a highlight, let's see, here, maybe here. And then we have you here, you there for our highlighted tones. And then afterwards, let's see. With those highlights, I think then we add this highlight to this bit here. So you'd add the highlights in up here. This guy would get highlighted up there. Maybe a little bit here. maybe there, maybe another there, and then we would have, let's see, that's it. And then you might grab another highlight. So then you would grab this next color here, and you would highlight it here. Possibly do that there. Maybe the whole guy can get highlighted here, but because we're in the back, maybe we don't have the highlights in the very back area. So we'll keep it out of the highlight zone. And then after that, it seems to be the case we add in more areas. Let's see. Taller blades, more colors and contrast. If you really have a really tall blade, the top of it will be more likely to be hit by light. Even though break the value structure, keep in mind this will make very high contrast areas. And how fun. Interesting. Yeah. So we add a little bit more of the areas around. And there is the small lighted repad. Lovely, lovely. Okay. So maybe we can add a few more areas here and there. For example, maybe we can add in another patch here. Just a little bit of a spiky bit here. Something that makes it look like this is kind of blending inwards a little bit there. Maybe a bit of kind of grass going on there. Maybe we can even add that there. And then maybe we can add in kind of more just patchy areas that make it feel like hopefully a little bit of grass is going on and is growing a smidge. And hydrate, sure.
Cat and Nick just redeemed hydrate.
Hydrate before I dehydrate. Drink, I shall. Let's see here. Drinking all done and good to go. Thank you for that redeem. Maybe we can add in a guy here and here. And then maybe, let's see, we can add in another guy about here. Maybe a little bit bigger area. That lets us add in some more of these guys. And then maybe we can do that guy there. And then maybe a little bit more. Maybe we can add in a lightning strike even. Something, nope, hold on. We don't want to make them too big. So I'll refrain from that. Let's mow you down a smidge more. And I'm doing my best to take into account the bits at the top and what we're seeing there. So it might be the case of we kind of carve that down a little bit, and then this guy here would get a little bit of action there and that action there. And then maybe you might also make this guy. And this might be where the H comes into play at. A little bit of H-y boys going on. We'll have this guy here, and maybe we can add in another bit of area to go off of. Maybe then that guy can go here. That guy can go there. Maybe then we can also have another guy going in here. And then maybe we can add in some more patchy bits. So maybe we can have in, or do a bit of a patchy area here. Hold on, bit of a patchy bit there. About that, and move that in, and then have the patches and the highlights. So maybe we can do something in this area, and then have the leaves move upwards, and then this guy can move downwards. So something to this extent here, maybe. I'm not doing the, the lighting right, but I think it's okay. I think it can work out. Maybe something like that there. And then maybe we can have another kind of patchy bit here. Maybe this guy can go up a bit there. That way that can go up there. And maybe you can go down a bit as well. But nope, I think you're fine. I think that's okay there. And then that's okay here. And then maybe that's okay here. And then maybe that's okay here. Nope, I think that's fine. And what does the elevator pitch and mod pull redeem do? Banafi, I suggest you save those for tomorrow as, we are nearing the, I don't know, yeah, you don't need to know, it's the thing. What does this big red button do? Yeah, the elevator pitch redeems a 1 minute pitch, or not 1 minute, but 45 seconds, where I attempt to pitch my game to you. And the mod poll is just a poll the mods get to do, and asks everyone a question. That's what it is. That's what the function of those are. Let's see here, that there. Hopefully that answered your question, though. Let's see, that there. And we'll do, let's see, this color here. Maybe a little bit of this guy down here. And, of course. I wouldn't want you to waste your points. Let's see here, that there. Let's see, that there. Maybe move you up there. And then maybe up there. That guy looks a little bit too random, so I'll keep it to here. Maybe we can do one guy here as well. Nope, never mind. Remove that. Add in you there and you there. Yeah, maybe that can work out better. And we're just moving everything and trying my best to mix it all together. And let's see, going to save the banned word we. Don't do it! It's not worth it! It's not. And how do I get more Stardust? Just by watching. You get Stardust just by, I don't know if you get any by chatting, but I do believe you get a few participation points here and there. If that helps at all. Maybe we can have a bit of a spike here, a little bit there, and then a little bit of a spike there, and a little bit of spike here. Oh, hold on. There, and a little bit of spike there, and that there. There you go. There we go. And move that there. That there could work out. Nope, I think that's better. Nope, undo. Never mind. We go back to this and watch stream. Clicking the little button. Yeah, the little button. That's what is it? Yeah, participation. Okay, and let's see. Taller blades equal more color and contrast. Yeah. Lastly, maybe we can add a bit of a highlight. And trapped in an elevator with a game dev? You're not trapped. You're just not able to escape. There's a difference. Let's see here. We'll up the highlights a little bit more up here, possibly. And maybe we can go to the orangey bits here. And can we up you a bit? Possibly up there. I don't know if you'll do anything, but I kind of like the idea of the highlights. But what I wanted to check was to see if the addition, or what if we remove this? What if we just remove the idea of the lines here? Oh, hold on. That's not what I wanted to remove. I guess we're removing it this way. If we remove this highlight yellow color, does it at all change anything? It's kind of hard to tell. So I'll use a different color instead, like maybe that color. And yeah, what do you think? Is the highlight color worth it? Or if we're going to do a highlight color, should it be a different color, something like that instead? Or do you find the yellow nicer? Interrupt, Eris, I'm actually. And there's an option of leaving. You just don't have it. Exactly. I'm glad you're understanding the name of the game. And the green looks nicer? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Maybe if it's just a brighter green, then it'll be good. Maybe this green here. It just needs to be a different green, I think. I think I might like that better than the other option of the... I like the yellow, but I think the green might surface a little bit better. It's just a question of what green do we go? We have this green up here. Dark green's not too bad, but I don't like how dark it is. Maybe we can go for this green here, which is that one there. And 100% saturation, neon green. Is this what you want? My eyes. Let's see. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And maybe we can do this guy up here. Nope, definitely not. Yeah, one of these should change. And I think that's okay, but the colors they're not quite what we're after. So undo this. I'll remove that layer. That way we can keep the outlines. And I'm thinking maybe, well, this is a darker color up here. Yeah, but we're towards the sunlight. So is there a medium color we can go for that's not this color? It's a little bit darker than this color. So maybe we can go over to our oranges, down a little bit more. And if we just do that color instead, maybe a little bit brighter, maybe a little bit more saturation. Just something nope, never mind. I liked it when it had contrast. I do like this. I think that's a little bit better than the option we had. So I'll hide this guy here, and it's beautiful. You know what we can do? File, edit, FX. Oh, hold on, adjustments, hue and saturation. Here is it at its most saturated. Hold on, let me slide this over. There you go. Oh, hold on. I don't think I did it correctly. We're supposed to be on this layer here, aren't we? Yeah, there we are. Hold on, hold your horses. All right, edit, FX, or no, adjustments. Now, behold. That wasn't too bad. Though, I do like how saturated the green is now. That's not too bad, truth be told. I do like it. It's a little bit on the brighter side. And then we can also lower it. That's also pretty as well. I'm not, look like this one exploded. Oh boy, yeah, kinda nice though. There's a calmness to it. Let me go ahead and grab that color there. I believe this is the only color we use here. Nope, never mind. Okay, undo that merge then. Yep, undo the merge. Maybe we can grab this color. I think that color might be our best bet, though I think it might have to be a little bit darker. Maybe we can add a little bit more saturation here. That's okay. I think the issue is the hills. The hills have to be removed to look something like that. And this guy here has to be lighter than the other tones as well. So it might be more so something to this extent. And then you might add in that color here, and maybe that color can go there. That way it doesn't feel like it's merging in. This guy doesn't feel too muddy. So I say we keep this one here. It's better than the other one. And I do like the idea of the outline. I just don't know how well it serves us. But for now, we'll keep it like this, because I think overall, maybe we can grab this color, maybe lean it more towards our warm hue, so maybe we can bump it up a little bit and move it to that color there, but no, I think the green looks better. And now the hill doesn't have a yellow outline. The tree's outline looks a little bit strange. Fair point. Yeah, fair point indeedy. Hold on, let me grab you here. So we either have this, or hold on, It's a little bit tricky because the outline there, but yeah, I do like the tree outline though. Hi, I'm back. I see my tutorial on screen, and Danny, I am attempting to follow the tutorial this time, a little bit more one-to-one. But welcome back, Pixelart Genie. And now, yeah, I do like the hills having the outline just because that's what it looks like in the original work here. They have a little bit of an outline. There's an outline here, there's an outline here. The trees don't have much of an outline, but I do like the feel of it. I'm just not too sure about the trees. I think we can get away with the trees. My question just is if we grab, oh, hold on. I did not expect that to be the color. Hold on, let me just grab you here, move you up here. That's that there, that there, that there. Move you all up here. You're that color here, you're then this color here, downward up here. So it's either going to be this color, which is, I still think it's okay. It's not as bad as it once was. So we can either do, nope. Can I undo the selection? I think I can. Hold on. If I do selection there, and let me know if you have questions about it. Sure. Yeah, I guess my thing is just the step from, or the addition of this background here. I'm looking at the pictures mostly. I really should be reading the words more. But when I say this here, the addition of the background, this is what I did try to do. I tried to add the mixture, and I definitely think it looks a lot better than the one I first did. I can certainly say that. And, oh, hold on. Can I grab you there? Nope, hold on. How can I do this? If I select you and do you then here, oh, hold on, let's see. You there, and then select you. Nope, I'm not doing this correctly. New layer, paste the layer down here, remove you from this layer here, hide you, paste in this guy here. There we go. We are now on the layer of this guy here. And basically blending the edges with shapes. I see, yeah. And reading? We artists don't. I don't read. Reading can be fun. And hi, the hill, the clouds, the grass. The hill, the cloud, the wood, huh? You're gonna have to repeat that. Maybe we can go for the orangish tone instead, or a different tone might make it nicer to look at. Yeah, huh? Yes, I see. Maybe a different color would work out better, possibly. Look, there's a red here. No, definitely not those colors. But I'm thinking maybe something else could work out better for the highlight of this guy here. I'm seeing that when we have the highlight, we go up a little bit more. It's up more on the saturated bit, so maybe here could work out a little bit. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's still green. It's not as yellow as it was. I think it's a good compromise. It's bright enough to pop out with everything, but it's not bright enough that it was like this orange. I don't see that as, what's it called? When I look at that, I don't see green. When I look at this, I could see it being green under the right conditions. My question then is, maybe we can get away and have our cake and eat it too. Can we possibly add a little bit of highlights up here towards where the guys are up here? Is this doing too much? I don't know, so let's see. That's the fun of this. You never know until you try. Is adding, yeah, you know what? Well, hold on. I'm not too upset with it. It's okay. It's not terrible, but it's interesting. But highlighting the edges up here a little bit, what do you think? It's not too bad. It has a feel to it, and it's not catching your eye anymore, but it's still contrasting against the hills. Yeah, I don't want it to be too out there. A little highlight is good. And is this a rim light effect you're going for? Yeah, a little bit of a rim light effect. You can see if I go to the reference photo, there's a little bit of a rim, this one specifically, lots of rim lighting going on here. But since there's a bright yellow going on, that's what we tried to add to this area here. But I don't know if we quite did it. I don't know if I quite like the look of either this or this more. I definitely think it adds a little bit of a kick. Just a small kick. It's not a lot, which is good. We don't want a lot on here. So I'm torn between either this or this. I quite like this. I'm not too opposed to this guy here, so I might just keep it. And if that's the case, last thing I wanted to do was add a little bit of light going on for our mountains here. And to do that, what I'll do is I will go to a new layer down here. And what about making some additional grass blades from the lighter yellow green instead of an outline? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? And while you're possibly doing that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the colors here, and I'm going to move you about here, and add a little bit of sunlight to our background area. So I'm going to use hue here. I'm going to make a little bit of an outline here in this area, like that there, and then move you around and down. Oh, hold on. You need to have contiguous, and are you checked off? Good. Okay, and fill that in there. We'll have the sunlight casting in that way, and we'll move you about, hold on, there-ish. And they want to make knives out of grass. And knives out of grass. Do you mean the outline itself is the grass? Hold on. Are you saying something like this here for some of the outline? Possibly, if that's what you're asking for. And let me go ahead and also move this guy. Let's see, down there, down there, down there. That's that layer here, that's that layer. We move this guy down here. And then maybe, possibly some of this here. Is that what you mean? And if you take suggestions, I'd say it'd look better, but what does it look like if you saturate the mountains a bit? More deeper blue? I can certainly try. I'm not opposed at all. We are wrapping things up, but I am not against trying that part there. We tried a saturated blue earlier. That was part of the initial idea. I think you were here for it too. When it was, let's see if I can find an old version of it. This sort of blue. When the blues were this color, maybe we can grab those colors again. But this was the initial blue, and we've modified it from there to this one here. If I slide it over, I can quickly modify it, because that is one thing you can do in Aseprite. But I can grab our grays here, and then if I go to edit, I go to adjustments, I can go to our hue and saturations, and up to saturation a little bit. I try to explain things so hard, I say, see, no worries at all. Thanks for trying us. I wholeheartedly understand. Attempts are painful, lots of the times. If we up the saturation of, well, I thought it was upping the saturation. Apparently not. Maybe change the hue. Are we not selecting the right guys here? I guess not. Are you? Nope, you are the mountains, but for some reason, you don't want your saturation to be upped. And maybe bluer than that, I mean? I see, and I've been awake for too long. Not braining properly. I see. This is actually an orange. You see more blue, so maybe we can go over here. Hold on. Contiguous, checked off there. And then we have you here, so I'll bring you over to here. More there. Oh, hold on. More blue. You're already very gray is the thing. More there. Yeah, more blue. So this was it before. And let me undo the colors. So this is it. Just a small change. It's just interesting. It's not a big change, and maybe we could even up the change a little bit more, but bluer, less blue. Bluer, less blue. Interesting. It's a subtle change, but I could see why it would be a nice change, especially if we're in black and white. It's brighter on the background, so there's a little bit more contrast going on. Interesting. I like both. I don't prefer one over the other. But I think maybe this one is pretty okay. I like how this one blends in more a little bit with the background because it's orangey. But what I wanted to do to wrap things up is I wanted to look at our light, and it makes them pop more, but it loses the yellow tint. Yeah, that's what I like about it. I like the yellow tint because it's interacting with the sun. We'll see here. That's that one there, and that's all. Hold on. If I do my layers correctly, we have you there, hide that there. That's our light array, and oh, this is where, what is it called? Not layering things, labeling things. There we are. That's that there, and we have that there. So this is our new one and old one. Yeah, I think for now we'll keep it as the orange one just because I think it plays with the colors better. And then we'll grab this one here. And what I wanted to do was see if we could add a little bit of a ray. And the sun destroying the mountain with a deadly laser. Let's see if we can get it to do a deadly laser. If I do, what was it? Soft light possibly? Soft light? And just remove that there a little bit. Does that feel nicer, do you think? I don't know. It's maybe not the effect I'm looking for, but I do like how it feels. If that's any regard, I think it does add a little bit of a nicer feel. If anything, what I might do is say, let's go back to normal, 100% it. I would think about doing a line about here. Let's just add a lot of lines. Line there, and maybe you could do another line, like, let's see. And more opacity, maybe it's too subtle. Yeah, maybe we can add a little bit more opacity. Let's see, maybe that there, a little bit that there. And now, let's go back to the soft light. I believe that was the one we were doing. That's all the opacity. And then we could remove these guys here because they're not needed. But I'm not too opposed to that. I do like the idea of the rays. The rays always seem quite neat. So with the rays, without the rays. That is also just something up. And maybe the rays need to come, what is it, more towards us. But I do like the idea of it at the very least. And that's taken from the fact that the mountain's closer. Yeah, interesting. Alrighty then. Well then. I think this this is where we'll wrap it up. I'll feel out the lasers a little bit later. I'll let my mind rest for a bit. But I can certainly say I think I do like the grass texturing more than what we last left it off at. If I hide this guy here, yeah. So we went from this here, maybe a lens flare. Ooh, that's a circle, right? If I remember correctly. And cross the 4-hour mark and made a decent amount of progress. Yeah, I'd say we're done. This was what we started off with, and this is where we ended at. And I definitely think I like the grass a little bit better with the texturing. I do enjoy it more. I definitely think it is a big improvement. And your mind can rest. Hi, Malphabet. Welcome in. And welcome, Puddle, or maybe Puddlo, possibly. Welcome in as well. And thinking teddy bears and shackles. Huh? That was a one-time thing. Let me enable this here. Let me move you here. Let's see here. You there. Do a normal. And let's see about a lens flare. Normal here. Grab that here. Remove that there. And lens flare. So something like this here, I think, would be the lens flare. And if we just grab this guy here, do the soft light here. Soft light, where are we at? Soft light. And move that down there. Might be a thing of... I could see that working out too. Yeah. Modifying it a little bit, but also this as well. Could be a nice feel. Maybe even modify it a little bit and maybe even just remove the rays so it's not as... Not up here. It's more so down here. And yeah, I could see it being the case. We could remove all of these guys because they're going there. We can maybe make this a little bit bigger so you're more so there, and then have that there. And then have it originating from the sun, that light there. Something like, oh, hold on. Well, I can't go back. Never mind, it's okay. But this there, that's also nice. I do like that. Boom! And lens flare creates supernova. And big improvement on composition too. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I'm very happy with the results. It was a bit of work, but I'm quite happy with how things came out. And we'll move that there and there. Yeah, and I feel like that makes a shadow in the grass, but nothing to grate the grass for. Could you elaborate a little bit more? And maybe we can remove the lighting here, or what exactly do you mean? The sun is a deadly laser. Exactly. That's the look we were going for. Yeah, with it, I definitely feel like that adds more scene to it. I do like it. I enjoy it. And it also draws more attention to it too. So for now, we'll keep it here. That said though, let's take a look to see if anyone happened to have drawn pixel art alongside of us. And if you happen to have drawn some pixel art related to today's topic of environment, consider posting it in the Discord. So if I go ahead and do exclamation DISORD, oh, hold on, enter. There we are. That should bring the link up. And then if I go into the planning stage here, oh, for a second I thought that was an outbreak. We're good, we're fine, we're A-okay. You can see, it'll be linked to here. And you can see Grief, I think that's how you say Grief LP has joined. So welcome into stream, welcome in. And if we scroll all the way down here, you can see Pixelart Study with me. And I'll close my eyes. I don't know what's going on. Scroll up, there we go. Okay, alrighty. I saw there was a few new ones. What you'll do is you'll click on the very top one here, Environment, Clouds, Skies, and Hills. And if you posted it in this area, we'll take a look at it. So, without further ado, let's see. If I scroll down here a little bit, scroll down here a little bit, scroll down, ooh, these are by Ame, I think. Yeah, I see. Ooh, oh, interesting. I'm guessing maybe this is more Star Wars. Ame did post Star Wars earlier, I think. Yeah, this looks like Star Wars, so maybe it's a continuation of this, continuation of the scene. I like here how this is the foreground, so it's very dark, and then the background itself is very bright. So I do like that contrast. I think it's very nice. So well done, Ame. Yeah, if I had to guess, I'll say Star Wars, if I had to guess. And then we also have here some wispy clouds going on. Ooh, and also the trees in the background and the dragon as well. Is this a continuation of this one? No, this is a little deer, and this one here is a dragoon. How adorable! I like this one. I like the colors as well. And just random sci-fi environment, but everything can always be Star Wars. You know what? Fair enough. I know nothing about Star Wars, so anytime I see sci-fi, I just ask myself, is this Star Wars? That's how it always goes. I really like this one though. And I like how you have the wisp coming up for the sunlight as well and the mountain colors. Yes, indeedy. Well done. Contiguous. And now I say contiguous. When I used to say continuous, I can't win for losing. With that said though, thank you all for coming. And thank you, Ame, as well for posting your pixel art. Before we end off, let me bring you into the screen here, as I do have an announcement to make. if I click on you here. So, if you're new around here, there's a little bit of a name. Maybe you could call it a game. I like to call it an event we do at the start of every month, once a month. So, instead of a Pixelart study, what we'll be doing is we'll all be drawing Pixelart on a large canvas. I like to call them draw-togethers. And you can see, these are the previous draw-togethers we've done. So the idea is that every 20 minutes, we'll choose a random theme, and everyone gets to draw on a big canvas, and it's a lot of fun in the sense of we spend all of the month studying and everything, so to start our month off well, we mess around with a little bit. The idea is that you don't have to draw the theme, you can just come draw, because the drawing's also fun. It's a scenic... it's a fun idea of just drawing for the sake of drawing, not taking it too seriously, and also if you haven't had a reason to draw or to get into it a little bit, it's also there. And we've done it, I believe, the anniversary. Yeah, we've done it for a full year now, once a month. So I am quite happy with how things have progressed. Around what time? We will be doing it, as it will be the start of the month. So we'll be doing it on Friday at the same time stream usually happens. So from 1 to 5 p.m. EST will be the time. Yeah, we'll do it at Friday. Well, hold on. Let me double check. It depends on what day we did it last time. If the last day done was on a, what's the word I'm looking for? If the last day done was on a Friday, so I can check. It was done on, hold on. Let's see. What day was it? November 1st. November 1st lands on a Saturday. So yes, it'll be next Friday on the 5th. And I've seen you talk about it, but I've never been in one. I see. The hope is that by alternating between Fridays and Saturdays, eventually people who work during those days will be able to. So if you work on a Friday, maybe you can catch one on a Saturday. And if you work on a Saturday, maybe you can catch one on a Friday. That'll be for next week. And the intro music's so good. I'm glad you like it. With that said and done though, what we'll be doing tomorrow is working more on my game. So my rhythm typing cafe game is what we'll be doing. Some more programming, some more pixel art, as the whole purpose of this is to get better at doing different aspects of pixel art and game development so that we can implement it into our own games. But that'll be it. That'll be the gist. Now, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. It's always really fun to raid people. So we'll see if we can find another pixel artist to raid. If you're on YouTube side of things, though, that'll be it for me. So I'm going to go to the end screen on Twitch, and then I'm going to come back. So get all nice and snug if you'd like to participate along in the raid. It's always a lot of fun. Also finding new people, too. But with all of that said and done, if I don't see you tomorrow, hopefully I see you next week for the pixel art draw together. And I hope you all have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I hope to see you all soon, all right? Bye-bye.